Welcome in, my potatoes, or sleepy friends if that gets old after a while. Tonight we're floating into one of nature's softest little mysteries, jellyfish. Those quiet, drifting creatures that somehow feel both ancient and slightly like underwater ghosts who forgot they had somewhere to be. This is the gentle history of why jellyfish evolved so differently from almost every other animal. We'll move through their simple bodies, slow pulsing movement, strange survival, and the way they managed to last through oceans, ages and changes that reshaped nearly everything around them. Before we get into it, I hope you're comfortable wherever you are tonight. If these cozy little dives into the past and natural world help you relax, following along, leaving a kind review, or tapping a thumbs up helps keep this warm corner going. And if you're conscious enough, let me know what time it is for you and where you're listening from. Now dim the lights, let your body soften into the pillow, and let's drift gently into the strange, peaceful world of jellyfish. Picture a quiet shoreline at the very end of the day, when the tide has pulled back and left behind a string of still glassy pools. Somewhere in those pools, and in the dark water beyond them, drifts a creature that has barely changed in 500 million years, an animal with no bones, no blood and no brain, that has somehow outlasted almost everything else that has ever lived. Tonight, you are going to drift alongside it, back through the long, slow story of how the jellyfish came to be so beautifully, deliberately simple. There is no sand beneath your feet, only a soft, silty floor that gives gently with each step, the way a wet sponge would. The water above you is shallow and warm, lit by a sun that filters down through a faint green haze, the colour of minerals that have not yet settled out of a very young ocean. If you listened for birdsong, you would hear nothing, because birds will not exist for hundreds of millions of years. If you looked for fish, you would find none, because backbones have not been invented yet. This is Earth, but an early, half-finished version of it. Somewhere in a stretch of time geologists call the late Precambrian, sliding into the Cambrian period that followed. And yet the water is not empty. Something is moving through it. Not swimming exactly, more like breathing. A slow open and close, a soft pulse that pushes the creature forward a few inches at a time before it settles back into drifting. It is small, translucent, shaped like a folded umbrella with trailing threads beneath it. It has no eyes that you would recognise as eyes. It has no face. And yet it is, in every meaningful sense, alive and hunting, waiting for something smaller than itself to drift within reach of those threads. Around it, the rest of this ancient sea is busy in its own quiet way, even without the bustle we usually associate with ocean life. Mats of simple algae, carpet patches of the shallow seafloor, releasing thin streams of bubbles whenever the water grows still enough to notice. Tiny, hard-shelled creatures, distant ancestors of crabs and shrimp, scuttle along the silt in search of whatever scraps drift down from above. There is a particular kind of hush to this entire scene. Not silence exactly, since water carries its own constant low hum of movement, but a hush in the sense that nothing here is in any particular hurry. Time itself seems to move differently in a world with no clocks, no calendars, and nothing watching the horizon for anything in particular. This is one of the very first jellyfish, or something so close to a jellyfish that the difference barely matters. And the strange thing, the thing that tends to surprise people the first time they hear it, is that this creature floating in a sea 500 million years old is built almost exactly the same way as the jellyfish stinging tourists off a beach in Florida this very summer. While nearly every other branch of the animal kingdom spent those 500 million years growing skeletons, brains, lungs and increasingly elaborate body plans, the jellyfish largely looked at all that complexity and declined the invitation. To understand why, you have to go back to the family this creature belongs to, a group of animals called the cnidarians, named for the Greek word for nettle, a nod to their stinging touch. Cnidarians are an old and surprisingly varied family. Sea anemones are cnidarians, anchored to rocks like flowers that happen to be carnivorous. Corals are cnidarians, tiny anemone-like animals that build entire reef cities out of their own skeletons. Hydroids are cnidarians too, often so small and feathery. They look more like underwater moss than animals. And jellyfish, both the gently pulsing moon jellies you might have seen in an aquarium, and the more dangerous box jellyfish found in warmer coastal waters, are cnidarians as well. What unites this entire family is not appearance, since a brain coral and a jellyfish look almost nothing alike, but a shared ancient blueprint. All cnidarians build their bodies around a central point rather than a front and back end. All of them carry the same unusual weapon, microscopic sting cells found nowhere else in the animal kingdom, and all of them trace back to a common ancestor that was swimming, or drifting, in those Precambrian seas long before anything we would call a proper animal had figured out how to grow a spine. Finding proof of that ancestor is not easy. Jellyfish have no bones, no shells, no hard parts of any kind to leave behind as fossils. A dinosaur can leave a skeleton in the ground for 80 million years and still be dug up intact. A jellyfish, by contrast, is roughly 95% water held together by little more than a thin skin and a layer of jelly. Normally when something like that dies, it disappears within days, leaving nothing behind but a faint, fading outline in the mud, if that. And yet, against all odds, a handful of those faint outlines survived. In rock formations across the world, from the deserts of South Australia to quarries in the American Midwest, paleontologists have found extraordinarily rare fossil impressions of jellyfish bodies, sometimes preserved because a sudden storm buried them quickly in fine sediment before they could rot away, sometimes preserved because of unusual chemistry in the mud that hardened around them like a plaster cast. Researchers cataloguing invertebrate fossils for institutions like the Smithsonian's Natural History collections have spent careers piecing together what these impressions tell us, and what they tell us is remarkable. The basic jellyfish shape, a bell, a fringe of tentacles, a soft body built around a central mouth, was already fully formed more than 500 million years ago, before trilobites, before sharks, before trees, before almost anything else you could name. Some of the very oldest fossil beds, dating back to a stretch of time known as the Ediacaran period, roughly 570 million years ago, preserve an entire community of strange, soft-bodied creatures that lived before the cnidarians as we know them fully took shape. Ribbed, frond-like forms and quilted, leaf-shaped impressions that look almost nothing like any animal alive today. Most of those Ediacaran experiments did not survive into the following era. They simply vanished, replaced by newer body plans as the so-called Cambrian explosion brought a sudden, rapid diversification of animal life across the ocean floor. The cnidarian lineage, by contrast, was one of the rare survivors of that transition, threading its way quietly through one of the most dramatic reshufflings of life the planet has ever experienced, and emerging on the other side largely unchanged. Think about what that means for a moment, slowly, the way you might turn an unfamiliar shell over in your hand. Every other lineage of complex life on this planet has been busy. Fish evolved jaws, then bones, then lungs, then legs. Some of those four-legged, lung-breathing descendants eventually climbed back into the ocean and became whales. Insects evolved wings, exoskeletons, complex eyes built from thousands of tiny lenses. Mammals evolved warm blood, fur, and brains so elaborate they can sit on a couch at the end of a long day and wonder, mostly out of idle curiosity, why a jellyfish never bothered to evolve a brain at all. And the jellyfish, through all of that frantic 500 million year arms race of horns, claws, venom, speed and intelligence, simply kept doing what it had always done. Pulse, drift, sting, repeat. It did not get left behind by evolution. It was never trying to win the same race as everyone else. There is a particular kind of stillness in imagining that ancient sea, knowing that something built almost exactly like a jellyfish was already there, already content, long before the rest of the animal kingdom worked up the energy to get complicated. It survived the rise of fish. It survived the rise of reptiles. It would later survive, almost untouched, the asteroid that ended the age of dinosaurs, an event you will hear more about later tonight. While continents drifted apart and oceans rose and fell across hundreds of millions of years, the jellyfish kept its same unhurried rhythm, the same soft pulse of a bell opening and closing in water that has, in a sense, never really stopped being that same ancient sea. You can let that thought settle for a moment, the way silt settles back to the ocean floor once the water stills. Because what comes next is the part that tends to surprise people most. It is not simply that the jellyfish stayed the same while everything else changed. It is that staying simple may have been, in its own quiet way, one of the most successful strategies in the entire history of life on Earth. And to understand how something with no brain, no bones, no heart, and no blood could possibly outsurvive nearly every species more complicated than it, you first have to understand exactly what a jellyfish's body is made of, and just how strange and how strangely elegant that body really is. If you could hold a jellyfish gently in cupped hands, without it stinging you, and without it slipping straight through your fingers, the first thing you would notice is how little is actually there. Most animals are built around some kind of frame. You have a skeleton holding your shape together, the way a tent holds its shape around aluminum poles. Take the poles away and the tent collapses into a heap of fabric. A jellyfish has no poles at all. Instead, its entire structure depends on a thick, clear, jelly-like substance called mesoglea, sandwiched between two very thin layers of cells, an outer layer called the epidermis, and an inner layer called the gastrodermis. That word mesoglea simply means middle jelly, and it is a remarkably accurate name. This jelly layer is mostly water, held in a loose mesh of proteins, giving the animal just enough shape to hold a bell, just enough firmness to push against when it pulses, while still being soft enough to fold, stretch, and squeeze through gaps a rigid animal never could. The result is a body that is, depending on the species, somewhere between 94 and 98% water. A moon jellyfish drifting near the surface of a calm bay is, in the most literal sense, barely more than seawater wearing a faint outline. If you let one rest gently in your palm, you're not really holding an animal so much as holding a slightly more organised patch of ocean. This is worth pausing on, because it explains so much of what comes later in this story. A body made almost entirely of water needs almost none of the equipment land animals, and most fish rely on. There's no need for a rigid skeleton, because water does not require support the way muscle and organs piled on top of bonewood. There is no need for thick, heavy tissue, because thick tissue is expensive to build and expensive to maintain. Every additional gram of solid material an animal carries has to be fed, repaired, and hauled around for its entire life. A jellyfish simply opted out of that cost almost entirely, and built a body that is, in effect, mostly free. Now look at the shape of that body, because the shape is just as unusual as what it's made of. Most animals you can picture right now, a dog, a sparrow, even your own reflection in a dark window, are built with what biologists call bilateral symmetry. There is a clear front and a clear back, a left side and a right side that roughly mirror each other, a head at one end and usually some kind of tail or rear at the other. This arrangement makes excellent sense for an animal that moves purposefully in one direction, chasing prey or fleeing predators, because it lets sensory organs cluster at the front where the animal is heading, ready to detect what lies ahead before the rest of the body arrives. A jellyfish has almost none of that. Its body is arranged in what is called radial symmetry, organised around a single central point rather than a front and back. Imagine a wheel, with spokes radiating outward in every direction from the hub, repeating in a pattern, often in multiples of 4. There is no front, there is no back, There is no left or right that means anything. A jellyfish is, in a very real sense, facing every direction at once and facing no direction in particular. This arrangement seems strange to us only because we are bilateral creatures ourselves, built to chase, to flee, to face the world from a particular angle. But radial symmetry is not a lesser design, simply a different answer to a different question. A jellyfish does not need to chase anything. It drifts through open water in 3 dimensions, prey and predators potentially approaching from above, below, or any side at once, and a body with no fixed front end is, for that particular way of living, remarkably well suited. Every direction is already covered. There is no blind side to defend, because there is no side at all in the way we usually mean it. Consider for a moment how differently a bilateral animal and a radial animal experience the same open patch of ocean. A fish swimming through that water is committed in a sense to whichever direction its head happens to be pointing, relying on eyes and sensory organs clustered at one end to warn it of anything approaching from ahead, while a threat creeping in from directly behind might go unnoticed until far too late. A jellyfish, built with sensory structures spaced evenly around its entire rim rather than gathered at one end, has no such blind spot built into its basic anatomy. It is, in a strange and quietly elegant way, an animal designed from the very beginning to live somewhere with no upcurrent or downstream, no obvious direction of travel at all, only an endless 3-dimensional volume of water surrounding it on every side at once. Beneath that radial symmetry and that watery jelly layer lies perhaps the most startling absence of all. A jellyfish has no heart, it has no blood, it has no lungs, no kidneys, and nothing resembling the dense interconnected organ systems that keep a mammal alive. There is no network of blood vessels carrying oxygen from lungs to muscle, because there are no lungs and there is no blood to carry anything in the first place. Instead, a jellyfish breathes the way a sheet of wet paper might, if a sheet of wet paper were alive. Its body wall is so thin, often only 2 cells deep, that oxygen from the surrounding seawater simply slips directly into its tissue through a process called diffusion, moving naturally from an area where it is plentiful, the open ocean, into an area where it is scarce, the jellyfish's own cells. No pump is required. No vessels are required. The ocean itself does the work that a heart and lungs would otherwise have to do, which means the jellyfish never had to evolve a heart and lungs at all. This same trick of relying on thinness rather than machinery extends to nearly every system you might expect a jellyfish to need. Waste products simply diffuse back outward across that same thin body wall into the surrounding water, with no kidneys required to filter anything first. Carbon dioxide leaves the body the same way oxygen entered it, passing quietly through tissue barely thicker than a coat of wet paint. None of this would work for a larger, denser animal, since diffusion only moves efficiently across very short distances, which is precisely why a jellyfish's body stays thin and spread out rather than compact and dense. The entire architecture of the animal, flat, broad, and only a couple of cells deep in most places, exists specifically to keep every part of its body close enough to open water that nothing internal ever needs its own dedicated delivery system. The same goes for feeding. A jellyfish has a single opening that serves as both mouth and exit, usually positioned at the centre of the underside of its bell, leading into a simple gut cavity that branches out toward the edges of the body. Food goes in one end, nutrients are absorbed along the way, and whatever is left comes back out the very same opening it went in. There is no separate stomach, no intestines coiled in neat loops, no second exit at the opposite end of the body. It is, by the standards of more elaborate animals, an almost embarrassingly simple system, and yet it works perfectly well, has worked perfectly well for 500 million years, and asks for almost nothing in return. There is something almost soothing in realizing how little a jellyfish actually needs to stay alive. No heartbeat to maintain, no blood pressure to monitor, no lungs working in a steady rhythm through the night. Just a thin, translucent body, mostly water, gently exchanging what it needs directly with the sea around it, the way a sponge left out overnight will quietly absorb the dampness of the air without any effort at all. It would be easy to look at all of this, the missing bones, the missing blood, the missing heart, and assume the jellyfish is simply an unfinished animal, a rough early draft that evolution never got around to polishing. That assumption, as tempting as it feels, turns out to be almost exactly backward. A body with no skeleton, no blood, and no centralized organs is not unfinished. It is, in its own way, remarkably efficient, stripped down to only the parts that are strictly necessary, the same way a well-packed suitcase carries everything you actually need for a trip and nothing you do not. Evolution did not fail to give the jellyfish a brain, a heart, or bones. Over 500 million years, across uncountable generations, it simply never found a good enough reason to. And nowhere is that more obvious or more genuinely strange to consider than in the one organ most of us assume every animal absolutely must have. Because a jellyfish has no brain at all, and yet it manages somehow to see, to balance, to hunt, and to know which way is up. How an animal with no brain can still seem to know exactly what it is doing is where this story turns next. Here is a question worth sitting with for a moment, the way you might sit with a half-remembered dream before it fades completely. If a jellyfish has no brain, how does it know anything at all? It clearly knows something. A jellyfish can sense the difference between light and dark, drifting toward dimmer water during the brightest part of the day and rising back toward the surface as the light fades. Several species can sense which way is up, even in complete darkness, righting themselves if a current happens to flip them upside down. Box jellyfish, one of the more advanced branches of this ancient family, can even detect large shapes nearby and steer around them, an ability that, in any other animal, you would assume required a reasonably sophisticated brain to manage. And yet, in the most literal anatomical sense, there is no brain inside a jellyfish's body, no control centre, no single organ where decisions are made and signals are sent out to the rest of the body, the way your own brain sends commands down your spine to your hands and feet. Instead, a jellyfish runs on something called a nerve net, a loose decentralized web of nerve cells spread evenly through its body, with no single hub directing the others. Picture for a moment a streetlight system in an old town built long before anyone invented a central traffic computer. Each intersection simply has its own light, responding to its own local sensor, with no master switchboard pulling all the strings from one office across town. Cars still get through. Traffic still flows, more or less smoothly, even though no single point in the entire system is actually in charge of the whole. A jellyfish's nervous system works on roughly that same principle. Each section of nerve net responds to what is happening nearby, passing signals from cell to cell in a spreading wave, and the overall result, somehow, is a coordinated, functioning animal, even though nothing inside it is technically running the show. This is how a jellyfish manages its signature pulse, that slow, rhythmic, open and close of the bell that has carried it through the water for 500 million years. There is no brain sending out a command to contract. Instead, certain nerve cells around the rim of the bell act as natural pacemakers, firing on their own steady rhythm, the way a dripping faucet keeps its own rough beat without anyone telling it to. That rhythmic firing spreads outward through the nerve net like a ripple crossing a still pond, reaching the muscle fibres in sequence, and the bell contracts in one smooth, unified motion. Turn a jellyfish's body inside out, metaphorically speaking, and there is no office, no headquarters, no single point you could point to and say, here, this is where the thinking happens. The thinking, if you can even call it that, happens everywhere at once, in small local conversations between neighbouring cells. What is especially worth noticing is that several of these pacemaker clusters can exist around the same bell at once, each one capable of setting its own rhythm independently, Rather than competing for control, the fastest reliable pacemaker among them tends to set the pace for the entire animal, with the others falling quietly into step behind it, the way several clocks placed side by side in an old shop window will sometimes drift into the same rhythm purely through small, repeated nudges against one another, with no single clock ever truly in charge of the rest. That alone might be enough to make a jellyfish unusual. But several species take this decentralized design even further, building small clusters of specialized sensory structures called repalia spaced evenly around the rim of the bell. These clusters are not a brain, not even close, but they are something more focused than the rest of the nerve net, tiny local sensors handling specific jobs. Inside each repalium, certain species carry a structure called a statocyst, essentially a small chamber containing a dense weighted granule, surrounded by tiny sensory hairs. As the jellyfish drifts, gravity pulls that granule against different hairs depending on which way the animal is tilted, sending a signal that effectively says this side is down. It is a remarkably simple, remarkably effective version of the same inner ear balance system that keeps you upright when you close your eyes and stand on one foot. Built not in a skull, but scattered in small clusters around the rim of a creature with no skull at all. Some species go a step further still. Box jellyfish, in particular, carry small clusters of light-sensitive structures called ocelli within those same repalia, and in certain species these have developed into genuine image-forming eyes, complete with a lens, a retina-like layer, and a small chamber not unlike a tiny camera. A single box jellyfish can carry roughly 24 of these eyes, spaced around its bell in 4 sensory clusters, each cluster facing a slightly different direction. There is no brain behind any of them processing what they see into anything resembling a picture the way your own brain does. And yet box jellyfish use this network of eyes to detect obstacles, avoid certain shapes, and navigate through mangrove roots and coral structures with what looks from the outside remarkably like purpose. Researchers who study these structures, often working from preserved specimens housed in museum collections such as the Smithsonian's invertebrate holdings, still do not fully understand how a system with no central brain manages to combine input from 24 separate eyes into anything coherent enough to steer by. The honest answer, for now, is that nobody knows exactly how the jellyfish does it. It simply does, using a nervous system so different from our own that comparing the two feels almost unfair. The way comparing a river to a network of pipes misses something essential about what a river actually is. Studying a nerve net this thoroughly spread out presents its own particular set of challenges, quite different from studying a brain with a clear boundary you could simply lift out and examine. Marine biology laboratories working with living jellyfish often rely on extremely fine electrodes placed at multiple points along the bell at once, recording the small electrical pulses travelling outward from wherever a stimulus first occurred, watching the signal spread in real time the way you might watch ripples spread outward after dropping a single pebble into still water. What these recordings consistently show is a system with no obvious starting point and no obvious destination, only a continuous, evenly distributed conversation happening between neighbouring cells, each one responding to its immediate surroundings and passing the message onward, with the overall behaviour of the whole animal emerging from thousands of these small local exchanges, rather than from any single command issued from above. What this adds up to is an animal that experiences the world without anything resembling a self, at least not in any sense we would recognise. There is no place inside a jellyfish where you could point and say, this is where it is, this is where the deciding happens. There is only a spread out, evenly distributed awareness, sensation and response happening locally and immediately, all across the body at once, with no need for any of it to be gathered up, summarised and handed off to a central authority before action can be taken. It is worth letting that sit for a while, especially at this hour, since so much of being human involves exactly the opposite experience. We carry a single, persistent sense of being someone, located somewhere specific, behind our own eyes, making decisions one after another in careful sequence. A jellyfish has none of that, and seems to need none of that, drifting through dark water for 500 million years, on a kind of awareness so thoroughly spread out it barely resembles a mind at all, and yet works exactly as well as a mind needs to for the very simple life it leads. That simple life, though, still requires one thing every predator eventually needs: a way to catch dinner. And the method the jellyfish settled on, millions of years before teeth, claws, or venomous fangs existed anywhere else in the animal kingdom, remains one of the strangest weapons ever evolved by a living creature. Somewhere along a tentacle trailing softly beneath a drifting jellyfish, there is a structure so small you would need a microscope to see it clearly, and so fast that even with a microscope, you would need a high-speed camera to catch it actually working. It is called a nematocyst, and it is found nowhere else in the entire animal kingdom, except within this one ancient family, the cnidarians. Sea anemones carry them, corals carry them, hydroids carry them in their feathery little branches, and jellyfish carry thousands upon thousands of them, packed along every tentacle, waiting. To understand a nematocyst, picture something like a tiny coiled garden hose, sealed tightly inside a capsule no larger than a single cell, under tremendous internal pressure, like a spring wound as tight as it can possibly go. That capsule sits inside a specialised cell called a cnidocyte, embedded in the jellyfish's skin, with a small hair-like trigger projecting outward, sensitive to both touch and certain chemical signals in the water. When something brushes against that trigger, perhaps a small fish swimming past, perhaps your own ankle wading a little too close, the capsule fires. And it fires fast, genuinely, almost unbelievably fast. The coiled thread inside the capsule shoots outward and unfurls in a matter of microseconds, among the quickest biological reactions ever measured in any living organism, faster than a blink, faster than the time it takes a hummingbird's wing to complete a single beat. At the tip of that thread, depending on the species, there may be a small barb that hooks into flesh, or a thread coated in a venom potent enough to stun or kill prey, many times the jellyfish's own size. Once the thread fires, there is no aiming involved and no second attempt needed because a single tentacle carries enough of these capsules to fire dozens, sometimes hundreds, in the same instant. An entire volley released the moment something brushes too close. What makes this especially remarkable, when you really sit with it, is that none of this requires a single decision from anywhere resembling a brain. The trigger and the response live entirely within that one tiny cell. There is no signal sent up to a central nervous system for approval, no moment where the jellyfish, in any meaningful sense, decides to sting. The cell senses contact and fires, on its own, instantly, the way a mousetrap does not need to think before it snaps shut. Multiply that single reflex by the thousands of stinging cells packed into even a modest length of tentacle, and you have a weapon that requires no aim, no pursuit, and no intelligence whatsoever to be devastatingly effective. This single invention, the nematocyst, may be one of the most important reasons cnidarians have survived for as long as they have. Before this family of animals evolved, nothing in the ocean had any equivalent way to subdue prey or deter a predator without the need for speed, strength, or strategy. A creature with no muscles to speak of, no claws, no jaws strong enough to crush anything, could still capture fish many times its own size and live comfortably off the proceeds, simply by drifting in the right place and waiting for contact. It is worth noting, with a small touch of dry amusement, that an animal with no brain managed to invent a working weapon system roughly 500 million years before humans, with all our brains, got around to inventing the crossbow. Different species have refined this same basic tool in wildly different directions. The moon jellyfish you might see drifting gently in a calm harbour carries a sting so mild most people barely notice it brush against bare skin, suited to capturing only the smallest plankton drifting past. Other species carry something considerably more serious. The box jellyfish found in the warm coastal waters of northern Australia and parts of Southeast Asia carries venom potent enough to be medically dangerous to humans, a sting capable of causing severe pain, and, in rare and serious cases, a real medical emergency. Smaller still, but no less notable, the Irukandji jellyfish, barely larger than a fingertip, can deliver a sting causing symptoms severe enough that researchers spent years trying to identify exactly what was happening to swimmers who had never even seen what stung them. Even within a single tentacle, the stinging cells are not all identical, a detail many people never learn even after a lifetime of avoiding jellyfish at the beach. Some nematocysts are built purely to penetrate, firing a sharp, hollow thread that punctures skin or shell and delivers venom directly into the wound. Others are built to entangle rather than pierce, releasing a long, sticky thread that wraps around small bristles or hairs on a potential prey item, holding it in place the way a tangle of fishing line might snag a passing branch. Still others release a coiled, adhesive thread suited for gripping a smooth surface, useful for an entirely different purpose, helping certain species anchor themselves briefly, or move in small, deliberate steps along the seafloor during their earlier life stages. A single patch of tentacle, in other words, often carries an entire small toolkit of different stinging cells, each variation refined over millions of years for a slightly different kind of contact. It would be a mistake, though, to think of the sting purely as a tool of aggression. For the jellyfish itself, the nematocyst is closer to a kind of patience made physical. This is an animal with no real ability to chase anything down. It cannot lunge. It cannot sprint. Its entire strategy for getting a meal depends on holding still, or drifting slowly, trailing a curtain of nearly invisible tentacles through the water, and simply waiting for something edible to wander into range. The sting is what makes that waiting worthwhile, turning passive drifting into an effective hunting strategy, without ever requiring a single burst of speed or a single moment of pursuit. There is something genuinely calming, when you think about it the right way, in an animal whose entire approach to survival is built around stillness rather than effort. While so much of the rest of the animal kingdom evolved towards speed, toward sharper senses, toward faster reflexes and louder displays, the jellyfish quietly perfected the opposite skill, simply waiting, letting the ocean bring opportunity directly to its tentacles rather than spending energy chasing opportunity down. It is not a passive creature in the sense of being helpless. It is patient in the way a well-set trap is patient, fully prepared, asking nothing of itself except to remain exactly where it is. Compare this, for a moment, to the far more familiar image of a predator most of us carry around in our heads, something lean and muscular, crouched low, watching, ready to burst forward in a single explosive movement the instant an opportunity appears. That kind of hunting takes enormous amounts of energy, fuel for muscles that need to be fed constantly whether a hunt succeeds or fails. A jellyfish sidesteps that entire costly arrangement. Its tentacles simply hang in the water, requiring no muscular tension to maintain, no alert posture to hold, no burst of energy reserved and waiting to be spent. The capture itself, when it happens, costs the jellyfish almost nothing beyond what those individual stinging cells had already stored up in advance. It is, in its own unhurried way, predation stripped down to its barest, least expensive form. That patience, though, raises an obvious question, one that becomes more interesting the longer you think about it. If a jellyfish does not actively chase anything, and barely seems to swim at all in the way we usually picture swimming, how does it end up anywhere useful in the first place? How does an animal with no real navigational ambition manage to find food, find mates, and spread itself across nearly every ocean on the planet? The answer turns out to involve something far larger than the jellyfish itself, an enormous invisible system of moving water that the jellyfish has learned quite cleverly to simply let carry it where it needs to go. There is a particular kind of relief in giving up control of something, in letting a larger force carry you along rather than fighting to steer every moment of the journey yourself. A jellyfish, in its own quiet way, has built its entire existence around that exact principle. It would be wrong to say a jellyfish cannot swim at all. It can, in a limited and rather elegant way. The bell-shaped body contracts rhythmically, drawing in water and then pushing it back out in a focused pulse, creating a small ring-shaped vortex behind the animal that shoves it gently forward. The same basic principle behind a jet engine, just built from soft tissue instead of metal and turbines. Researchers studying this motion, intrigued by how little energy it seemed to require, eventually measured something rather surprising. Pound for pound, a jellyfish may be among the most energy-efficient swimmers in the entire ocean, moving farther on less effort than fish, than dolphins, than nearly anything else that propels itself through water. It is a strange kind of compliment to pay an animal so often dismissed as simple. The jellyfish did not skip swimming because it could not figure out how. It built one of the most efficient swimming methods on the planet, and then largely chose not to rely on it. Part of that efficiency comes from a clever trick many casual observers miss entirely. A faint secondary ring of water pulled gently along in the wake of the main contraction, almost like a smaller, helpful echo trailing just behind the first pulse. This secondary ring effectively gives the jellyfish a small extra push for free, without requiring any additional muscular effort at all, simply by taking advantage of the way water naturally continues moving after the initial contraction has already finished. Engineers studying jellyfish propulsion, in hopes of designing more efficient underwater vehicles, have spent considerable effort trying to replicate this same trick mechanically. So far with only partial success, since recreating in metal and rubber something a soft, brainless animal manages effortlessly through nothing more than the natural elasticity of its own jelly-filled body has proven considerably harder than it first sounds. Because that pulse, efficient as it is, only ever provides a gentle nudge. It cannot carry a jellyfish quickly against a strong current, and it was never meant to. The real engine behind a jellyfish's movement across the open ocean is not its own muscle at all, but the ocean itself, moving in patterns that span entire ocean basins and that have existed, in one form or another, for as long as the oceans have had water in them. These patterns are what oceanographers call currents, vast rivers of moving water within the larger ocean, driven by a combination of wind, the rotation of the planet, and differences in temperature and salt content between one stretch of water and another. Some currents move warm water from the tropics toward the poles, others move cold, dense water from the poles back down toward the equator along the ocean floor, part of a slow, planet-spanning circulation system scientists sometimes describe as the ocean's conveyor belt. The United States agency responsible for tracking these movements, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, maintains an extensive network of buoys, satellites and research vessels dedicated to mapping exactly where these currents flow, how fast they move, and how they shift from one season to the next. In several of the world's major ocean basins, these currents loop together into enormous, slowly rotating systems called gyres, circular highways of water spanning thousands of miles, carrying anything caught within them on a long, looping journey that can take months or even years to complete a single full circuit. A jellyfish swept into the edge of one of these gyres might spend an entire season drifting along its outer rim before currents eventually nudge it toward a coastline, an island chain, or a deeper offshore channel entirely removed from where its journey first began. Seasonal shifts add yet another layer of complexity, as currents that flow strongly in one direction during the warmer months can slow, stall, or even briefly reverse as the seasons turn, occasionally stranding jellyfish in shallow coastal pockets they would never have drifted into during a different time of year. For a jellyfish, these currents are not simply background scenery, they are transportation. An animal that produces only a gentle pulse of its own can still travel hundreds, even thousands of miles, simply by drifting into the right current and letting that current do the heavy work of covering distance. A jellyfish born near a tropical reef might find itself, weeks or months later, drifting along a coastline an entire ocean away, having made the journey almost entirely without effort, the same way a leaf dropped into a stream eventually ends up somewhere far downstream without ever once deciding to go there. This explains in part why jellyfish are found in nearly every ocean on Earth, from the warm, shallow waters of a tropical lagoon to the frigid, nearly lightless depths beneath polar ice. Wherever ocean currents flow, jellyfish have, sooner or later, drifted along with them, settling wherever conditions happen to suit them and continuing onward wherever they do not. There is no grand plan involved, no migration plotted out in advance the way a songbird might plan a flight south for the winter. There is only a steady willingness to be carried, paired with just enough independent motion to adjust depth, avoid the harshest currents, and seek out the layer of water where temperature, light and food happen to be most favourable. It is worth pausing here to notice something almost philosophical buried inside this very practical biological strategy. We tend to admire animals that fight hardest against their environment, the salmon battling upstream against a rushing current, the bird crossing an entire continent against headwinds, sheer effort framed as a kind of virtue. The jellyfish offers a quieter, less celebrated alternative. Rather than fighting the current, it studies it, in its own limited, instinctive way, adjusting just enough to ride the current toward where it needs to be, rather than spending its very limited energy trying to overpower a force as large as an ocean. There is no shame in this. If anything, there is a kind of wisdom in recognizing which battles are worth fighting, and which are far better simply joined. This drifting lifestyle does carry consequences, of course, some of them quite visible from the surface. Because jellyfish rely so heavily on currents for distribution, changes in those currents, sometimes caused by shifting wind patterns, sometimes by changes in water temperature, can suddenly funnel enormous numbers of jellyfish into the same stretch of coastline at once. Fishermen, swimmers, and coastal researchers have documented this phenomenon for centuries, watching calm, jellyfish-free water transform within days into a thick, pulsing crowd stretching as far as the eye can see. What causes some of these gatherings to form, and why they sometimes vanish again almost as quickly as they appeared, turns out to be one of the more actively studied and genuinely puzzling questions in modern marine science. A puzzle this story will return to a little later tonight. For now, though, simply picture the jellyfish exactly as it is in this moment, somewhere out in the open water, neither fighting the current nor entirely surrendering to it, but moving through the ocean the way a sigh moves through a quiet room, present, gentle, and entirely unhurried. That drifting existence, shaped almost entirely by forces larger than itself, eventually leads to one of the strangest parts of the jellyfish's entire story, because the graceful, bell-shaped animal drifting through open water tonight is not even close to how this creature began its life. Before it ever became a jellyfish at all, it lived an entirely different existence, anchored, motionless, and almost unrecognisable as the same species. If you had encountered a jellyfish in the earliest weeks of its life, you would not have recognised it at all, and you might reasonably have assumed you were looking at an entirely different kind of animal. The story usually begins with something almost too small to notice, a tiny oval-shaped larva called a planula, drifting freely through open water after hatching from a fertilised egg. This larva is covered in microscopic, hair-like structures called cilia, which beat in a steady rhythm, propelling the planula gently through the water for a period of hours or days, searching, in its own limited, instinctive way, for a suitable surface to call home. Eventually it finds one, perhaps the underside of a rock, perhaps a stretch of firm sea floor, perhaps the hull of a quietly anchored boat, and settles down, attaching itself permanently to that surface. From this point forward, something remarkable happens. The planula transforms into what is called a polyp, a small stalk-like creature anchored firmly in place, topped with a ring of short tentacles surrounding a single mouth, looking, more than anything else, like a miniature sea anemone. And in a very real sense, that comparison is fitting, since sea anemones and jellyfish polyps share this same basic anatomy, a legacy of their shared ancestry within the Cnidarian family. This polyp does not drift, it does not pulse through open water, it simply stays exactly where it landed, sometimes for weeks, sometimes for months, occasionally for years, quietly catching tiny passing particles of food with its tentacles and going about a life that looks, to any casual observer, nothing whatsoever like the jellyfish most of us picture when we hear that word. During this stage, the polyp often reproduces asexually, budding off small genetic copies of itself the way a strawberry plant sends out new runners, gradually building a small colony of identical polyps clustered together on the same patch of seafloor. For an animal with no brain and no apparent ambition, this represents a surprisingly effective strategy for spreading across a local area, multiplying steadily without ever needing to move, find a mate, or take any particular risk at all. Then, eventually, triggered by changes in water temperature, the length of daylight, or other environmental cues that researchers are still working to fully understand, something shifts. The polyp begins a process called strobilation, an unusual term for an unusual transformation, in which the top portion of its body begins to develop a series of horizontal grooves, dividing it into a stack of thin, disc-shaped segments, layered one on top of the other like a stack of plates left slightly askew. Each one of those segments, called an ephyra, eventually detaches from the top of the stack and swims away on its own, leaving the polyp behind, still anchored, often regenerating a fresh segment to replace the one it just released. These tiny ephyrae, barely larger than a grain of rice when they first detach, bear almost no resemblance yet to a mature jellyfish, looking more like small, slightly lopsided snowflakes drifting awkwardly through the water. But over the following weeks, as they feed and grow, they gradually develop the familiar bell shape, the trailing tentacles, and the steady, rhythmic pulse that will carry them onward for the remainder of their life. This mature, free-swimming form is called a medusa, named, rather poetically, for the figure from Greek mythology whose hair was famously made of writhing snakes, a comparison some long ago naturalists clearly found irresistible when first studying a jellyfish's trailing tentacles under a microscope. The growth from a newly released ephyra into a fully formed medusa is, in its own way, just as remarkable as the earlier transformation from polyp to strobila. Those first few lobes ringing the edge of a young ephyra gradually fill in and smooth outward into the familiar rounded bell, while the digestive canals branching through its body lengthen and divide into the more elaborate network a full-grown medusa relies on to spread nutrients evenly through its larger, thicker form. Depending on water temperature and the particular species involved, this entire process, from a barely visible speck released off the top of a polyp to a jellyfish large enough to notice drifting past a pier, can unfold within a matter of weeks. A remarkably fast transformation for an animal that, in its earlier polyp stage, may have already spent a year or more anchored patiently in the very same spot. It is worth pausing to appreciate just how unusual this entire arrangement really is. Within a single life cycle, one creature passes through two almost entirely different body forms, an anchored, plant-like polyp stage and a drifting, bell-shaped medusa stage, each suited to a completely different way of living, each almost unrecognisable as belonging to the same species. Very few animals on Earth change their entire body plan this dramatically over the course of an ordinary life, and fewer still have been doing it for as long as the sea Cnidarians have. Not every Cnidarian follows this exact pattern in quite the same way, which only adds to how flexible this basic two-stage design has proven to be. The true jellyfish, classified by scientists within a group called Cyphozoa, generally follow the sequence described here fairly closely: polyp, strobilation, ephyra, medusa. Many hydrozoans, a related but distinct branch of the same family that includes smaller, often colonial creatures, handle the arrangement quite differently, sometimes keeping the polyp stage as the dominant long-lived form and producing only small, short-lived medusae, whose entire purpose is reproduction before they fade away again within days. Box jellyfish, classified separately within their own group called cubozoa, follow a version of the cycle close to the cyphozoan pattern, though their polyps tend to be solitary rather than forming the same kind of budding colonies. Across this entire family, in other words, evolution did not settle on one single rigid version of the two-stage life cycle, but instead kept experimenting with the same basic theme, stretching the balance between anchored stability and drifting mobility in slightly different directions, depending on what each particular species needed most. There is, tucked within this already strange life cycle, one final detail that tends to leave people genuinely stunned the first time they hear it. A small species known as Turritopsis dohrnii, sometimes nicknamed the immortal jellyfish in popular science writing, appears to possess an extraordinary ability almost unheard of anywhere else in the animal kingdom. When this particular jellyfish becomes injured, stressed, or simply old, rather than dying the way every other medusa eventually does, its cells can begin reverting backward, essentially transforming the mature medusa back into an earlier polyp stage, restarting its life cycle from a point it had already passed through years before. Researchers studying this process, including teams working at marine laboratories and universities around the world, have documented this reversal happening repeatedly in laboratory conditions, leading some scientists to suggest that, under the right circumstances, this particular species may have found a way to sidestep the typical limits of biological aging altogether. Nobody is entirely certain how common this reversal is in the wild, since a creature this small and translucent is remarkably difficult to track across open ocean for any meaningful length of time. But the mere existence of the ability, confirmed repeatedly under controlled study, adds yet another layer to an already strange story. Here is an animal that gave up bones, blood and a brain, embraced a body built almost entirely of water, and may have, somewhere along the way, also found a way to occasionally undo its own aging process entirely, simply by reverting to a body plan it had already grown out of once before. All of this, the anchored polyp, the strobulating stack of plates, the drifting medusa, the occasional reversal backward through its own life cycle, raises a final, larger question that brings this entire story full circle. If a jellyfish's body is this simple, this stripped down, this willing to abandon almost every structure other animals consider essential, how has it managed not just to survive, but to thrive, occasionally in such overwhelming numbers that entire coastlines and fishing industries take notice? The answer to that question turns out to be the same answer that has carried the jellyfish steadily through 500 million years of an ocean that has changed almost beyond recognition around it. There are nights along certain coastlines when the water itself seems to change texture, when a calm bay that held nothing but clear empty water the week before suddenly fills almost overnight with thousands upon thousands of pulsing bells packed so closely together that a boat moving through them has to slow down simply to avoid them. Fishermen along the coasts of Japan, Spain and the Gulf of Mexico have described this exact transformation for generations. Watching nets come up heavy with jellyfish instead of fish. Watching beaches close for days at a time, while lifeguards post warnings nobody really needs to read twice. Scientists call this a jellyfish bloom, and despite how dramatic it looks from the surface, the underlying causes remain only partly understood, even today. Several factors appear to play a role, often working together rather than alone. Warmer water temperatures, increasingly common across many coastal regions, tend to speed up jellyfish reproduction, allowing both the polyp stage and the medusa stage to complete their life cycles more quickly than they would in cooler conditions. Nutrient runoff from farms and cities, washing fertilizer and waste into coastal waters, can fuel blooms of the microscopic plankton that jellyfish, both as polyps and as medusae, feed on directly. Overfishing of certain larger fish species, many of which compete with jellyfish for the same food, or occasionally eat jellyfish themselves, can quietly remove the natural checks that might otherwise keep jellyfish numbers in balance. And ocean currents, the very same currents that carry jellyfish gently from place to place, can sometimes concentrate enormous numbers of them into a single bay, or stretch of coastline simply through the physics of where moving water happens to converge. One particularly striking example occurs most years in the waters surrounding Japan, where a giant species known as Nomura's jellyfish, with a bell that can grow wider than a beach umbrella and a body weighing well over 200 pounds, sometimes appears in such overwhelming numbers that fishing crews find their nets torn apart under the sheer collected weight of thousands of individuals hauled up at once. Coastal communities there have studied this particular bloom pattern for decades, watching certain years bring almost none of these giant jellyfish at all, while other years bring what local fishermen sometimes describe with a certain weary humour as an entire ocean's worth arriving all at once, seemingly overnight. Researchers affiliated with agencies including the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration have spent years tracking these bloom events, building long-term records of where and when they occur, in hopes of eventually predicting them with enough advance warning to protect both swimmers and local fishing economies. Even with decades of careful observation though, jellyfish blooms remain stubbornly difficult to forecast with real precision, partly because so many separate factors have to align at once, and partly because the jellyfish life cycle itself, with its hidden, anchored polyp stage tucked quietly out of sight on the seafloor, makes it remarkably hard to know exactly how large a bloom might be building until it has already arrived. What these blooms reveal, beyond their practical consequences for swimmers and fishermen, is something genuinely impressive about the underlying biology making them possible. An animal capable of producing such enormous rapid population surges seemingly out of nowhere is an animal whose entire reproductive and developmental system is built for speed and efficiency rather than caution. A jellyfish does not need years to reach maturity. It does not need to raise its young, protect them, or invest heavily in any single offspring. It produces enormous numbers of eggs, relies on its sessile polyp stage to multiply steadily and quietly, while conditions remain favourable, and is built, at every stage, to seize an opportunity the moment the opportunity appears. Where a slower, more complex animal might miss a brief window of ideal conditions entirely, the jellyfish, true to its nature, simply drifts forward and takes full advantage almost immediately. This same underlying flexibility, the same willingness to do more with less, may also explain one of the most remarkable facts in this entire story, a fact worth sitting with carefully before this night draws to its own quiet close. Across 500 million years, the planet has endured several mass extinction events, severe enough to wipe out a significant majority of all species alive at the time. The most devastating of these, an event scientists often refer to as the Great Dying, occurred roughly 250 million years ago, at the boundary between the Permian and Triassic periods, eliminating somewhere around 90% of all marine species in a relatively short span of geological time. Later, roughly 66 million years ago, a massive asteroid impact brought an abrupt and violent end to the age of dinosaurs, reshaping life across the entire planet within what was, by geological standards, almost no time at all. The years immediately following an event like that asteroid impact would have been almost unrecognisable as the same ocean that came before it. Sunlight dimmed for months beneath a thick haze of dust and ash thrown into the atmosphere. Surface temperatures swung wildly. The microscopic plankton that much of ocean life depended on for food collapsed across huge stretches of water, taking entire food chains down with them in a matter of seasons rather than centuries. Larger, more specialised marine predators, dependent on a steady, predictable supply of prey, often had nowhere left to turn and vanished along with everything they depended on. The jellyfish, needing comparatively little, able to feed on whatever scraps of plankton remained, able to weather temperature swings that would have been fatal to more delicate species, simply kept pulsing through water that had, in every practical sense, become an entirely different ocean almost overnight. Through both of those catastrophic events, and several others besides, Nidarians as a group, including the ancestors of today's jellyfish, persisted. They did not emerge entirely unscathed, since extinction events of that scale touched nearly everything alive at the time to some degree. But the fundamental Nidarian body plan, the simple bell, the nerve net, the stinging cells, the two-stage life cycle, carried through each crisis largely intact, ready to expand again, once conditions stabilised. Paleontologists studying fossil records from these extinction boundaries, including specimens examined through institutions such as the Smithsonian's Natural History Research Programs, have repeatedly noted this same pattern. The animals most likely to vanish during a mass extinction tend to be the ones with the most specific requirements: narrow diets, particular temperature ranges, complex reproductive needs, fragile dependencies on other species that might themselves disappear. The animals most likely to persist tend to be the generalists, the ones that need comparatively little, that can tolerate a wide range of conditions, and that can rebuild their numbers quickly once the immediate crisis has passed. A jellyfish, almost by definition, checks every one of those boxes. It needs no specific prey, since most species will eat almost anything small enough to capture. It tolerates an enormous range of temperatures and depths, found from tropical lagoons to icy polar water. It reproduces both sexually and asexually, hedging its strategy across two entirely different methods, rather than depending on just one. And its body, built almost entirely of water and requiring almost no specialised resources to construct, costs comparatively little to grow, even in an ocean disrupted by sudden chemical or temperature shifts severe enough to devastate more demanding species. None of this means a jellyfish is somehow superior to a dolphin, an octopus, or any of the more elaborate creatures sharing the same ocean. Complexity has its own undeniable advantages, allowing for problem-solving, tool use, and the kind of flexible, learned behaviour a nerve net could never manage on its own. But complexity also comes with cost, and cost, when conditions turn harsh enough, can become a liability rather than an advantage. A brain needs to be fed constantly, even when food is scarce. A skeleton needs minerals that may not always be available. A heart needs steady conditions to keep beating reliably. Strip all of that away, the way the jellyfish did 500 million years ago, and you're left with an animal that asks remarkably little of the world around it, and can therefore keep asking, generation after generation, long after more demanding neighbours have struggled and faded. There is a particular kind of wisdom tucked inside that fact, even if wisdom feels like too grand a word for an animal with no brain to be wise with. Evolution, despite how we often talk about it, does not actually favour complexity for its own sake. It favours whatever survives and successfully reproduces, regardless of how simple or elaborate that solution happens to look from the outside. Sometimes that means growing a more sophisticated brain, sharper eyes, or a stronger set of jaws. And sometimes, just as validly, it means doing the opposite, stripping a body down to its barest essential parts, and trusting that essential parts used well can outlast almost anything built more elaborately around them. It is worth resisting the urge to read this as some grand life lesson dressed up in biology. The kind of tidy morale a story like this can sometimes be tempted to reach for. The jellyfish is not simple on purpose, in any sense that involves intentional choice. It did not weigh its options 500 million years ago and decide, wisely, to travel light. It simply happened, generation after generation, that the individuals needing less tended to survive whatever the ocean happened to throw at them next, and those survivors passed that same lean, unburdened design onto their own offspring. Across enough time, that simple, repeated outcome accumulated into the animal, drifting through dark water tonight, an animal that never had to be wise, only fortunate enough, again and again, to need so very little from a world that does not always provide very much. You might think by now of that same shoreline you imagined at the very beginning of tonight's story. The tide pulled back, the pools left glassy and still in the fading light. Somewhere out past those pools, in the dark water beyond where you can see, jellyfish are still drifting tonight exactly as they have drifted for 500 million years, before the first dinosaur, before the first tree, before anything resembling a human mind existed anywhere on this planet to wonder about any of it. They are not waiting for anything in particular. They are not striving toward anything more elaborate than what they already are. They are simply pulsing, gently, opening and closing, letting the current carry them wherever the current happens to be going, content with a life built almost entirely of water, patience, and time. There is something worth borrowing from that, even for a mind as complicated as yours, lying here now in the dark, carrying a brain built from billions of intricate, busy connections, a heart keeping its own steady rhythm somewhere beneath your ribs. You do not need to solve anything more tonight. You do not need to chase a single other thought towards some tidy conclusion. You can simply drift for a while, the way that small, ancient, brainless animal has been drifting since long before there was anyone here at all to notice how peaceful it looked. Let your breathing slow into something closer to a pulse than a rhythm, soft and unhurried, in and out, the way a bell opens and closes in calm water. Let your thoughts loosen their grip on wherever they have been trying to go all day, and let them drift instead, gently, in no particular direction, answering to no current but the slow pull of sleep itself. There is nothing left to figure out tonight. There is only the dark water and the quiet, patient pulse of something ancient still moving softly through it. Rest now, my tired drifters. If tonight's slow swim through 500 million years of ocean carried you somewhere close to sleep, consider leaving this channel a quiet word on your way out and settle in for whatever gentle jellyfish-paced rest the rest of this night has waiting for you. Imagine standing in Alexandria around 300 CE, when the great library still held the accumulated wisdom of the ancient world. The air smells of papyrus, lamp oil, and that particular mustiness that clings to places where knowledge lives. Somewhere in a modest workshop near the harbour, a practitioner hunches over a clay vessel, watching coloured smoke curl upward, while making careful notes on a wax tablet. This is where our story truly begins, though alchemy's roots stretch even further back into the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia and the temples of ancient Egypt. The word alchemy itself carries the memory of this Egyptian origin, al from Arabic, and chem possibly from the ancient Egyptian word for their own land, the black soil of the Nile Delta. Black earth, the source of life and fertility, where transformation happened every year as floods receded and crops emerged. The earliest alchemists weren't trying to get rich quick or discover some magical shortcut. They were observers who noticed that the world was full of transformations. Clay became pottery in the kiln's heat. Grapes fermented into wine. Copper and tin, two relatively soft metals, could be combined to create bronze, something harder and more useful than either parent material. If such dramatic changes were possible, what else might be transformed given the right conditions, the right knowledge, and the right touch? In ancient Egypt, the embalmers held specialised knowledge about preserving bodies, a literal attempt to defeat death and decay. The metalworkers understood how to extract pure metals from rocky ores, transforming dull stones into gleaming gold and silver. The perfume makers could capture the essence of flowers in oils that lasted long after the blooms had withered. Each craft involved taking something ordinary and elevating it to a higher state. These weren't separate practices in the ancient mind. They were all part of understanding nature's patterns, its hidden connections. The priest-physicians who made medicines from plants and minerals were also studying the stars because they believed everything was connected in a grand cosmic web. Your health is related to the planet's positions, the seasons turning, and the balance of elements within your body, Greek philosophers, particularly those influenced by Egyptian wisdom traditions, began systematizing these observations into theories. They proposed that all matter consisted of 4 fundamental elements: earth, water, air, and fire, combined in different proportions. Change one element to another, adjust the proportions, and you could theoretically transform any substance into any other substance. Lead into gold wasn't absurd within this framework. It was just extremely difficult practical work. This is crucial to understand as you drift towards sleep. Alchemy wasn't the practice of foolish people chasing impossible dreams. It was the best attempt available, given the knowledge of the time, to understand and work with the material world. The alchemists were the ancestors of modern chemists, pharmacists, and material scientists, working without benefit of atomic theory or the periodic table, but with careful observation and genuine curiosity. The Hellenistic world of Alexandria brought together Egyptian practical knowledge, Greek philosophical speculation, and incoming ideas from Persia and India. In this intellectual melting pot, alchemy began to take recognizable form. Practitioners started writing treatises, developing specialized equipment, and establishing a tradition that would spread across continents and survive for nearly 2,000 years. These early alchemists developed the athanor, a specialized furnace that could maintain consistent temperatures for days or weeks, crucial for their long processes. They created alembics for distillation, retorts for heating substances in controlled conditions, and sophisticated glassware for separating and purifying materials. Walking into an alchemical laboratory in the 3rd century would have felt surprisingly familiar if you'd ever visited a modern chemistry lab, though you'd notice the absence of safety goggles and the presence of considerably more mystical inscriptions. The Roman Empire's decline scattered this knowledge like seeds on the wind. Some texts were preserved in Byzantine libraries, carefully copied by monks who might not have fully understood what they were preserving. Other manuscripts travelled east, finding new homes in Persian and eventually Arabic-speaking courts. The great work of alchemy was beginning its long journey through cultures and centuries. Let's move forward several centuries and travel east to the Islamic Golden Age, when Baghdad was the intellectual centre of the world. The year is around 800 CE, and you're standing outside the workshop of Jabir ibn Hayyan, whose name the medieval Europeans would later mangle into Geber. Jabir's workspace is a wonder of careful organisation. Rows of glass vessels line wooden shelves, each labelled with careful Arabic script. The central workbench holds a complex arrangement of flasks connected by tubes, positioned over carefully tended charcoal braziers. The smell here is complex. The mineral tang of sal ammoniac, the sweet sharp scent of various tinctures, and the ever-present background of smoke and heated metal. It's not unpleasant, just intensely present, the smell of transformation itself. Jabir represents a turning point in alchemical history. Where earlier practitioners often wrote in vague symbolic language, he insisted on careful observation and detailed record keeping. He understood that reliable knowledge came from repeatable processes. If you couldn't describe your method precisely enough for another practitioner to duplicate it, you didn't really understand what you were doing. This is surprisingly modern thinking for the 9th century. Jabir developed systematic classification schemes for substances, distinguishing between what we'd now call elements, compounds, and mixtures. He described processes like distillation, crystallization, and sublimation with such clarity that his instructions can still be followed today. He understood that mercury could dissolve gold, that substances had characteristic reactions that could identify them, and that careful control of temperature and timing could mean the difference between success and disaster. But Jabir was working within the theoretical framework of his time, which viewed matter very differently than we do now. He believed that all metals were composed of mercury and sulfur in varying proportions and degrees of purity. Gold was perfectly balanced mercury and sulfur, completely purified. Lead was unbalanced and impure. Therefore, transforming lead into gold meant purifying and rebalancing its fundamental components. Theoretically possible, just technically challenging. The alchemical laboratory became a place where philosophy met practice, where abstract theory encountered stubborn material reality. The work required patience that modern people might find hard to fathom. Processes could take weeks or months, requiring constant attention and adjustment. The alchemists learned to read subtle signs, slight colour changes in a solution, the quality of vapours rising from a heated flask, and the way crystals formed along the edges of a cooling vessel. Fire was the great transformer, but it had to be understood in all its moods. A gentle heat that barely warmed the hand could accomplish things that intense flames would destroy. The Athanor, that specialised furnace, was designed to provide this patient, steady heat. Some alchemical operations supposedly required maintaining specific temperatures for 40 days and 40 nights. The same period Christ spent in the wilderness, and probably not coincidentally. The vessels themselves took on sacred significance. The alembic, used for distillation, became a symbol of purification, crude matter being vaporized, rising upward, and condensing into a purer form. The retort, with its long curved neck, contained and controlled transformations, preventing precious vapours from escaping. Even the simple mortar and pestle grinding and mixing ingredients represented the breaking down of old forms to create new combinations. Islamic alchemists like Jabir worked in a culture that valued learning and saw no contradiction between scientific investigation and spiritual practice. The Quran itself encouraged believers to observe nature and discover God's patterns in creation. Alchemy fit perfectly into this worldview. It was simultaneously practical chemistry, philosophical investigation, and spiritual discipline. The substances they worked with acquired layers of meaning. Mercury, liquid and silvery, was understood as the principle of fusibility and volatility. It represented the soul or spirit of metals. Sulfur, which burned with that characteristic acrid smell, was the principle of combustibility. It represented the soul or animating force. Salt, which remained after burning, was the principle of fixity and permanence. It represented the body. Everything in the alchemical worldview was composed of these three principles in varying combinations. As Islamic civilization spread from Persia to Spain, alchemical knowledge travelled with it. Libraries in Cordoba and Toledo accumulated texts in Arabic, Persian, and Greek. When Christian scholars began learning Arabic and translating these works into Latin in the 12th and 13th centuries, they discovered an intellectual treasure that would reshape European thought. The flame and the vessel, heat and container, process and patience. These became the fundamental tools of transformation. The alchemist learned to work with nature's timing rather than against it, understanding that some changes couldn't be rushed. You couldn't hurry the maturation of gold any more than you could hurry the growth of an oak tree from an acorn. Both required proper conditions and sufficient time. Now let's turn our attention to what might be alchemy's most famous quest, the search for the elixir of life, the substance that could cure all diseases, restore youth, and grant immortality itself. This wasn't a side project or a fantasy addition to serious alchemical work. For many practitioners, it was the ultimate goal, more important even than transmuting base metals into gold. The logic within their framework was compelling. If substances could be purified and perfected, lead into gold, crude ore into gleaming metal, why couldn't the human body be similarly transformed? If alchemy was about understanding and working with nature's principles of transformation, surely the ultimate transformation would be conquering death itself. Chinese alchemists pursued this goal with particular intensity, and their work influenced practices across Asia and eventually reached the Islamic world and Europe. In China, the quest for immortality connected deeply with Taoist philosophy, which saw the human body as a microcosm of the universe. If you could achieve perfect internal balance, harmonizing the body's energies with cosmic forces, you might transcend ordinary mortality. The legendary Elixir took many forms in different traditions. Sometimes it was described as a liquid, clear as water or golden as honey. Other accounts spoke of it as a powder or stone, something solid that could be dissolved in wine or water. The Chinese termed it the pill of immortality, while Islamic and European alchemists called it the elixir, from the Arabic elixir, meaning the substance itself, or perhaps a powder for making solutions. What's fascinating as you settle deeper into your pillows is that the search for this elixir led to genuine medical advances. Alchemists experimenting with mineral and plant substances discovered compounds that actually worked as medicines. The distillation processes they developed for purifying the elixir gave us stronger, more reliable medicines. Their careful observations of how substances affected the body contributed to understanding physiology and pharmacology. Paracelsus, a Swiss physician and alchemist of the 16th century, revolutionized medicine by treating diseases with carefully prepared chemical medicines rather than relying solely on herbs. He believed the body was essentially a chemical system, and diseases were chemical imbalances that required chemical corrections. This was radical thinking that earned him both devoted followers and fierce critics. His approach, though sometimes spectacularly wrong in details, pointed toward modern pharmaceutical chemistry. The preparation of the elixir supposedly required the same patience and spiritual preparation as creating the philosopher's stone, the substance that could transform lead into gold. Many texts suggested they were actually the same thing or intimately related. The stone that perfected metals would also perfect the human body, making sense within the alchemical worldview where microcosm and macrocosm reflected each other. Recipes for the elixir varied wildly, partly because alchemical texts deliberately obscured their methods with symbolic language. One 14th century European text describes a process involving repeated distillations of wine, mixed with various herbs, minerals, and even gold itself, the entire operation conducted according to astrological timing. The final product was supposedly a clear liquid that glowed faintly in darkness and smelled of roses and something indefinable. Whether anyone ever produced such a substance is doubtful. What we know is that the quest led practitioners to develop increasingly sophisticated techniques for purification and concentration. They learned to extract the quintessence, literally the fifth essence beyond the four elements from plants and minerals. These concentrated extracts were often genuinely potent, though not in the magical ways practitioners hoped. The elixir wasn't just about physical immortality. In Chinese alchemy particularly, and increasingly in Islamic and European traditions, it represented spiritual transformation. The process of creating the elixir mirrored the process of spiritual refinement. Just as crude matter had to be broken down, purified and reconstituted at a higher level, so too the alchemist's soul underwent trials, purifications, and ultimate transformation. This spiritual dimension became increasingly important in European alchemy, especially as the medieval period gave way to the Renaissance. The alchemist's laboratory became a place of meditation and prayer as much as chemical experimentation. The long hours watching vessels heat, observing slow colour changes, and waiting for crystallizations, these became opportunities for contemplation. Some alchemists claimed that the work couldn't succeed without proper spiritual preparation. They spoke of necessary prayers, fasting, and meditation. The laboratory work was inseparable from inner work. You couldn't perfect matter without perfecting yourself. The elixir that granted immortality wasn't just a substance you swallowed. It was the culmination of a complete transformation of both matter and spirit. Chinese emperors, desperate for immortality, sometimes consumed alchemical preparations with disastrous results. Mercury and arsenic, both common ingredients in elixir recipes, are quite toxic. The irony of dying from ingesting substances meant to grant eternal life wasn't lost on observers, yet the quest continued, driven by that deeply human resistance to accepting mortality. In gentler forms, the search for the elixir gave us contributions to herbal medicine that persist today. The careful distillation of plant essences led to understanding how to concentrate active ingredients. The documentation of which substances affected which conditions, though often mixed with symbolic language and false theories, contained genuine observations that informed later medical practice. As you drift towards sleep, let's meet some of the remarkable individuals who devoted their lives to the alchemical arts. These weren't foolish or credulous people. They were often the most learned scholars of their time, applying the best available methods to questions that still fascinate us. In medieval Europe, Albertus Magnus, Albert the Great, was a Dominican friar whose interests ranged across all available knowledge. Born around 1200, he wrote extensively on logic, theology, mathematics, and natural philosophy. His works on minerals and metals show careful observation mixed with alchemical theory. He described how to test whether metals were pure, catalogued their properties, and discussed various attempts at transmutation he had witnessed or heard about. His student Thomas Aquinas would become more famous for theology, but both teacher and student saw no contradiction between faith and investigating nature's secrets. Roger Bacon, an English Franciscan friar of the 13th century, advocated for experimental methods and mathematical analysis in studying nature. He wrote about alchemy as both a practical art and a philosophical pursuit, distinguishing between genuine investigation and charlatans who promised quick gold while delivering only expensive disappointment. Bacon understood that real knowledge required patient observation and careful testing. Principles that seem obvious now but were revolutionary for his time. Let's visit the laboratory of a 15th century alchemist, perhaps in Prague or Florence. The room occupies the top floor of a comfortable house. Alchemists needed privacy and good ventilation for their work. Morning light streams through tall windows, illuminating floating dust motes and catching the glass vessels arranged on shelves. The furnace, carefully built of brick and clay, occupies one corner, its fire carefully banked overnight, but now being coaxed back to working heat. Our alchemist, let's imagine her since women did practice alchemy despite rarely receiving credit, begins her day by checking the various operations in progress. One flask contains a solution that's been slowly evaporating for 2 weeks, with crystalline formations just beginning to appear at the edges. Another holds a substance undergoing digestion, sealed and kept at body temperature in a bath of warm water and sand. A third sits in a sunny window, where sunlight gradually works its transformative effect on the prepared materials within. She makes careful notes in her journal, using the elaborate symbolic language that protects alchemical secrets from the uninitiated. A circle with a dot represents gold and the sun. A crescent is silver and the moon. Various animals, the green lion, the red dragon, and the white swan, symbolize specific substances and stages of the work. To the untrained eye, her notes look like mystical gibberish. To another practitioner, they're a precise recipe and progress report. By the 16th century, European courts often employed alchemists, sometimes multiple ones competing for patronage. The Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II, ruling from Prague, collected alchemists the way some collectors accumulate stamps. His Prague court became a haven for alchemical investigation, attracting practitioners from across Europe. Some were genuine researchers, others were impressive con artists, and most were probably something in between. One of the most intriguing figures was John Dee, advisor to Queen Elizabeth Thurcer of England. Dee was a mathematician, astronomer, and alchemist who served as a kind of chief science officer to the English court. His library was among the finest in Europe, and his interests range from practical navigation problems, crucial for England's growing maritime power, to attempting communication with angels through elaborate symbolic systems. He represents that characteristic Renaissance blending of what we'd now consider science, magic and religion into a unified pursuit of knowledge. The boundary between alchemy and medicine remained fluid. Physician alchemists like Paracelsus and his followers treated diseases with carefully prepared mineral and chemical medicines. They developed tinctures, extracts, and compounds that actually worked, though often not for the reasons they believed. The drinkable gold preparations that wealthy patients consumed probably didn't extend their lives, but some of the mercury and antimony compounds prepared by alchemical methods did treat certain conditions, despite being rather toxic by modern standards. Women's role in alchemy deserves more attention than it usually receives. While men dominated public alchemical discourse, women participated in the actual work, particularly in family workshops where husbands and wives often worked together. Some women operated their own laboratories, though they faced the usual obstacles of limited education opportunities and social restrictions. The legendary Maria the Jewess, supposedly working in Alexandria around the 3rd century, is credited with inventing the double boiler, still called a bain-marie in her honour, an improving distillation apparatus. Whether she actually existed is debated, but the equipment attributed to her certainly did. Moving into the 17th century, we find alchemy at a crossroads. Some practitioners were beginning to strip away the symbolic language and focus purely on material transformations they could observe and measure. Others doubled down on the spiritual and philosophical dimensions, seeing alchemy primarily as a path to inner transformation that happened to involve laboratory work as its vehicle. Both groups claimed to represent true alchemy, and arguably both were right. Alchemy had always contained both dimensions. Robert Boyle, working in mid-17th century England, conducted careful experiments testing alchemical claims while developing what we'd recognise as modern chemistry. He's famous for Boyle's law describing gas behaviour, but he also performed numerous experiments on transmutation, approaching it as a testable hypothesis rather than an article of faith. His work demonstrates the transitional period when alchemy was gradually becoming chemistry. One of alchemy's most distinctive features was its elaborate symbolic language. Settle deeper under your blankets while we explore why alchemists wrote in code and what those strange symbols actually meant. Part of the motivation was simple professional secrecy. If you believed you discovered important knowledge, perhaps how to transmute metals or create powerful medicines, you might reasonably want to control who could access that information. Writing in symbolic language meant only trained practitioners could understand your texts, protecting your discoveries from theft or misuse, but the symbolism served deeper purposes. Alchemical operations were complex, involving multiple substances and stages unfolding over time. The symbolic language provided a rich, flexible vocabulary for describing processes that ordinary words couldn't quite capture. When an alchemist wrote about the green lion devouring the sun, they weren't being deliberately obscure for fun. They were using established terminology to describe a specific chemical interaction, probably involving vitriol and gold. The symbols drew from multiple sources. Astrological signs represented metals. Gold was the sun, silver the moon, copper Venus, iron Mars, tin Jupiter, lead Saturn, and Mercury, both the metal and the god, was Mercury. This wasn't arbitrary. The metals and planets were thought to share essential qualities. Gold, like the sun, was perfect, incorruptible and radiant. Lead, like Saturn, was heavy, cold and sluggish. Animals populated alchemical texts with specific meanings. The dragon represented raw, chaotic matter, or sometimes specific chemicals depending on context. The lion might represent gold, or a stage of the work characterized by intense activity. The phoenix, dying and reborn from its ashes, symbolized dissolution and reconstitution, the destruction of old forms and emergence of new, purified ones. The pelican, mythically feeding its young with its own blood, represented circulation processes where distilled vapours repeatedly fell back into the vessel. Colours marked crucial transitions. The work typically proceeded through stages identified by colour changes, the nigredo or blackening, when matter broke down into chaos, the albedo or whitening, representing purification, the citrinitas or yellowing, a transitional stage, and finally the rubedo or reddening, marking completion and perfection. These weren't arbitrary labels. Actual colour changes occurred during chemical operations, and practitioners learned to read them as signs of progress or problems. The most famous alchemical symbol was probably the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, forming a circle. It represented cyclic processes, the unity of beginning and end, and the principle that transformations were fundamentally circular rather than linear. What began as one substance became another, but the underlying essence persisted through transformation, like the snake continuously consuming and regenerating itself. Encoded in the symbolic language was often genuine chemical knowledge. The philosophical egg described sealed vessels where materials underwent transformation, isolated from outside interference. The marriage of sun and moon referred to combining gold and silver, or more abstractly, uniting opposing principles. The bath of the king meant dissolving gold in special acids. Once you learned the code, detailed instructions were actually preserved in these seemingly mystical texts, but the symbols also carried philosophical and spiritual dimensions. The breaking down of matter into prime components, the solve of solvet coagula, dissolve and coagulate, paralleled the mystic's dissolution of ego and everyday consciousness. The reconstitution into something purer and more perfect mirrored spiritual rebirth. The alchemist working in their laboratory was also, ideally, working on themselves, and the symbolic language captured both dimensions simultaneously. Alchemical illustrations became increasingly elaborate in printed books from the 15th century onward. These images showed complex allegorical scenes, kings and queens bathing together in pools, eagles and toads consuming each other, and hermaphroditic figures combining masculine and feminine qualities. On one level, these illustrated specific chemical operations. On another, they mapped psychological and spiritual transformations. The effective alchemist could read both messages simultaneously. This multi-layered communication created problems. Texts meant as straightforward laboratory instructions could be read as pure spiritual allegory. Conversely, writings primarily about inner transformation got interpreted as literal recipes for making gold. Misunderstandings multiplied across centuries and language translations. An Arabic text written primarily about spiritual development might reach a medieval European reader who tried to follow it as practical chemistry instructions, producing baffling and dangerous results. The symbolic language also permitted creative ambiguity that protected alchemists from dangerous accusations. During periods of religious intolerance, writing that could be read multiple ways provided safety. If challenged about potentially heretical ideas, one could always claim the text was merely about chemical procedures, not theological speculation. If accused of fraud, one could insist the writing was symbolic spiritual instruction, not literal promises about making gold. Some alchemists, particularly in later periods, used the symbolic language almost as a meditation practice. The act of encoding knowledge in symbols, or decoding others' symbolic texts, became a form of contemplative exercise. Wrestling with meaning, holding multiple interpretations simultaneously, and developing the mental flexibility to see connections between seemingly unrelated domains. All of this trained the mind in ways practitioners found valuable, regardless of whether they ever succeeded at transmutation. As you drift toward that threshold between waking and sleeping, let's explore how alchemy gradually transformed into chemistry, how the mystical became methodical, and the symbolic gave way to the systematic. The transition wasn't sudden or complete. Throughout the 17th century, natural philosophers, the era's scientists, often worked in both modes. They might spend mornings attempting transmutation experiments, and afternoons measuring gas pressures or calculating planetary orbits. The boundaries between alchemy, chemistry, physics, and even theology remained fluid. Isaac Newton, now remembered primarily for physics and mathematics, devoted enormous energy to alchemical investigation. His private papers, unpublished during his lifetime, contain extensive notes on alchemical texts and records of his own experiments. For Newton, alchemy represented an attempt to understand nature's fundamental forces, the same goal that motivated his work on gravity and motion. He saw no contradiction between calculating planetary orbits and attempting to transmute metals. Both were investigations into God's natural laws, but certain developments began distinguishing chemistry from alchemy. The crucial shift was toward precise measurement and quantification. Alchemists had always observed their materials carefully, but chemical pioneers started weighing everything: reactants before mixing, products after reactions, and even gases that escaped during processes. This obsessive measuring revealed patterns that qualitative observation missed. When you measure carefully, you discover conservation. Matter doesn't disappear or appear magically during reactions. It transforms while maintaining constant total weight. This was devastating for certain alchemical claims while validating others. The idea that lead could become gold looked increasingly doubtful, when precise measurements showed that such transformations never actually produced weight changes, consistent with one element becoming another. Yet the reality of chemical reactions, where new substances emerge with completely different properties than their starting materials, was confirmed and extended. The development of better apparatus accelerated this transition. Improved vacuum pumps allowed studying gases more carefully. More precise thermometers enabled maintaining specific temperatures. Better balances detected tiny weight changes. Standardized glassware made experiments more reproducible. The physical conditions of laboratory work were becoming more controlled, and with greater control came more reliable results. Antoine Lavoisier, working in late 18th century France, exemplifies chemistry's emergence as a modern science. He demolished phlogiston theory, the idea that combustible materials contained a fire element released during burning, by showing that burning actually involved combination with oxygen, and that careful weighing proved this. His insistence on precise measurement, systematic experimentation, and clear nomenclature helped establish chemistry as a distinct discipline with standardized methods. The language changed along with the methods. Chemical nomenclature became more systematic, describing compounds based on their composition rather than using traditional alchemical names or symbols. Vitriol became sulfuric acid. Sal ammoniac became ammonium chloride. The transition from poetic symbolic names to descriptive systematic terminology marked a fundamental shift in how practitioners thought about their materials. Professional organisation changed too. The old model of master alchemists working in private laboratories, occasionally taking apprentices, gave way to university positions, scientific societies, and published research in specialised journals. Priestley, Cavendish, Scheele, and others were discovering new gases, new elements, and new compounds, and immediately publishing their methods and results for others to verify and extend. The solitary seeker became the collaborative researcher, yet alchemy didn't simply die. It persisted, transformed in several forms. Some practitioners continued traditional alchemical work, seeing themselves as guardians of ancient wisdom that modern materialist science had abandoned. Organisations like the Rosicrucians and various Hermetic societies maintained alchemical traditions, though increasingly emphasising spiritual rather than material aspects. Meanwhile, chemistry absorbed alchemy's techniques and questions while discarding its theoretical framework. The careful distillations, the specialised apparatus, the patient observation of material transformations, all of this persisted and developed further. What changed was the explanatory framework, the theoretical understanding of what was actually happening during chemical reactions. The 19th century's chemical triumphs, the periodic table organising elements, molecular theory explaining how atoms combine, and analytical techniques identifying substances, provided frameworks for understanding that alchemists had lacked. It turned out lead couldn't become gold through chemical means because elements are fundamental. They can't be transformed into each other by chemical processes. The alchemists weren't fools, but they were working without crucial information about matter's actual structure. Interestingly, 20th century physics achieved what alchemists had claimed was possible: actual transmutation of elements. Nuclear reactions can indeed transform lead into gold by altering atomic nuclei. The cost and difficulty make it completely impractical, but it's theoretically and practically possible. So in a strange sense, the alchemist's dream was valid, just achievable only through means they never imagined, requiring understanding matter at scales far beyond what their apparatus could access. The transformation from alchemy to chemistry illustrates how scientific understanding develops. Alchemy wasn't entirely wrong. It correctly identified that substances could transform into other substances, that matter had hidden properties that careful investigation could reveal, and that systematic practice could produce reliable results. What it lacked was the correct theoretical framework for explaining observations and predicting outcomes. Once that framework developed, chemistry could progress rapidly while alchemy became history. Now, as your breathing slows and your thoughts begin that pleasant drift toward dreams, let's consider what the alchemical quest means for us today, centuries after the last serious attempts at transmuting lead into gold. The obvious legacy is chemistry itself. Modern pharmaceuticals, material science, industrial processes, and environmental analysis. Every time you take a medicine, appreciate a colourful synthetic fabric, or rely on a battery, you're benefiting from knowledge that traces back through chemistry to alchemy. The techniques developed by those patient practitioners, watching their vessels and tending their furnaces, evolved into methods that shape contemporary life. But something deeper persists too. The alchemical quest was ultimately about transformation, and that remains profoundly human. We still seek ways to transform ourselves through education, therapy, spiritual practices, and physical training. We pursue transformations of our societies through political movements, technological innovation, and cultural evolution. The specific goal of turning lead into gold may be abandoned, but the underlying dream of transformation continues. Modern science pursues transformations that would have dazzled alchemists. We transform energy into matter in particle accelerators. We transform genetic information, editing DNA to cure diseases or create new organisms. We transform sand and metals into computers that hold libraries worth of knowledge. We even manipulate individual atoms, positioning them precisely using techniques the alchemists couldn't have imagined. In a sense, we've realized their dreams through different paths. The search for life extension continues too, though now through molecular biology, genetic engineering and pharmacology rather than through elixirs. Scientists investigate aging mechanisms, seeking ways to slow or reverse the processes that eventually destroy us. We haven't achieved immortality, but human lifespans have dramatically increased through medical advances that owe their methodology, if not their specific techniques, to alchemy's patient investigation of how substances affect the body. Contemporary interest in alchemy often focuses on its psychological and spiritual dimensions. Carl Jung extensively studied alchemical texts, seeing in them symbols for psychological processes. The alchemical transformation of base metals into gold became, in his framework, a metaphor for psychological development, transforming the crude, unconscious aspects of personality into something more refined and integrated. Whether the alchemists themselves saw their work this way is debatable, but Jung's interpretation gave alchemical symbolism new relevance. Some find in alchemy a reminder that knowledge isn't purely objective and technical. The alchemists believed the practitioner's spiritual state mattered, that you couldn't separate the experiment from the experimenter, and that transformation of matter required transformation of self. Modern science, with its emphasis on objectivity and reproducibility, officially rejects this. A chemical reaction should work the same, regardless of who performs it. Yet anyone who's done laboratory work knows that skill, patience, and even intuition matter. The best scientists, like the best alchemists, bring something personal to their practice that transcends pure technique. The alchemical emphasis on direct experience and hands-on practice remains relevant. You couldn't learn alchemy just from books. You had to actually work in the laboratory, gaining embodied knowledge of how substances behaved, developing sensitivity to subtle changes, and cultivating patience through long processes. This contrasts with modern education's often abstract theoretical approach. There's renewed appreciation for hands-on learning, for knowledge that lives in the body and hands, not just the head. Environmental movements sometimes invoke alchemical language when discussing the transformation of industrial processes, cleaning polluted sites, or developing sustainable practices. The alchemical ideal of working with nature rather than against it, understanding material processes deeply enough to guide them wisely, respects limits while achieving meaningful transformations. This resonates with contemporary efforts towards sustainability. The alchemical tradition reminds us that science has history, that current understanding emerged from long development, and that even seemingly strange or outdated practices often contained valuable insights. Dismissing alchemy as mere superstition misses how it represented the best available attempts to understand matter, how it developed techniques we still use, and how it asked questions we continue pondering. Most fundamentally, alchemy embodies the enduring human conviction that transformation is possible. The world isn't fixed or finished. Matter can be changed, improved, and perfected. So can we. The alchemist standing before their Athanor, patiently working toward that distant goal of the Philosopher's Stone, was enacting a hope that remains central to human experience. The belief that things can be better, that effort and knowledge can elevate existence, and that the ordinary might become extraordinary. A sleep gently beckons. Imagine yourself in an alchemist's laboratory, not from any specific time or place, but from the timeless realm where such spaces exist in our collective imagination. The light is golden and soft, filtering through high windows. Glass vessels catch and hold the light, transforming it into subtle rainbows. The furnace breathes quietly in its corner, maintaining its patient heat. The air here smells of mysteries, incense and minerals, aged parchment and growing things, and the metallic tang of transformation. Nothing feels rushed. Time moves differently in this space, following its own rhythms. A slow drip of distillation, the gradual shift of colour in a sealed flask, the almost imperceptible growth of crystals. These define the pace. On the workbench lie open books with hand-drawn illustrations, symbolic animals, elaborate diagrams, and careful notations in languages you half recognise. The symbols seem to shift slightly when you're not looking directly at them, as though they contain meanings that can't be fixed in place but must be approached sideways, through peripheral vision and intuition. The laboratory is also a garden. Herbs grow in terracotta pots on windowsills, each plant selected for specific virtues. Roses for their essence, rosemary for remembrance, sage for wisdom, and rue for healing. Their living presence reminds you that alchemy worked with nature's processes, not against them. Transformation requires patience, proper conditions, and respect for natural timing. In this laboratory, you understand what the alchemists sought. Not just gold or immortality, though those would be nice. They sought understanding of matter, of transformation, of the hidden connections between all things. They wanted to participate actively in creation's ongoing work rather than being passive observers. They believed humans could collaborate with nature's processes, guiding transformations that elevated both matter and spirit. The vessels on the shelves represent stages of the great work, each containing its own lesson. One holds Negredo, the black stage of dissolution where old forms break down, necessary before anything new can emerge. Another contains Albedo, the white stage of purification where essential qualities separate from dross. A third glows with Citrinitas, the golden yellowing that promises approaching completion. And somewhere, perhaps still in process, the Rubedo awaits, the red of perfection, of transformation completed. You understand now that the alchemist's laboratory was always two places at once. An actual workspace with real apparatus and materials, and a symbolic space representing inner transformation. The external work of purifying substances mirrored the internal work of refining consciousness. The patience required for long chemical processes cultivated spiritual patience. The failures and setbacks in the laboratory taught humility and persistence. Success, when it came, arrived as much from personal growth as from technical skill. The Philosopher's Stone, you realise in this drowsy state between waking and dreams, was never just a magical object. It represented perfected understanding, the state where the alchemist had so completely mastered their practice, so thoroughly transformed themselves that transformation of materials became almost effortless. The stone was the practitioner's own perfected skill and wisdom, accumulated through years of patient work, and the elixir of life? Perhaps it was never meant to be swallowed. Perhaps it was the practice itself, the engagement with meaningful work, the pursuit of understanding, the connection to traditions stretching back millennia, the sense of participating in something larger than oneself. The alchemists who devoted themselves to the great work often lived with an intensity and purpose that gave their days a richness ordinary life lacked. Maybe that was its own form of immortality. In this dream laboratory, time collapses. Jabir ibn Hayyan works at one bench, carefully recording observations in precise Arabic script. Albertus Magnus tends a distillation at another, occasionally making notes for his students. Maria the Jewess adjusts her double boiler, checking the temperature with experienced fingers. Paracelsus crushes minerals in a mortar, preparing medicines that will genuinely heal. They work companionably, these figures from different centuries and cultures united by their shared quest. They're not competing or hoarding secrets now. In this timeless space, they share knowledge freely, each contributing their piece to the great puzzle of understanding matter and transformation. The symbolic language they once used to obscure becomes a bridge, connecting insights across cultures and epochs. The green lion, the red dragon, the philosophical Mercury. These symbols let them communicate experiences that ordinary words can't quite capture. Through the laboratory windows you glimpse gardens and wilderness beyond. The natural world that was always alchemy's true teacher. The alchemists learned by observing natural transformations, ore to metal, grape to wine, and seed to flower. Their laboratory work was an attempt to understand and consciously guide processes that nature performed spontaneously. They weren't trying to break nature's laws, but to discover and work within them. The furnace glows steady and warm, neither too hot nor too cold. It's maintained this perfect balance for centuries, maybe forever. Its patient heat represents what the alchemists knew. Transformation requires sustained, gentle effort over time. You can't hurry the great work. Flash and force accomplish nothing, but steady application, proper conditions and sufficient time can achieve what seems impossible. On a shelf you notice a row of sealed vessels, each containing materials at different stages of transformation. Some have been here for days, others for months, and some perhaps for years. Each opens at its proper time, not a moment sooner. The sealed vessel, vas hermeticum, the hermetic vessel, protects transformations in progress from outside interference. Some processes need isolation and protection. Until they reach completion, you feel yourself becoming drowsy, the laboratory's golden light softening further. The gentle sounds, liquid dripping, furnace breathing, occasional clink of glass, become a lullaby. This is a good place to rest. The great work continues whether you wake or sleep, proceeding at its own pace, requiring nothing from you now except trust in the process. The alchemists understood something we sometimes forget. Not everything worth doing can be finished quickly. Some achievements require years, decades, or even lifetimes of patient effort. The work itself becomes the reward, the daily practice, the gradual accumulation of skill and understanding, and the small advances that slowly compound into mastery. They also knew that failure was part of the process. Most experiments didn't succeed. Most attempts to create the Philosopher's Stone or the Elixir of Life produced only colourful disasters, expensive messes, or nothing at all. But each failure taught something. The alchemists learned what didn't work, which was often more useful than knowing what theoretically should work. Knowledge grew through a patient accumulation of both successes and instructive failures. As your consciousness drifts towards sleep, the laboratory around you becomes less defined, its edges softening into dream. But certain truths remain clear. Transformation is possible. Matter can change its form while retaining its underlying essence. So can we. The person you are today contains the potential for the person you might become. just as lead theoretically contained gold, or at least the alchemists believed it did, and their belief led them to develop chemistry. Patience matters. Nothing worth achieving happens instantly. The most profound transformations require time, attention, and sustained effort. Quick fixes rarely last, but patient work, returning day after day to your practice, accumulates into genuine change. Process and outcome intertwine. The alchemist seeking gold learned chemistry. The practitioner pursuing the elixir developed pharmacology. The mystic investigating symbolic transformations gained psychological insight. The journey shapes the traveller as much as the destination. Everything connects. The alchemists weren't wrong to see connections between metals and planets, between laboratory work and spiritual practice, and between microcosm and a macrocosm. They were recognizing a deep truth. Reality is interconnected in ways that rigid categorical thinking misses. The boundaries between disciplines, between matter and spirit, between inner and outer, these are useful fictions, not fundamental truths. Mystery remains. For all that modern science has explained, much remains unknown. We've mapped matter down to quarks and leptons, but consciousness remains mysterious. We've decoded DNA, but life's emergence is still puzzling. We've calculated the universe's age, but its ultimate nature remains debatable. The alchemist's humility before mystery, their recognition that knowledge was always partial and understanding always incomplete, deserves remembering. The vessels on the shelves shimmer and fade as sleep takes you. Their contents continue their slow transformations, whether observed or not. The great work proceeds. Somewhere, in laboratories around the world, people are still investigating transformations, different methods, different goals, but the same fundamental human drive to understand, to change, to elevate matter and spirit towards something better. The alchemists would recognize this continuity. They understood that knowledge was collective and cumulative, that each generation built on previous work, and that today's impossible might become tomorrow's routine. They stood in a tradition that stretched behind them to Egyptian temples and ahead to laboratories they couldn't imagine. We stand in that same tradition, connecting past and future through present practice. As you finally slip into sleep, a last image, that ancient symbol, the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, beginning and end meet. Transformation is circular, not linear. What dissolves will reconstitute. What breaks down will rebuild. What seems like an ending is really another beginning. The great work never truly finishes. It just continues in new forms, new context, and new practitioners taking up tools their predecessors laid down. Sleep now. Dream of furnaces and vessels, of patient transformations, of substances changing their nature while retaining their essence. Dream of the long chain of seekers stretching back through centuries, each contributing their piece to understanding. Dream of gardens where herbs grow under careful tending, of libraries where ancient texts preserve hard-won wisdom, of laboratories where careful observation reveals nature's patterns. The alchemists are sleeping too, those patient workers of transformation. But their work continues in every chemistry lab, every pharmaceutical company, and every material science experiment. It continues in every garden where someone tends plants, in every kitchen where ingredients transform into meals, and in every mind where learning transforms ignorance into understanding. The great work is never finished because there's always more to learn, more to discover, and more to understand. The philosopher's stone remains eternally just beyond reach, which is perhaps exactly as it should be. The seeking matters more than the finding. The question matters more than the answer. The transformation of the seeker matters more than the discovery of the sought. Rest easy. The furnace burns steadily. The vessels contain their slow miracles. Time unfolds at its own pace. All is well in this laboratory between waking and dreams, where ancient wisdom meets eternal questions, where the possible and impossible blur together, and where transformation is always just beginning. The golden light fades to comfortable darkness. The sounds of the laboratory become the sound of your own breathing, steady and slow. the scent of transformation becomes the familiar smell of your pillow and blankets. But somewhere in your sleeping mind, the laboratory remains always accessible, always inviting, always offering the promise that transformation of matter, of spirit, of understanding remains possible. The alchemists knew this truth. We are all works in progress, materials being slowly refined, moving through our own stages from nigrido through albedo to rubedo, from dissolution through purification to perfection. The great work applies to substances in vessels and to consciousness itself. We are simultaneously the alchemist and the material, the practitioner and the practice, the seeker and the sought. Sleep deeply, transform while you rest. Tomorrow you'll wake changed in small ways, continuing your own great work, your own patient transformation. The alchemists would approve. They understood that the most important laboratory is consciousness itself, and the most crucial transformation happens within. Good night. May your dreams be golden and your rest transformative. The great work continues, as it always has and always will, in laboratories both physical and imaginal, tended by practitioners both waking and sleeping, pursuing that eternal quest to understand, to change, to elevate, to transform the base into the precious, the crude into the refined, and the ordinary into the extraordinary. Tonight, you're about to embark on a journey through humanity's oldest tradition, the simple act of making temporary shelter under an open sky. From the first humans seeking refuge beneath the rock overhangs to modern backpackers unzipping nylon tents, camping has shaped who we are as a species. Let's trace this thread through millennia, discovering how each era found its own way to sleep beneath the stars. The sun dips toward distant hills, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. Your feet are wrapped in animal hide, tied with sinew that's surprisingly comfortable once you stop thinking about it. The air smells of pine smoke, wild grass, and something earthy you can't quite identify. Probably the mammoth dung your group uses to keep fires burning when wood runs scarce. This isn't really your cave. Nobody owns caves in this world. You're just borrowing it for the season, the way a bird borrows a branch. Your band of 30 people has claimed this spot because it faces away from prevailing winds and gets morning sun. The overhang keeps rain from reaching the fire pit. A small stream gurgles 20 paces away, close enough for convenience, far enough that you won't attract predators who come to drink. Your sleeping spot is surprisingly sophisticated for something created without hardware stores or online tutorials. You've gathered armfuls of dry grass and piled them against the cave wall, creating a nest that compresses under your weight into something almost mattress-like. Over this, you've draped a hide from the aurochs your hunting party brought down 3 days ago. The hide still smells faintly of the animal, a musk that's not unpleasant, mixed with the smoke from the fire where it was stretched and dried. The cave walls hold secrets. By firelight you can see the paintings your ancestors left, handprints in red ochre, bison rendered in charcoal, and a horse so lifelike it seems ready to gallop into the darkness. Someone painted these during previous camping seasons, and you wonder if they slept in the same spot you've chosen, if they watched the same stars wheel overhead through the cave mouth. As darkness settles, you notice how the fire changes everything. The flames don't just provide warmth, they create a bubble of humanity in the wild night. Outside their reach, you hear the world going about its nocturnal business. An owl's inquiry, something rustling through underbrush, and the distant yip of what might be a wolf or might be your imagination. But here, within the firelight, you're safe enough. The flames have been fed with dry birch bark that crackles pleasantly, sending sparks spiralling up like tiny orange stars. Your dinner was simple. Roots roasted in the coals, some kind of ancient tuber that tastes vaguely nutty when you scrape off the char, and strips of meat from yesterday's kill. No salt, no seasoning, just food that keeps you alive. You've learned to appreciate things for what they are, not what they could be with additions. The meat is chewy but satisfying. The roots fill your stomach with a pleasant heaviness. Around you, the camp settles into evening routines that feel both ancient and timeless. A woman you've known your whole life works on a hand axe, chipping flint with careful, precise strikes. The sound echoes off the cave walls, tap, 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 a rhythm as regular as a heartbeat. She's making tools for tomorrow's work, always thinking ahead. Near the fire, an older member of your group stretches a rabbit hide, scraping it methodically with a bone tool. The repetitive scraping creates its own meditative soundtrack. Children have already dozed off, curled together like puppies on a communal bed of grass and furs. Their breathing is soft and even. You envy them that untroubled sleep, the way they can surrender to unconsciousness without worrying about what might emerge from the darkness. But you're not worried, exactly. You're simply aware. This is your world, and you know its rhythms. The concept of camping doesn't exist in your vocabulary, because this is simply life. You're not escaping civilization for a weekend in nature. You are nature, as much a part of this landscape as the deer that browse in the meadow, or the bears that fish the stream. Your temporary shelter isn't a departure from normal life, it is normal life. In a few weeks, when the hunting grows scarce or the weather shifts, you'll move on. Maybe you'll return to this cave next year, maybe not. The world is large, and there are many good camping spots. As you arrange your sleeping furs, you think about comfort in relative terms. The ground beneath your grass bed is hard, yes, but you've never known a box spring. Your pillow is a leather sack stuffed with moss, and it's perfectly adequate because you have no frame of reference for goose down. The cold seeps up from the earth, but the fire is warm, and your furs are thick. You've achieved what every camper throughout history will strive for: adequate shelter, sufficient warmth, a full belly, and relative safety. Sleep comes gradually, like water rising. You're aware of the fire dying to coals, casting a gentler glow. Someone will wake to tend it in a few hours. There's always someone on fire duty, though you never discuss schedules or shifts. It just happens organically, this cooperation for survival. Your last conscious thought is of the stars visible through the cave mouth, those same stars that will guide travellers and campers for millennia to come, though you have no way of knowing that your simple act of bedding down for the night is the first chapter in a story that will last as long as humanity itself. You're somewhere in Central Asia now, though the concept of Asia or continents means nothing to you. What matters is that the grass here grows thick and green, and where grass grows, herds follow. You're a nomad, and your home is wherever you pitch your yurt at sunset. The yurt itself is an engineering marvel, though you'd laugh if someone told you that. It's just your house, portable and practical. You've helped assemble it so many times that your hands know the work without conscious thought. The lattice walls fold and unfold like an accordion, willow wood lashed together with leather thongs that have been tied and untied 1,000 times. They're soft now, broken in like comfortable shoes. Today's site is good. You've found a slight rise that will drain if it rains, near a stream but not so close that morning mist will leave everything damp. The grass has been cropped short by grazing sheep, your sheep, though ownership is a flexible concept when you live this way. The animals belong to the community as much as any individual. They provide wool, milk and meat, and in their own way they're family. Setting up camp is a dance you know by heart. First, the doorframe goes up, always facing south to catch the sun. Then you and your relatives stretch the lattice walls in a circle, tying them to the doorframe with practiced efficiency. Someone else is already positioning the crown wheel at the centre, that beautiful wooden circle that will support the roof poles. You've always admired it, carved by an ancestor whose name you no longer remember, decorated with patterns that might mean something or might just be decorative. Hard to say after generations of use. The roof poles slot into the crown wheel like spokes in a wheel, and you're always slightly amazed when it all comes together. 70 or 80 poles, each one fitting precisely, creating that distinctive dome shape. Once they're all in place, you drape the felt covering over the frame. The felt is thick, made from wool you processed yourself. beaten and rolled and soaked until the fibres lock together into an almost waterproof fabric. It takes 4 people to lift it, and you grunt with effort as you heave it up and over the frame. The felt has its own smell, a sheepy, lanolin-rich aroma that means home more than any perfume ever could. When you're inside and it rains, you can smell the wet wool, and it's oddly comforting. The felt darkens from tan to brown when water hits it, and you can track the path of raindrops by the colour changes. Inside, you arrange your space with the efficiency of someone who does this regularly. Rugs cover the floor, thick, hand-woven textiles in patterns your grandmother taught you. Red and gold and deep blue, colours achieved through dyes you made from plants and minerals. The rugs provide insulation from the ground and transform the bare earth into something civilised, almost luxurious. Your bed is a low platform on the men's side of the yurt. Yes, there are gendered spaces even in this compact home. The bed is essentially a raised area covered in more rugs and felts, topped with sheepskin that's been tanned until it's butter soft. You've slept on this same sheepskin for years, and it's shaped itself to your body. There's a depression where your hip rests, and a worn spot where your shoulder goes. It's more comfortable than it has any right to be. The centre of the yurt is dominated by the fire pit, though calling it a pit is generous. It's really just a metal brazier, raised slightly off the ground to protect the rugs. Tonight you're burning dried dung. Sounds unpleasant, but it's been sun-dried until it's almost odourless, and it burns with a steady, even heat. The smoke rises through the crown wheel opening, and you've positioned the felt cover so most of it escapes. Most, not all. There's always a faint haze inside the yurt, but you're so accustomed to it that you only notice when you step outside into clear air. Dinner is cooking, mutton stew in a battered copper pot that's travelled with your family for 3 generations. The meat bubbles in salted water with wild onions and whatever greens someone foraged today. Maybe some roots for bulk. The smell is magnificent, rich and savoury, making your stomach rumble even though you ate just a few hours ago. There's also fresh milk from this morning's milking, slightly warm still, with a sweetness that store-bought milk will never achieve. You eat sitting cross-legged on your rugs, using your fingers and a wooden spoon for the broth. The mutton is tough. These sheep are working animals, not bred for tenderness, but it's flavourful in a way that makes you understand why your people have followed herds for countless generations. This meat tastes like the grass the sheep ate, the water they drank, and the wind that blew across the steppes. It tastes like home. After dinner there's tea. Strong black tea churned with milk and salt and butter until it's more beverage than tea. A concoction that sounds bizarre but tastes perfect when you've spent the day in the saddle checking on far-flung livestock. The butter floats on top in golden pools, and you sip carefully to avoid burning your tongue. The warmth spreads through your chest, settling your stomach, preparing your body for sleep. Outside, night has fallen completely. You can hear the sheep settling, their occasional bleating a familiar lullaby. Someone's horse whinnies, probably dreaming of better grass. The wind picks up, and the yurt's felt covering flaps slightly, but the structure holds firm. It's been designed over centuries to withstand winds far stronger than this gentle evening breeze. You arrange your sleeping furs and settle onto your bed platform. The fire has died to coals, casting a warm red glow that catches the metalwork hanging from the yurt's supports. Bridles, cooking implements, and an old sword that's more decoration than weapon. Shadows dance on the felt walls, and you watch them with half-closed eyes, too comfortable to fully surrender to sleep just yet. This is camping, though again, you wouldn't call it that. This is simply life in motion, following the seasons and the grass and the herds. Tomorrow you might pack up and move 5 miles or 50 depending on what the animals need. The yurt will come down in a fraction of the time it took to erect, folded and loaded onto pack animals who know this routine as well as you do. But tonight, you're here, in this spot, under this sky. And that's enough. You're a legionnaire in Germania, and camping has become a military science. Gone are the casual arrangements of your nomadic predecessors. Here, everything is precise and regulated, a testament to Roman organisational genius that turns thousands of men into a functioning city every single night. The march ended an hour ago, but your camp is already taking shape with mechanical efficiency. You're exhausted. 20 miles in full gear will do that, but you know your tasks and muscle memory takes over. The surveyors marked out the camp boundaries while the vanguard was still approaching, using a gromer to ensure perfect right angles, because of course the camp must be rectangular. Circles are for barbarians. Your contubernium, your tent group of 8 men, has been assigned a spot in the 3rd cohort section. You know this spot is precisely measured, exactly large enough for your leather tent with regulation spacing on all sides. No guesswork, no arguing about who gets the better location. Roman military camping is democracy through standardization. The tent goes up with the practiced ease of men who've done this hundreds of times. It's leather, treated with oil until it's almost waterproof, and it smells like a tannery mixed with the sweat of previous owners. The leather is dark brown, almost black in places, scarred and patched but still serviceable. 8 men can raise it in under 10 minutes if properly motivated, and the centurion watching your section provides excellent motivation without saying a word. The frame is simple but effective. Sturdy wooden poles that slot together, supporting a ridgepole that runs the length of the tent. The leather drapes over this skeleton and is pegged to the ground with iron stakes that double as tent pegs and in a pinch weapons. Everything in the Roman military has multiple purposes. Inside, the tent is Spartan. Your sleeping area is a strip of ground barely wider than your shoulders, separated from your tent mates by invisible but strictly observed boundaries. You've laid down your sleeping mat, oiled leather same as the tent, and unrolled your cloak to serve as a blanket. Some men have wool blankets from home, but yours wore out in Gaul, and you haven't bothered replacing it. The cloak is adequate. Your pillow is your pack, positioned carefully to support your neck. Inside the pack is everything you own: a spare tunic, a needle and thread, a whetstone, and some personal items you'd rather not inventory. The pack is lumpy and not particularly comfortable, but it's familiar. You've slept on worse. The tent smells like 8 men who've been marching all day. Leather and sweat and the wool of your tunics, plus whatever everyone ate for lunch. Onions, definitely onions. Someone always has onions. But underneath that is the smell of earth and grass. Reminders that you're still camping despite all this Roman organisation. Outside your tent, the camp is a marvel of engineering. Ditches have been dug around the perimeter, the earth piled into ramparts. Stakes have been placed to discourage cavalry charges. Guard towers are going up at intervals. Wooden scaffolding that seems flimsy, but has been calculated by people who understand stress and load bearing. Roads have been laid out in a perfect grid, because even temporary camps need proper streets. The command tent is already established at the centre, larger and more elaborate than yours, with room for planning and meetings. Cook fires are burning in designated areas, fire safety being apparently important even in the 1st century. You can smell dinner, a grain porridge called pulse, heavy on the barley, with whatever meat the hunters brought in. Maybe some lentils if you're lucky. Roman military food isn't exciting, but it's filling and relatively reliable. Your own fire is a small one shared with your tent mates. You're boiling water to soften your hardtack, the rock-hard, twice-baked bread that's a staple of legionnaire life. The hardtack is so tough it could probably stop a sword, but when you soak it in hot water or wine, it becomes edible. Sort of. You've learned to appreciate food that won't spoil, even if it tries to break your teeth. There's wine, of course. Watered wine, the eternal beverage of Roman soldiers. It's sour and thin, but it's safer than water from questionable sources, and it contains just enough alcohol to take the edge off a long day. You drink it from a wooden cup worn smooth by countless hands, wondering whose cup this was before it became yours. Equipment circulates through the legion like water through an aqueduct. As darkness falls, the camp transforms. Torches are lit along the main roads, creating pools of flickering light. Sentries take their positions, their silhouettes visible on the ramparts. You can hear the low murmur of thousands of men settling in, conversations in dozens of accents because the Legion draws from across the Empire. Latin is the common tongue, but you catch snippets of Gallic, Germanic dialects, and even some Greek from the Eastern recruits. Your tent mate Marcus is sharpening his gladius, the rhythmic scrape of stone on metal a sound as Roman as eagle standards. He's meticulous about his weapons, the kind of soldier who probably arranges his gear alphabetically. Another man, you think his name is Gaius, but half the Legion is named Gaius, is mending a tear in his tunic, his thick fingers surprisingly deft with the needle. You're too tired for conversation, which is fine because nobody expects it. The day's march has drained everyone, and tomorrow will bring more of the same. This is campaigning season, which means camping season, which means your life is an endless cycle of march, dig, sleep, repeat. But there's something comforting about the routine. You know exactly what tomorrow will bring. You know the camp will be broken down in reverse order of its construction, everything packed and loaded with the same efficiency that erected it. You know that wherever you march, the next camp will look exactly like this one, down to the spacing of the tents and the angle of the ramparts. You lie back on your leather mat, your head on your lumpy pack staring at the tent ceiling. The leather glows slightly from nearby campfires, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow. Outside, someone starts singing. A marching song you've heard 1,000 times, but the familiarity is soothing rather than annoying. Sleep comes quickly in the Legion. Your body is tired enough that comfort becomes negotiable. The ground is hard, yes, but you're horizontal and relatively warm. The sounds of the camp fade into white noise, crackling fires, low conversations, the occasional bark of an officer checking on his men, and the distant challenge of sentries changing watch. This is Roman camping, organised, efficient, a temporary city that will vanish tomorrow as completely as it appeared today. You're not connecting with nature or finding yourself or any of that philosophical nonsense. You're simply a cog in a magnificent machine, sleeping in a regulation tent in a regulation camp, one of thousands of identical tents in hundreds of identical camps across an empire that has turned camping into an art form. And somehow, improbably, it works. You're a pilgrim on the road to Canterbury, and tonight's camping is less about choice and more about necessity. The sun set an hour ago, catching you between towns, and the forest is absolutely not a place you want to be after dark. Fortunately, you found a wayside inn, though calling it an inn might be generous. It's more of a fortified barn with delusions of hospitality. The building is timber-framed with wattle and daub walls, and it leans slightly to the left in a way that should be concerning but apparently isn't. Smoke drifts from a hole in the thatched roof because chimneys are for fancy people. A wooden sign creaks in the evening breeze, displaying a faded painting of what might be a swan or might be a deformed chicken. Hard to say. Inside, the common room is exactly what you expected. Low ceiling, rush-covered floor that hasn't been changed in weeks, air thick with smoke, and the smell of too many people in too small a space. A fire burns in the central hearth, more for cooking than warmth, though it's early autumn and the evenings are growing cool. The fire's smoke has nowhere to go except up, where it eventually finds the roof hole, but not before coating everything in a fine layer of soot. You've paid your penny for accommodation, which buys you floor space, and the privilege of not sleeping outside. The inn has no rooms, just this common area where travellers bed down wherever they find space. You stake your claim near the wall, bad for drafts, but good for having something solid at your back, and spread your cloak on the rushes. The rushes are questionable. They're meant to be fresh herbs and grasses that smell nice and absorb spills, but these are old enough to have compacted into a mat that crunches under your weight. When you shift position, things scuttle away underneath. You've learned not to investigate what things. Ignorance in this case is definitely preferable. Your bedding is your cloak, which is wool and has served you well for 3 years. It's heavy with lanolin and absorbs water like a sponge, which would be problematic except that the lanolin also makes it somewhat water resistant. A paradox you've never fully understood. The cloak smells like sheep and smoke and the road, a combination that's become synonymous with travel. The innkeeper's wife is serving dinner, a pottage of uncertain composition. It's thick and brown and contains beans, definitely, plus chunks of something that might be turnip or might be parsnip. There are also unidentified bits of meat that could be chicken, rabbit, or something the cat dragged in. You've learned not to ask questions about medieval inn food. It's hot, it's filling, and it probably won't kill you, which is all you can reasonably expect. You eat from a wooden bowl that's shared among guests, rinsed between users in a barrel of water that's been used for this purpose all day. The spoon is also communal, worn smooth by countless mouths. The pottage tastes like salt and onions and not much else, but after a day of walking it's delicious. You sop up the last bits with dark bread that's already going stale, but softens nicely when dipped in the broth. There's ale, of course. Everyone drinks ale because water is dangerous and wine is expensive. This ale is cloudy and yeasty, and served in a clay cup that's chipped but cleanish. It's not the best ale you've ever had. That honour goes to the monastery brew 3 days back, but it's wet and contains alcohol, which is the point. Around you, the common room fills with other travellers. There's a merchant with his servant, both keeping careful watch on their packs. A friar sits in the corner, fingernail, rosary beads clicking softly as he prays. 2 young men who might be students or might be thieves, the categories aren't mutually exclusive, are arguing about something theological in terrible Latin. A woman travelling alone, which is unusual enough to draw curious looks, sits near the fire with her hood up. The innkeeper, a massive man with a beard that could house small birds, makes his rounds with a staff that's ostensibly for stoking the fire, but clearly doubles as crowd control. His wife brings more ale, more bread, her movements practised and efficient. They've been running this inn for decades, and it shows in the casual competence with which they manage a room full of strangers. As night deepens, people settle into their sleeping spots. You've laid your pack under your head, less comfortable than a pillow, but less likely to disappear while you sleep. Your belt pouch with your few coins stays on your body, hidden under your tunic. Everything else is acceptable loss if someone decides to steal it, though your staff rests within easy reach, just in case. The fire dies to coals, casting the room in shifting shadows. The innkeeper extinguishes most of the tallow candles, tallow being expensive, leaving only the firelight. The room grows darker, and with darkness comes the sounds of people settling for sleep. Coughing, shifting, the rustle of fabric. Someone snores immediately, a rattling sound that suggests medical intervention might be wise. You arrange yourself on your cloak, using your pack to support your head and shoulders. The floor is hard, the rushes barely providing cushioning, but you're warm enough with your body heat and the residual warmth from the fire. Your fellow travellers are close enough that you can hear them breathing, which is either comforting or disturbing depending on your perspective. Sleep doesn't come easily in medieval inns. There are too many noises, too many people, and too many unknowns. You doze fitfully, aware of movement around you, of the woman by the fire-shifting position, of the students finally quieting down, and of someone getting up to relieve themselves in the yard outside. But this is camping, medieval style. You're under a roof, which is better than the forest. You're relatively warm and dry. You've eaten. Tomorrow you'll continue your pilgrimage, but tonight you're here, sharing space with strangers, all of you travelling your separate paths, but bedding down together for this one night. The snoring continues. Someone mumbles in their sleep. The fire pops. A dog that's been sleeping by the hearth scratches itself enthusiastically. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell rings the hour. You've lost count of which hour. You pull your cloak tighter and close your eyes, accepting medieval camping for what it is. Uncomfortable, crowded, vaguely hazardous, but infinitely better than the alternatives. And in the morning, you'll pay another penny for bread and ale, gather your belongings and continue down the road to Canterbury, one night closer to your destination. You're in the northern forests of what will someday be called Wisconsin, though that name and the borders it implies mean nothing to you. What matters is that this is good maple sugaring territory, and spring has arrived with its promise of sweet sap and renewal. Your wigwam sits in a grove of maples, positioned to catch morning sun and sheltered from prevailing winds by a helpful ridge. The structure is beautiful in its simplicity, a dome of bent saplings covered with birch bark, the bark's white exterior bright against the dark forest floor. You helped build this temporary shelter 2 days ago, and you'll take it down again when the sugaring season ends. The saplings form the frame, young green wood that bends easily when fresh cut. You've arranged them in a circle, stuck their ends in the ground, then bent the tops together and lashed them with basswood cordage you made last summer. The result is a perfect dome, structurally sound and surprisingly roomy inside. The birch bark covers the frame in overlapping sheets, held in place with more cordage and weighted with strategically placed stones. Inside, the wigwam is cosy. The floor is covered with woven mats made from cattail reeds, their dried grass smell mixing with the birch bark's subtle, wintergreen scent. Your sleeping platform is raised slightly, just enough to keep you off the cold ground, and it's covered with furs you tanned yourself. Deer, beaver, and a beautiful bear pelt you traded for 3 winters ago. The fire pit sits in the centre, though you're careful to keep fires small. Smoke rises through the opening at the top of the dome, and you've arranged the bark covering so drafts draw the smoke up and out efficiently. The fire is burning birch. The bark catches instantly. The wood burns clean and hot, and you're boiling sap in a clay pot that's seen many sugaring seasons. The sap bubbles gently, steam rising, filling the wigwam with the sweet smell of maple. It takes 40 parts sap to make 1 part syrup, which means endless hours of tending the fire, adding sap, watching the level, and preventing scorching. It's meditative work, the kind that lets your mind wander while your hands stay busy. You've eaten well today. This morning brought trout from the stream, caught in a weir you built when you first arrived. The fish cooked beautifully over the fire, their skin crispy and charred, their flesh flaking into sweet white pieces. You supplemented this with wild leeks. The forest floor is carpeted with them right now, sautéed in bear fat until they were soft and golden. For tonight's dinner, you have venison from a deer taken 3 days ago, the meat preserved by cold smoking. You're roasting it on sticks positioned carefully over the coals, turning them occasionally to ensure even cooking. The fat drips into the fire, causing brief flare-ups that char the meat's exterior while keeping the inside tender. The smell is magnificent, smoky and rich and slightly sweet from the maple steam. There's also tea, though you wouldn't call it that. You've steeped spruce tips in hot water, creating a brew that tastes like the forest smells, piney and slightly medicinal, high in vitamin C, though you don't think of it in those terms. You just know it makes you feel good, especially after a long winter. You drink it from a wooden cup smoothed by years of use, its rim worn to velvet softness. As night falls, the forest comes alive with sounds. An owl calls from somewhere to the north, its voice carrying through bare branches. Something rustles in the undergrowth, probably a raccoon investigating your camp for dropped food. In the distance, wolves howl, but they're far enough away that you're unconcerned. Wolves generally avoid human settlements, and your fire keeps most curious animals at bay. You tend the sap pot one final time before bed, adding more liquid and adjusting the fire to maintain a gentle boil. The sap will cook through the night, reducing slowly, transforming from a thin, barely sweet liquid into the thick syrup that makes spring sugaring worthwhile. Someone will need to wake periodically to tend it, and tonight that someone is you. Your sleeping area is ready. The bear pelt is soft and warm, and you've layered it over several deer hides for insulation from the ground. You have a rolled hide that serves as a pillow stuffed with dried grass and sweetgrass that releases fragrance when you shift position. Everything smells like wood smoke, which has permeated every fibre and hide you own. Before sleep, you perform the small rituals that mark the day's end. You bank the fire carefully, ensuring it will burn steadily but safely. You check your supplies, dried corn, smoked fish, and the maple syrup from previous boiling sessions. You hang your food in a tree away from camp, high enough that bears can't reach it. Spring bears are hungry after their winter sleep, and you respect their needs while protecting your own. The wigwam is dark now except for the fire's glow, which creates dancing shadows on the birch bark walls. The bark's inner side is golden brown, smooth and slightly translucent where it's thin. You can see the pattern of lenticels, the horizontal lines that mark the bark's growth. It's beautiful in an understated way, this natural material that keeps you dry and warm. You lie on your furs wrapped in a robe you made from rabbit pelts sewn together. Dozens of rabbits, their soft fur creating a blanket that's lighter than anything else you own but remarkably warm. The wigwam holds heat well, the dome shape trapping warm air near the top while you sleep in comfort below. Sleep comes easily here. The forest is home, and its sounds are lullabies. The sap pot bubbles, the fire crackles. Something small scurries across the roof, probably a squirrel investigating the bark. The wind moves through the treetops with a sound like distant water. This is camping in perfect balance with the environment. You're not conquering nature or escaping from civilization. You're part of the forest's rhythm, taking what you need while giving back through careful stewardship. In a few weeks, when the sap stops running, you'll dismantle the wigwam, cache the bark for next year, and move on to other seasonal camps. But tonight, you're here, warm and fed, sleeping in a shelter that works with nature rather than against it. The sugar making will continue for another week, maybe 2. Each night will be like this one, tending the fire, watching the sap reduce, and sleeping in comfortable simplicity. And when you finally pack your syrup into bark containers and head home, you'll carry with you not just food, but the memory of these peaceful nights in the maple grove, camping as your people have camped for countless generations. You're somewhere in the Pacific, aboard a ship that's been at sea for longer than you care to remember, and tonight you're finally making landfall on an island that doesn't appear on any map. The expedition's naturalist is practically vibrating with excitement. You, the expedition's surveyor, are just grateful to sleep on something that isn't moving. The beach camp goes up quickly despite everyone's exhaustion. Tents are hauled from the ship's stores, proper canvas tents, not the leather affairs of Roman legions. These are products of the 18th century, treated with linseed oil until they're waterproof and smell like an oil painting studio. The canvas is heavy, requiring 4 men to manage each tent, but once erected it's remarkably sturdy. Your tent is larger than most, accommodating your surveying equipment and the precious maps and notes you've been compiling. The expedition commander insisted you have a proper workspace, understanding that accurate mapping is crucial to successful exploration. The tent's ridgepole is actual timber, not flimsy wood, and the whole structure is guyed with proper rope, each line positioned at angles you calculated to distribute stress evenly. Inside, you've arranged your space with as much civilization as possible. Your cot is a folding canvas affair, surprisingly comfortable after months in a hammock. You've spread a wool blanket over it, plus your own sleeping roll for extra warmth. The island nights are cooler than you expected despite being in tropical latitudes. Your surveying equipment sits on a folding table. Sextant, compass, chronometer, spare pencils, and the waterproof map case containing months of careful work. Everything has its place, secured against the possibility of tropical storms or curious wildlife. You've already spotted something that might be a giant rat, and you have no desire to discover your notes turned into nesting material. The beach itself is spectacular. White sand that squeaks when you walk on it, palm trees leaning at artistic angles, and waves rolling in with hypnotic regularity. But you're a surveyor, not a poet, so what you notice is the grade of the beach, the high water marks, the composition of the sand and the angle of the sun. Everything gets noted, sketched and measured. The commander wants thorough records, and thorough is what you provide. The expedition's cook has set up a proper kitchen area, complete with iron pots suspended over fire pits dug in the sand. Tonight's dinner is salt pork, always salt pork, but he supplemented it with fresh fish the crew caught this afternoon, and some kind of fruit the naturalist declared edible after careful examination. The fruit tastes like a pineapple had an affair with a mango, sweet and fibrous and unlike anything in European markets. You eat sitting on a crate using a proper plate and utensils because the commander insists on maintaining standards even in wilderness camps. The pork is salty and tough, but the fish is magnificent. Firm white flesh that flakes perfectly, slightly sweet, unlike any European fish. The cook has somehow produced bread, though you suspect it's the last of the ship's stores. By tomorrow you'll be eating ship's biscuit again, but tonight there's actual bread. There's also rum, because what 18th century naval expedition would be complete without rum? It's mixed with lime juice to prevent scurvy, though you suspect the real goal is to make the rum last longer. You drink it from a tin cup, the metal warm from being near the fire, and feel the alcohol spread through your tired body like gentle warmth. The sun sets spectacularly, painting the sky in colours that make you wish you had the artist's skill rather than the surveyor's. The naturalist is sketching frantically, trying to capture the local bird species before darkness makes observation impossible. The ship's doctor is examining plants, comparing them to his medical texts, and muttering about potential remedies. Everyone is working, even in camp, even at day's end, because that's what explorers do. As darkness falls, the beach transforms. Bioluminescent plankton in the surf creates sparkles where waves break, like liquid stars. The effect is so beautiful it's almost unnerving. The naturalist takes samples, of course, storing them in jars for later examination. You make notes about the phenomenon, including an attempted sketch that captures none of the magic but will serve as data nonetheless. Your tent is dark except for a lantern hung from the ridgepole, whale oil burning in glass, casting steady yellow light. The canvas walls glow softly, and you can see shadows of movement outside as crew members settle into their own tents, or gather around fires to swap stories. Sleep should come easily after the day's exertions, but you're too aware of where you are. This island is unmapped, unexplored by Europeans, and home to who knows what. Every sound is potentially significant. The rustle of palm fronds could be wind, or could be something moving through the trees. The distant crash could be surf, or could be something large and interested in your camp. You lie on your cot, still partially dressed, because undressing in a tent seems both impractical and presumptuous. Your surveying equipment is within reach. Your pistol, unloaded as per regulations, sits on the table. You tell yourself you're being paranoid, that the island is probably perfectly safe, and that the armed guards posted around camp are just precautionary. The canvas tent walls breathe with the wind, in and out like the island itself is respiring. The smell is a mixture of linseed oil, canvas, your own sweat, and something tropical and floral that drifts in from the forest. Not unpleasant, just unfamiliar. Everything here is unfamiliar. This is exploration-era camping, structured, scientific, and equipped with the finest equipment the 18th century can provide. You're not surviving, you're documenting. You're not escaping civilization, you're extending it to new territories. And yet, lying here in the darkness, listening to waves and wind and unknown creatures, you feel simultaneously powerful and vulnerable. You have technology and knowledge and proper canvas tents, but the island has time and mystery and the weight of unknown centuries. Sleep finally comes, fitful and populated with dreams of maps. In the morning you'll begin the systematic surveying that is your purpose here, but tonight you're camping on the edge of the unknown, safe in your tent, armed with your instruments, ready to transform mystery into measurement one careful observation at a time. You're in the Lake District, and it's 1800 and something, and you've come to nature seeking inspiration, solace, or possibly just an escape from London's coal smoke and social obligations. Your tent is pitched near a lake that reflects clouds like a mirror, and everything feels properly poetic. This is genteel camping, which means you've brought entirely too much equipment. Your tent is a proper bell tent, spacious enough to stand in, with a centre pole that required 2 servants to wrestle into position. The canvas is pristine white, because showing up with a dingy tent would be simply unthinkable. You've carpeted the interior with oriental rugs that probably cost more than the local shepherd earns in a year. Appearances matter, even in wilderness. Your bed is not a simple cot, but a proper folding bedstead with an actual mattress, albeit a thin one. You've covered it with fine linens, a quilt from home, and several cushions for reading comfort. Because yes, you've brought books. Volumes of Wordsworth, naturally, plus some Byron for when you're feeling dramatic. The books rest on a folding bookstand that also holds your journal, ink and quill pens. The tent has been divided into spaces, a sleeping area, a writing area, and a small section for your servant when he's not preparing meals or maintaining camp. Said servant is currently managing the cooking area, which is well away from your tent to avoid smoke and cooking odours. He's producing something that will somehow be both outdoorsy and sophisticated, probably involving fresh trout and local greens prepared with techniques learned in London kitchens. You're dressed for nature appreciation, which means clothes that would be utterly impractical for actual outdoor labour. Your walking suit is fine wool, your boots are leather so soft they'll be ruined by the first serious mud, and you've brought 3 changes of clothing for a 2-day camping trip. But you look the part of a romantic poet or artist seeking communion with nature, which is rather the point. The lake stretches before you, its surface perfectly still in the evening calm. Mountains rise beyond, their peaks catching the last sunlight, while valleys fill with purple shadow. It's the kind of scene that makes people write bad poetry, and you're not immune. Your journal already contains several stanzas that compare the mountains to various emotional states, the lake to the soul's mirror, and the sunset to mortality's fleeting beauty. Tomorrow you'll probably be embarrassed by the writing, but tonight it feels profound. Dinner is served on actual china. Yes, you brought china camping, with proper silver utensils. The trout is pan-fried in butter, accompanied by wild mushrooms your servant identified with confidence you hope is warranted. There's fresh bread from the village bakery, soft cheese and wine that travelled remarkably well in the wagon. You eat sitting on a folding chair that's more furniture than camping equipment, using your lap as a table because you draw the line at hauling a dining table into the wilderness. The wine is excellent, possibly too excellent for outdoor drinking. It's a Bordeaux you've been saving, and the combination of a good wine and mountain air creates a gentle euphoria. You feel connected to everything. The lake, the mountains, the clouds, even the sheep you can hear bleating in distant meadows. This is why you came, to feel things deeply, to experience nature without the numbing barriers of city life. As darkness approaches, your servant lights lanterns, proper oil lanterns with glass chimneys, not primitive rushlights. They cast a warm glow that makes your tent look like something from a fairy tale. You settle into your cushions with Wordsworth and read by lamplight while night settles over the lake. The words resonate differently out here. I wandered lonely as a cloud hits harder when you're actually among clouds and lakes and daffodils. Well, not daffodils currently, wrong season, but the sentiment holds. You understand why the Romantics were obsessed with nature. It's different from books and paintings. It's real in a way that makes London feel like the fiction. Outside, the night is alive with sounds that would terrify you if you were actually alone. Owls call. Something splashes in the lake. The wind moves through trees with a susurration that's either peaceful or ominous depending on your mood. But you're safe in your tent, with your servant nearby, and your lanterns creating a bubble of civilization in the wilderness. You attempt some writing of your own, something about the intersection of nature and the human soul, but it comes out pretentious even by romantic standards. You cross it out and start again. Maybe a simple description of the evening? But simple doesn't feel adequate to capture the experience. You want metaphor, symbolism and depth. You settle for noting the time, the weather, and a promise to yourself to try again tomorrow when the muse might be more cooperative. Your bed is ridiculously comfortable for camping. The mattress is thin but adequate. The linens are soft, and you've arranged pillows to support your back while you continue reading. This is camping as theatre, you realise. You're playing the role of nature seeker, complete with costume and props and a carefully curated experience. But does that make it less meaningful? You're genuinely here, breathing clean air, seeing actual mountains, and experiencing weather without the mediation of walls and windows. The fact that you're doing it in comfort doesn't negate the experience. Wordsworth probably didn't sleep on the ground either. Sleep comes slowly, your mind too full of impressions and wine and attempted poetry. The tent's canvas walls snap gently in the breeze. The lanterns cast shifting shadows. Outside, the lake continues its eternal business of reflecting sky, and mountains stand in stolid testimony to time's passage. This is Romantic era camping, beautiful, slightly absurd and sincere despite its affectations. You're seeking authentic experience through carefully staged circumstances, finding truth through theatrical presentation. And somehow, improbably, it works. When you finally sleep, it's deep and dreamless. Your last conscious thought, a half-formed image comparing yourself to a boat on the lake's surface, adrift but peaceful. In the morning, you'll probably pack up and return to London, your nature retreat complete. But tonight, you're here, camping like a romantic poet, surrounded by beauty and cushions and the wilderness you've come to simultaneously escape into and away from. You're in the Adirondacks in 1910, and camping has become something new, a leisure activity. You're not fleeing anything, not exploring unknown territory, and not seeking spiritual renewal through romantic landscapes. You're simply camping for fun. Because you can. Your tent is from Abercrombie & Fitch, which in this era means serious outdoor outfitters, not mall clothing stores. It's the latest model. Waterproof cotton canvas, a sewn floor to keep insects out, mosquito netting on the windows, and enough headroom to stand upright. It's also heavy enough to require 2 people to carry, but that's what guides are for. The guide, a local man named Bill who knows these mountains like his own property, has positioned your tent on a slight rise near a lake. He's tied the guy lines with knots you don't recognise but trust completely. The tent is taut as a drum, perfectly level, and positioned to catch morning sun and evening breeze. Bill knows his business. Inside, you've arranged your gear with the efficiency of someone who studied camping manuals. Your sleeping bag is a revelation. Down-filled cotton, compressible, and warm enough for mountain nights. No more piles of heavy blankets or fur robes. This single bag weighs less than your lunch and will keep you warm in freezing temperatures. You have an air mattress, an actual air mattress that you inflate by mouth, though your lungs are protesting the effort. It's rubberized canvas, slightly sticky, and it smells like a bicycle tire. But once inflated and covered with your sleeping bag, it transforms the tent floor from a torture device to an actual bed. Technology is wonderful. Your camping clothing is purpose-built. Wool trousers that won't snag on branches, a flannel shirt that insulates even when damp, and sturdy boots that are finally broken in after a week of painful blisters. You have rain gear made from oiled canvas that's stiff and uncomfortable, but genuinely waterproof. Everything is practical, durable, and designed for actual outdoor use. The camp kitchen is Bill's domain, and he's set it up with practiced efficiency. A folding table holds a 2-burner gasoline stove. No more cooking over open fires like savages. The stove hisses and smells like a refinery, but it boils water in minutes and maintains consistent heat. Bill is using it to cook bacon and beans, a combination that's become camping cuisine's foundation. There's also a Dutch oven buried in coals for biscuits, because Bill believes in mixing modern and traditional methods. The biscuits will be perfect, golden brown, fluffy inside, slightly charred on the bottom, because Bill has made approximately 10,000 biscuits in Dutch ovens and knows exactly how many coals go where. You're eating off enamelware, the speckled blue and white plates and cups that have become synonymous with camping. They're durable, cleanable, and have a satisfying heft. The food is simple but delicious. Bacon cooked until crispy, beans and tomato sauce, biscuits with butter and jam, and coffee so strong it could probably fuel the gasoline stove. The coffee is from a percolator, another modern marvel. You can hear it perking away, the burbling sound promising caffeine and warmth. Bill takes his coffee black and judges anyone who doesn't. You've learned to drink it his way, and after a week in the mountains you've developed a genuine appreciation for coffee that could strip paint. After dinner, you and Bill sit by the fire, a small, well-managed fire, because this is the era when people started understanding forest fire prevention. The fire is more for atmosphere than necessity. You have lanterns for light, and the gasoline stove for heat. But fires are traditional, and some traditions are worth keeping. Bill tells stories, as guides do. Tales of previous clients, narrow escapes from bears, and fish that were definitely larger than the lake they lived in. You're not sure how much to believe, but the stories are entertaining and part of the camping experience you've paid for. Tomorrow he'll take you fishing at a spot he swears nobody else knows about, though you suspect he takes all his clients there. The night sounds are different from previous camping experiences. No wolves, they've been hunted out of these mountains. The sounds are smaller, less threatening. Chipmunks still active at dusk, birds settling for the night, and fish jumping in the lake. Even the wind sounds tame, rustling through pines with a sound like gentle rain. You retire to your tent, lighting a battery-powered lantern. Yes, you have battery-powered electric light while camping. The 1910s are a marvellous time. The lantern casts even, clean light, no flickering, no smoke. You use it to read for a while, a camping guidebook actually, full of tips on outdoor living that you're discovering are mostly common sense. Your sleeping bag is as comfortable as promised. You've changed into pyjamas because camping doesn't mean abandoning all civilization. The air mattress keeps you off the cold ground. The tent blocks the wind. You're warm, dry and comfortable, and will probably sleep better than you do at home. This is recreational camping, the birth of camping as a hobby rather than a necessity. You're experiencing nature in comfort, with equipment designed for the purpose, guided by someone who does this professionally. It's democratic in a way previous camping wasn't. You don't need to be a soldier or explorer or romantic poet. You just need a few weeks' salary for equipment and guide fees. As you drift towards sleep, you think about how camping has changed, from survival to military operation to spiritual seeking to this, recreation, sport, a thing people do because they want to, not because circumstances demand it. And somehow, that feels important. Camping has become accessible, optional, and a choice rather than a necessity. The lake laps at the shore. Bill's snoring comes from his nearby tent. Guides sleep soundly, you've noticed. Your air mattress shifts slightly as you turn, making sounds like a sad balloon. The sleeping bag's down, filling shifts around you, distributing warmth evenly. Tomorrow will bring fishing, probably more stories, and another night under canvas. You'll take photographs with your Kodak brownie, documenting your adventure to show skeptical friends back home. But tonight you're simply here, camping recreationally, part of a new movement that will shape outdoor culture for the next century. And it's pretty wonderful. You're standing in an outdoor equipment store in 1975 and the choices are dizzying. Camping has become an industry, and equipment has evolved beyond anything previous generations could imagine. You're here to upgrade your gear, and the options feel infinite. The tent section alone is overwhelming. Gone are the heavy canvas tents of your childhood. Now there's nylon, polyester and ripstop fabrics in colours that would make a rainbow jealous. Dome tents, A-frame tents, tunnel tents, and geodesic designs that look like geometric puzzles. The salesperson is explaining something about aluminum poles and shock cords, and you're nodding like you understand. You end up with a North Face dome tent, the newest design. It's orange and yellow, weighs less than 8 pounds, and packs into a bag the size of a rolled sleeping bag. When you were a kid, your family's tent weighed 40 pounds and required a station wagon to transport. This one you could carry on a bicycle. The future is remarkable. The sleeping bag section is equally impressive. Down versus synthetic filling, temperature ratings, mummy bags versus rectangular, and zipper configurations that allow bag-to-bag connections for couples. You choose a down bag rated to 20 degrees, in a mummy shape that sounds claustrophobic but promises maximum warmth to weight ratio. And the sleeping pads. Oh, the sleeping pads. Open cell foam, closed cell foam, and self-inflating air mattresses that seem like science fiction. You select a Thermarest, a brand new design that combines foam and air in a self-inflating system. The salesperson demonstrates, open the valve and watch it inflate itself. It's like magic, except it's polyurethane foam and physics. The backpack you choose is an external frame design, an aluminum frame with a nylon pack bag. It has a hip belt that actually transfers weight to your hips instead of destroying your shoulders. It has compression straps, external pockets, and even a built-in rain cover. You remember your father's canvas rucksack with leather straps that would cut circulation after 5 miles? This is so much better. It feels like cheating. For cooking, you've entered the era of backpacking stoves. White gas, butane, propane and multi-fuel designs that burn anything flammable. You choose a simple white gas stove, tiny and efficient, that boils water in minutes and weighs less than a book. Add a nesting pot set in titanium, and suddenly you have a full kitchen that weighs less than a cast iron skillet. The clothing section reveals another revolution. Synthetic fabrics that wick moisture, layer systems designed for varying conditions, and rain gear that actually keeps rain out while allowing sweat to escape. No more cotton that stays wet and steals body heat. No more oiled canvas that weighs 20 pounds when dry and 40 when wet. Everything is light, functional, and engineered. You're trying on hiking boots, leather uppers, Vibram soles, and ankle support without the rigidity of old-style boots. They're pre-broken in through new manufacturing techniques, so you won't suffer the blisters that previous generations accepted as camping's price. They're also expensive enough to make you wince, but the salesperson assures you they'll last 10 years with proper care. A few weeks later, you're in the mountains with your new gear, and it's transformative. The tent sets up in 5 minutes, the poles sliding together and clips snapping onto the fabric with satisfying efficiency. It's taut, symmetrical and actually attractive. You've staked it out properly, and it feels solid enough to withstand serious weather. Inside, you've inflated your sleeping pad. That self-inflating feature still feels like magic. And arranged your sleeping bag. The tent floor is waterproof nylon, with sealed seams keeping moisture out. The walls are breathable fabric that somehow prevents condensation while maintaining weather protection. There's a vestibule for gear storage, keeping your pack and boots out of the sleeping area. Dinner is dehydrated food in foil packets, another modern innovation. Add boiling water, wait 10 minutes, and you have something approximating beef stroganoff. It's not gourmet, but it beats the salt pork and hardtack of previous eras, and it weighs almost nothing, requires no refrigeration, and won't spoil. The astronauts eat similar food, which makes you feel vaguely futuristic. Your stove hisses efficiently, bringing a litre of water to boil in 3 minutes. The fuel bottle is pressurised, the flame adjustable, and the whole system remarkably reliable. You cook in your titanium pot, eat from a plastic bowl with a plastic spoon, and feel appropriately modern. Technology has made camping lighter, easier and more accessible. After dinner you use your new headlamp, a battery-powered light strapped to your forehead, freeing your hands for other tasks. No more fumbling with flashlights or lanterns. The beam is bright, adjustable, and runs on standard batteries. You use it to read your paperback, a luxury previous campers couldn't manage without elaborate lantern setups. The night is comfortable in ways that would astound earlier generations. Your sleeping pad actually insulates you from the cold ground. Your sleeping bags down, filling lofts around you, trapping warm air efficiently. The tent blocks wind while allowing ventilation. You're warm, dry and comfortable, and the total weight of your shelter system is less than 15 pounds. This is the gear evolution in action. Camping equipment becoming lighter, more efficient and more reliable with each decade. What once required pack animals can now be carried by one person. What once meant heavy labour now means simple setup. What once demanded expertise now comes with instructions and colour-coded parts. As you drift towards sleep, you think about how gear has democratised camping. No longer do you need a guide like Bill or servants like the Romantics. You can do this yourself safely and comfortably, with equipment designed to make the experience accessible. Camping has become something anyone can do with moderate fitness and a credit card. The tent fabric breathes softly. Your sleeping bag rustles as you shift position. Outside, the mountains stand eternal, indifferent to the technological progress happening in their shadow. Whether you sleep on fur or foam, under canvas or nylon, the mountains don't care. But you do, and the comfort makes the experience better, not worse. You can appreciate nature without suffering and enjoy wilderness without genuine hardship. Tomorrow you'll hike farther with your lighter pack, cook another space-age meal, and sleep another comfortable night. But tonight, you're simply grateful for R&D departments and gear designers and the steady march of progress that's made camping better with each generation. You're in the present day, somewhere in the backcountry, and despite all the technological advances, one thing remains unchanged: the campfire. You've pitched your ultralight tent, gossamer nylon held up by carbon fibre poles, weighing less than 2 pounds. You've inflated your sleeping pad using an ingenious integrated pump. You've checked your GPS watch, charged via solar panel. But now you're gathering wood, arranging tinder, and doing exactly what humans have done for hundreds of thousands of years. The fire ring is established, a circle of stones placed by previous campers, blackened by countless fires. It's in the perfect spot, close enough to your tent for warmth and light, far enough for safety, and positioned to avoid overhanging branches. Some things require no innovation, because the first people got them right. You build the fire using the methods your grandfather taught you, which his grandfather taught him, stretching back through unbroken generations to those cave dwellers in France. Tinder first, dry grass, birch bark, and the lint from your pocket that seems useless everywhere except here. Then kindling, pencil-thin sticks arranged in a teepee that seems architectural in its precision. Finally, larger wood, split oak that will burn hot and long. The match is a concession to modernity. You could make fire with friction or flint, but that seems like performing primitive skills when you have waterproof matches in your pocket. The tinder catches, flames spreading through the dry grass. The kindling catches, fire climbing upward with crackling enthusiasm. The oak catches, settling into the steady burn that means success. As darkness falls, the fire becomes your world's centre. You've cooked dinner on your efficient backpacking stove, boiled water in 90 seconds, rehydrated a meal in 8 minutes, but now you're just sitting, watching flames, doing nothing productive. This is the part that hasn't changed. Humans have always sat by fires, watching flames dance, finding patterns in chaos. The fire makes sounds, crackling, popping and hissing when sap encounters heat. The wood shifts, settling, sending sparks spiralling upward. The smoke rises and you adjust your position when it follows you, playing the ancient game of fire-sitting that everyone knows. The heat on your face is intense, almost uncomfortable, while your back stays cool in the night air. You turn periodically, rotisserie style, evening out the warmth. Around you, the modern camping experience coexists with timeless elements. Your phone is in the tent, probably out of battery and definitely out of service. Your titanium cup holds tea, fancy loose-leaf tea you brought from home, but tea nonetheless, a hot beverage enjoyed by firelight. Your headlamp hangs from a branch, switched off because firelight is sufficient, sometimes better. You think about the continuum of camping. The cave dweller was watching their fire, keeping predators at bay. The nomad in their yurt, fire burning in the central brazier. The Roman legionnaire, fire providing warmth and community. The medieval pilgrim grateful for the inn's hearth. The indigenous person is transforming maple sap into fire. The explorer, fire marking civilization's edge. The romantic poet with fire providing ambience for contemplation. The 20th century camper, fire supplementing modern equipment. And you, current day camper, fire is still central despite alternatives. The fire is community. Even when you're alone, it's a gathering point, a focal point, the campsite's heart. Tomorrow, when you hike out and return to electricity and gas heat and LED lights, you'll remember this fire. The specific quality of its light, the particular smell of oak smoke, and the way it created a bubble of warmth and safety in the wilderness night. You add another log, adjusting it with a stick to ensure good airflow. The fire responds, flames growing, heat intensifying. You back away slightly, finding the perfect distance where warmth is pleasant rather than overwhelming. This is ancient knowledge, passed down not through books but through experience, encoded in our genes after millennia of fire tending. The stars are visible beyond the fire's light, thousands of them in the unpolluted darkness. Previous campers saw these same stars, though they knew different stories about their patterns. The cave dwellers, the nomads, the legionnaires, all of them looked up and saw the same sky. Light that left those stars thousands of years ago, arriving now to illuminate your modern camping trip. You sip your tea, feeling the warmth spread through your chest. The cup's titanium construction doesn't change the essential experience. Hot beverage, cold night, fire, stars. The details differ across centuries, but the core remains. Humans need shelter, warmth, and food, and somehow we also need this. The opportunity to sleep outside, to be reminded of our animal nature, and to connect with the environment that shaped us. Your tent awaits, high-tech and comfortable. Your sleeping bag will keep you warm to temperatures far below tonight's forecast. Your gear represents centuries of innovation, each piece the result of countless improvements. But the fire is the same fire humans have made since they learned the trick. Same basic chemistry, same primal appeal, same comfort that transcends technology. As the fire dies to coals, you bank it carefully, ensuring it's safe to leave unattended. The coals glow orange, pulsing slightly like they're breathing. You pour the remains of your tea onto the fire's edges, listening to the hiss and watching steam rise. Safety first, even in ancient rituals. In your tent you hear the fire's last sounds, the settling of wood to ash, and the final pops as moisture escapes. The glow is visible through your tent's mesh, a reminder that fire still burns even as you sleep. In the morning, you'll find cold ashes and maybe a few warm coals deep underneath. You'll scatter the ashes, dismantle the fire ring if regulations require, and leave no trace that you were here. But you were here. You camped, participating in humanity's oldest activity, the thing we've been doing since we were barely human. You carried forward the tradition and added your tiny chapter to the story that began in caves and continues in modern wilderness. You slept outside, by choice, by desire, by some urge that transcends rational explanation, and maybe that's the point. Camping isn't rational, it's not efficient, it's not necessary in an age of climate-controlled homes and reliable food supplies. But it's human. It connects us to our history and reminds us where we came from and who we were before cities and agriculture and civilization. It's a thread running from the deepest past to the present moment, unchanged in its essentials despite transformation in its details. As sleep approaches, you're aware of the continuum. You're one camper among billions across history, sleeping under this same sky, warmed by this same fire, seeking this same connection. The gear changes, the methods evolve, the reasons shift, but the act remains. Humans choosing to sleep outside, to camp, to participate in our species' oldest tradition. The fire is out. The stars wheel overhead. The tent breathes with the wind. And you sleep. Another camper in an endless succession, adding your night to the countless nights that came before and the countless that will follow. The story continues, the tradition endures, and the campfire's smoke spirals upward into the darkness, carrying with it the accumulated nights of all who've ever slept beneath the stars. Epilogue tomorrow, you'll return to permanent walls and electric light, to the world of schedules and obligations. But tonight, you're camping, participating in something older than agriculture, older than writing, and older than civilization itself. The tent that shelters you is high-tech nylon, but it's also a cave, a yurt, a wigwam, and every shelter humans ever made. The fire's ashes will scatter on the wind, but the warmth remains, carried forward into morning and all the mornings after. Camping endures because it's essential, not to survival but to memory. It reminds us who we are beneath the modern surface. It connects us to ancestors whose names are lost but whose DNA we carry. Every time we pitch a tent, we honour them. Every time we light a fire, we continue their tradition. Every time we choose to sleep outside, we say yes to something fundamental about being human. The story of camping is the story of humanity in motion, seeking shelter, finding comfort and making home wherever night falls. From prehistoric caves to modern tents, the details change, but the essence remains. We are all of us campers. Some camp daily, some rarely, and some only in memory or imagination. But the capacity is there, encoded in our genes, waiting for the moment when we step away from permanent walls and remember what it meant to carry our homes on our backs, to read weather and clouds, and to sleep with only fabric between us and infinity. As you drift into sleep, the last conscious thought is simple. This is what humans do. This is who we are. Campers. Always have been, always will be. The methods evolve, the equipment improves, but the fundamental act remains unchanged. We make temporary shelter, we light fires, we sleep under stars, we wake to bird song and morning light. We pack our homes and move on. And someday, when camping has evolved into forms we can't yet imagine, when tents are made from materials not yet invented, and fires are perhaps prohibited or obsolete, some human will still feel the urge to step outside permanence, to sleep somewhere new, to participate in the ancient tradition. They'll find their way to do it, whatever technology allows, whatever society permits. Because camping isn't just what we do, it's what we are. The night deepens, the stars shine, and one more camper sleeps beneath them, adding one more night to humanity's oldest story. The story continues, endless and enduring, as long as there are humans and wild places and the inexplicable urge to bring them together for one more night, one more fire, and one more chance to remember where we came from and perhaps glimpse where we're going. The campfire tradition endures, and so do we. Somewhere along the coastlines of ancient Korea, around 2,000 years ago, a woman stood at the edge of a low wooden boat and looked down into green water. She was not wearing any special equipment. She had no tank strapped to her back, no hose feeding air to her lips, no mask beyond a simple frame of glass or shaped wood. She had only her body, her breath, and a lifetime of practice holding both very still. She would have filled her lungs slowly, the way you do before lifting something heavier than expected. Not with panic, but with patience. Then she slipped below the surface and the sea closed over her without ceremony, These women were called the Henyo, and they have been diving along the coasts of Korea and southern Japan for at least 1500 years, possibly much longer. Records from the 3rd century mention them by name, noting that they harvested shellfish and abalone from the seafloor for trade and sustenance. What those records do not mention is how extraordinary it is to do what they did, day after day, season after season, in cold water, without any kind of fuss about it. The underwater world they entered was not the warm, tropical shimmer of a travel brochure. It was the green-grey Korean sea, lit from above like winter light through old glass. The Haenyeo dove to depths of 20 metres or more on a single breath, sometimes staying under for 2 to 3 minutes before surfacing. Over a lifetime of that kind of work, a Haenyeo's body actually changed in measurable ways. Her lung capacity expanded, her blood redistributed during dives in ways that physicians on land would not understand or even think to study for many centuries. What she saw on the seafloor was a garden of rough texture. Urchins bristled along rocks in dense clusters. Abalone gripped stone so firmly that prying one loose required both skill and speed, and no small amount of stubbornness. Seaweed swayed in slow currents like the fronds of a plant in a breeze that has almost stopped. The Haenyeo moved through all of this with practiced efficiency, gathering what she needed, and then kicking hard for the surface and the light. When researchers eventually studied the physiology of experienced Haenyeo in the 20th century, they found something that surprised everyone in the room who had not been paying close attention. The Haenyeo showed a diving reflex so finely tuned that their hearts slowed dramatically the moment they submerged, conserving oxygen with the quiet efficiency of a machine optimized over 1,000 years of use. The Haenyeo tradition continues today, though the number of active divers has declined considerably. The youngest practitioners are now older women. The knowledge passes slowly and with difficulty, the way things do when a skill takes a lifetime to acquire, and the world has decided there might be easier ways to make a living. The tradition carried within it an entire social structure. On Jeju Island, the Haenyeo were often the primary earners in their families. They formed tightly organised work groups with their own hierarchies and codes of conduct, their own designated sea territories, and their own songs sung between dives to steady the breath and mark the rhythm of the working day. These songs were not performed for anyone watching from shore. They were functional, the way a carpenter's whistle is functional, something to keep the body in a useful rhythm while the mind prepares for the next task. The dives themselves had a quality that experienced Haenyeo described in terms that were not about fear. The fear, if it came, was something a young diver either learned to set down before entering the water or kept, and if she kept it, she generally chose a different profession. The experienced diver entering the water felt not fear but a kind of narrowing attention, a gathering of the whole self toward a single purpose. The noise of the world above, the wind and the creaking boat and the voices of the other divers preparing alongside her faded. What remained was the green-blue quiet below, the pressure of the water against her body, and the bright focused goal of the abalone shell gleaming on the rock ahead of her. But the Haenyeo were not alone in their long occupation of the shallow sea. Around the same time, and in some cases much earlier, men and women across the Mediterranean, the Persian Gulf, the Indian Ocean coast and the islands of the Pacific were also making a living beneath the surface. The sponge divers of ancient Greece were among the most documented. Ancient writers described them with a mixture of admiration and frank alarm. Pliny the Elder, writing in the 1st century of the Common Era, described how sponge divers pressed oil-soaked sponges to their faces to improve their visibility underwater. He described how some divers held heavy stones to drag themselves faster toward the bottom, saving precious seconds of breath. He noted that divers carried knives into the water to deal with whatever needed dealing with, and he described various dangerous encounters with a specificity that suggests he was either very well informed or very good at storytelling, possibly both. The sponge divers of the Aegean worked the rocky floors around islands like Kalymnos, which would remain a centre of sponge diving well into the 20th century. The sponges they harvested were not the colourful ornamental kind sold in craft stores. They were dense, dark and functional, used throughout the ancient world for bathing, padding armour, cleaning wounds and a variety of other applications the ancient sources describe with admirable vagueness. A skilled diver could descend to 30 metres on a single breath. At that depth, the pressure of the water against the body is 4 times what it is at the surface. The chest physically compresses, the ribs tighten. Experienced divers knew this as a familiar sensation, a narrowing of the lungs that beginners found frightening but veterans accepted as part of the descent, the way you accept the slight pressure of a seat pressing back as a car accelerates. When these early divers surfaced after a long dive, they made a sound that would be recognised by any modern freediver, a long, slow exhalation through nearly closed lips, clearing the lungs and steadying the heart. The Greeks had a word for this sound. It was called the phusa. There was no science behind the practice. No one had mapped what happened to gas exchange in a human body at depth. No one knew anything about oxygen saturation, or the accumulation of carbon dioxide in the blood, or what 30 metres of water does to nitrogen already dissolved in tissue. The divers knew only that this careful exhalation helped them recover, and that divers who did not perform it properly sometimes felt unwell in ways that were difficult to explain and inconvenient to experience. That difficulty in explaining would persist for a very long time. What strikes you most thinking about these earliest divers is how ordinary it was to them. The Haenyeo did not think of themselves as explorers. The Greek sponge divers were tradespeople, harvesting a product for market the same as a farmer tending a crop. None of them wrote treatises on the wonders of the underwater world. None of them left behind descriptions of what they saw in language that suggests awe or revelation. The seafloor was a place of work. It was cold and dim, and the sponges did not harvest themselves. And yet in the body of every one of these divers something remarkable was happening every single time they submerged. The blood vessels in the extremities constricted, the spleen contracted, releasing a small surge of oxygen-rich red blood cells into circulation. The heart slowed. These are the same physiological responses that allow certain marine mammals, seals and dolphins among them, to stay submerged for far longer than any human. The human body, it turns out, remembers something very old when it meets cold water. It remembers, faintly, a time before lungs were the whole answer. Scientists call this the mammalian diving reflex. It is present in all humans, though far more pronounced in trained divers. When cold water touches the face, the reflex engages automatically, without conscious effort or thought. Your heart rate drops. Your metabolism shifts into a quieter mode. Your body does what it has always known how to do, even if your mind has entirely forgotten. Those ancient divers did not know any of this. They knew only that the sea rewarded patience and punished panic, that the best breath was a slow one, and that the bottom was always farther down than it looked from above. The pearl is one of the oldest luxury items in recorded human history, long before anyone had figured out how to cut a gemstone precisely, or smelt gold into a wearable shape. People were pulling pearls out of the sea and wearing them as evidence of wealth, beauty, and the willingness to go somewhere dangerous in pursuit of something beautiful. This combination has always been persuasive. The ancient Persian Gulf was the centre of the pearl diving world for more than 4,000 years. The waters off the coast of what is now Bahrain were famous throughout the ancient world for the quality and size of the pearls produced there. These were not small seed pearls. These were deep, lustrous, perfectly round specimens that travelled by caravan to Egypt, to Rome, to India, to the courts of emperors who had never seen the sea and would never need to, because the sea was being brought to them. Getting those pearls required a specific kind of courage. The pearl divers of the Gulf worked in teams aboard small wooden boats called sambuk. Each team included divers, rope handlers, and a captain who kept careful account of what came up from the bottom. The diver descended with a woven net bag tied at his neck, a clip of tortoiseshell or bone pressed firmly to his nose to keep water out, and a heavy stone tied to his foot to pull him down faster through water that was often murky with sediment stirred by coastal winds. The dive lasted somewhere between 1 and 2 minutes. The diver walked along the bottom in the limited visibility, allowed by the light filtering down from above, picking oysters by hand and dropping them into the bag. When his lungs began the slow burn of oxygen debt, he tugged on the rope and the men above hauled him up quickly. He broke the surface, expelled his breath in a long controlled rush, and after a short recovery went back down again. He would do this 40 or 50 times a day. The season ran through the hottest months, from May through September, when the Gulf waters were warmest and the diving most productive. This was not a coincidence. Warm water produces more oysters. It also produces more jellyfish, more sharks, and more of the smaller sea creatures that make shallow water life interesting in ways divers found deeply unhelpful. Stonefish, with their venom-laden spines, were a particular hazard. The stonefish is the kind of animal that makes you feel the sea is expressing a considered opinion about your visit. The divers ate lightly during the season, because a full stomach interferes with breath holding in ways that announce themselves immediately. They worked from before sunrise until the light failed. The boats were small and crowded. The labour was repetitive and exhausting. Most divers, over a long career, suffered progressive damage to their eardrums from the repeated pressure changes of descending and ascending many times each day. Many went partially deaf. A number developed chronic eye problems from constant saltwater exposure. And yet, the pearling industry of the Gulf sustained entire civilizations for millennia. The wealth it generated built towns, supported dynasties, and connected the Gulf to the broader trade networks of the ancient world. The Greek writer Strabo, describing the island of Tylos, which we now call Bahrain, mentioned the pearl fisheries with evident admiration. He noted that the local population was prosperous, and that their pearls were famous as far away as Greece. This kind of reputation does not build itself. The pearls of India were no less celebrated. The Gulf of Mannar, between southern India and what is now Sri Lanka, was equally renowned for pearl production. The divers there worked in a system broadly similar to the Gulf, with boats and rope handlers and the same short, repeated breath-hold dives. Ancient Tamil poetry from the 1st and 2nd centuries describes the pearl fishers of the Mannar coast in language that is, unexpectedly, quite lyrical. The divers are called brave, and the pearls are described as drops of moonlight pulled from the dark sea. This is the kind of poetry that suggests the poet was not the one doing the diving. What neither the Greek writers nor the Tamil poets describe, because it would not be understood for another 1800 years, is what was happening inside the divers' bodies as they worked. Repeated breath-hold diving creates a specific and serious risk called shallow water blackout. This occurs when a diver overbreathes before descending, which lowers the carbon dioxide concentration in the blood. The urge to breathe is triggered not by low oxygen, but by rising carbon dioxide. When that signal is artificially suppressed, a diver can lose consciousness from oxygen deprivation before the usual warning system activates. He simply loses awareness, underwater, without any prior sense that anything is wrong. Gulf pearl divers drowned this way. So did the Haenyeo. So did sponge divers across the Mediterranean. None of them understood the mechanism. They understood only that some divers, seemingly experienced and capable, sometimes did not come up. The sea kept them. The explanation, when it was eventually worked out by physiologists, was that the body had been deceived by its own chemistry, in a manner so counterintuitive that even modern divers with full theoretical knowledge of it still sometimes make the mistake. The pearl divers of the Gulf had a response to this uncertainty that was partly practical and partly spiritual. Before each season began, rituals were performed asking for protection from the sea. Prayers were spoken over the boats. The sacred figures appropriate to the local tradition were invoked. This was not naive superstition so much as a rational acknowledgement that the sea contained forces beyond human understanding or control, and that going into it required more than rope and a net bag. The social structure around the pearling industry was as layered as the seafloor itself. Divers occupied a specific position within a network that included boat owners, merchants who financed the season's voyage in advance, middlemen who brokered the pearls to international buyers, and the distant rulers and traders who ultimately placed those pearls on fingers and necks throughout the ancient and medieval world. The diver who came up from 40 metres of water with a net bag of oysters received the smallest share of the value that eventually emerged from those oysters, which is another arrangement that has an unfortunately long history. The oysters themselves did not always contain a pearl. The ratio of pearl-bearing oysters to empty ones varied enormously by location, season, and the patience of whoever was counting. A diver might open hundreds of oysters in a day's work and find nothing of value. He might, on a fortunate day, find a single pearl large enough to change the economics of the whole voyage. This combination of grinding repetition and occasional extraordinary reward is exactly the formula that keeps a great many difficult industries operating, and the pearling trade was no exception to it. What the divers were also observing, in their daily work without the vocabulary to describe it formally, was the fundamental physics of pressure. They knew that descending too fast caused ear pain that could be severe enough to stop a dive. They knew that ascending quickly from a long dive sometimes brought on a dizziness and deep joint pain that could persist for days. This condition, which the 19th century would eventually call the bends, was not rare among long-career pearl divers. It was an occupational hazard, accepted alongside poor eyesight and damaged hearing as the ordinary cost of the profession. No one in the ancient or medieval world understood why. The answer would not arrive until the 1800s, when the study of what pressure does to the human body became a formal discipline with its own careful experiments and its own terrible consequences. For now, the divers continued their work. The oysters continued to hold their pearls. The sea continued to keep its deeper secrets entirely to itself. There was also, alongside all of this difficult and dangerous labour, something that the divers themselves never quite had the language to describe, but that appears in enough fragments of recorded testimony and poetry across different cultures and centuries to have been real. A moment, somewhere in the middle of a good dive, when the body stopped fighting the water and the water stopped resisting the body, and the two simply coexisted for a few seconds in a state that had no equivalent above the surface. The pressure was constant, the light was reduced to something more suggestion than illumination, and the world of boats and commerce and the smell of the season and the argument from the day before yesterday all ceased to have any particular relevance. There was only the body moving through cool water, the task directly ahead, and the slow count in the back of the mind measuring the air that remained. The Haenyeo had a specific breathing sound they made when surfacing, but they also apparently had a silence they maintained below that was different from the silence of holding a secret, or the silence of not knowing what to say. It was a working silence, purposeful and temporary, and the women who dove for 50 years knew it as intimately as they knew any other part of their daily life. The world above the water was, of course, meanwhile asking a different kind of question. If humans could descend on a single breath to 30 meters and work there for 2 minutes, some determined person was eventually going to ask what might happen if you brought additional air down with you somehow. This question led, over several centuries of trial and invention, to the diving bell. The idea is almost embarrassingly simple in retrospect. If you trap air inside a container and lower it into the water, the air stays at the top and the water cannot fully enter. This is because air and water observe a consistent territorial rule. The one already in place does not yield without force, and water, while persistent, cannot compress the air out of a sealed space by pressure alone. The air remains, a pocket of breathable atmosphere in a world that has no other use for it. The ancient Greeks were aware of this principle in a practical sense. Aristotle, writing in the 4th century before the Common Era, mentioned a device that divers used to breathe underwater. He described something lowered to the sea floor that retained a pocket of air inside it, allowing a diver to put his head inside and take a breath before continuing work. It was not an enclosed suit or a pressurized vessel. It was closer to a large upside-down bowl, and it worked the same way that an upside-down drinking glass held underwater works, trapping air because the water cannot push past it. Whether Aristotle had personally seen such a device or was recording something described to him is not entirely clear from his text. He was the kind of writer who occasionally described things with considerable authority, based on evidence that his readers were not always permitted to examine. But the principle was real, and the technology it described, rough as it was, would eventually grow into one of the most important tools in the history of underwater work. The most famous early diving bell story involves someone considerably more celebrated than a Greek sponge diver. The legend holds that Alexander the Great, during his siege of the city of Tyre in 332 before the Common Era, was lowered into the sea in a sealed glass vessel to observe the underwater harbour defences from below. This story does not appear in the earliest historical accounts of Alexander's campaigns. It emerges in medieval European manuscripts written many centuries after the events described, illustrated with charming images of a king in a glass globe surrounded by large and apparently curious fish. The story is almost certainly not literally true in the way the illustrations present it, but the fact that medieval monks and artists found it plausible enough to illustrate and to attach to the greatest military strategist of the ancient world tells you something useful. By the time those manuscripts were being copied, around the 12th and 13th centuries, the idea of descending into the sea inside a glass container seemed credible enough to serve as the setting for a legend. The technology was imaginable, even if it had not yet been fully realised. The first diving bell for which we have reliable historical documentation was built in 1535. A man named Guglielmo de Lorena designed and used it near Rome, reportedly descending into Lake Nemi to investigate the wrecked remains of 2 enormous pleasure barges that the Emperor Caligula had constructed there more than 15 centuries earlier. De Lorena's bell was a large barrel-shaped structure, open at the bottom, lowered by ropes from the surface. He sat inside it with his head in the air pocket and his lower body in the water below, using this arrangement to breathe while he observed the lake floor and directed the work below him. The pleasure barges at the bottom of Lake Nemi were, it is worth noting, exactly the kind of project that only someone with essentially unlimited resources and a flexible relationship with practicality would ever undertake. Caligula had them built as floating palaces, complete with marble floors, elaborate heating systems and mechanical devices whose precise purpose historians still debate with considerable enthusiasm. The barges sat on the lake floor for 15 centuries before De Lorena arrived to investigate, which suggests that even the Romans occasionally recognised when a project had exceeded all reasonable scope. De Lorena's bell was limited, cold and confined, but it worked on the basic principle that would drive diving bell design for the next 2 centuries. The air stayed in, the diver breathed. The English scientist Robert Boyle published his law describing the mathematical relationship between gas pressure and volume in 1662. Boyle's law established that as pressure doubles, volume halves, and as pressure halves, volume doubles. It is a clean, elegant relationship with enormous consequences for anyone planning to descend below the surface of a body of water. As pressure increases with depth, air compresses. The air pocket inside a diving bell, lowered into deeper water, shrank as it descended. The deeper the bell went, the smaller the air pocket became, and the shorter the supply of breathable air. A bell at 20 metres had roughly 1/3 less air in its pocket than the same bell at the surface. This was not a problem that could be wished away by good intentions or improved workmanship. The physics was the physics. The diving bells of the 17th century were used primarily for salvage operations. Sunken ships carrying valuable cargo sat on the floors of busy harbours, and anyone who could recover that cargo could charge handsomely for the service. The bell allowed divers to work longer at depth than any breath-hold dive permitted, because they could return to the air pocket inside the bell to breathe and then go back to the exterior to continue working. This was a substantial improvement, though limited because the air in the bell became stale and depleted over time, and because the bell could only work at depths where enough ambient light reached to allow the divers to see. The work was cold and dark and physically demanding in ways that dry land engineering does not prepare a person for. The waters of northern Europe, where much of the 17th century salvage work took place, were not the warm, clear shallows of the Persian Gulf. They were cold enough to numb exposed skin within minutes, murky with stirred sediment, and prone to currents that made working with heavy tools attached to ropes an exercise in patience and frustration. Divers working from early bells also had no protection from the effects of changing pressure beyond their own body's tolerance and experience. They went down, they worked, they came up. Sometimes they felt fine, sometimes they did not. The pattern of recovery and illness after deep or long dives was observed and noted and passed between experienced divers as practical knowledge, but it was not yet explained. There were also the peculiar acoustic effects of being inside a diving bell that none of the early engineers had anticipated, but all of them mentioned once they had experienced it. Sound inside the bell was amplified and distorted by the hard interior surfaces and the compressed air. Voices sounded wrong. The noise of the pumps above, transmitted down the rope and through the bell's structure, became a rhythmic clanging that had no equivalent in any land-based work. The creak of the rope under load was a constant presence. Divers who spent long shifts in bells reported a gradual dissociation from normal sound that lifted only when they surfaced and heard ordinary air again. The physical isolation was also unlike anything the industrial age had previously produced. A diver inside a bell, 60 feet below the surface, was further from direct human contact than almost any worker of the period, short of a sailor at the masthead in a gale. He could communicate only by rope signal, a code of tugs that transmitted basic information but nothing resembling a conversation. If something went wrong inside the bell, his options were limited to the signals he could send and whatever solutions were available within arm's reach. This produced in the reliable workers a kind of concentrated self-sufficiency that their employers found valuable, and that the workers themselves rarely talked about at any length. The most sophisticated diving bell of the late 17th century was designed and operated by a man whose name you almost certainly know from an entirely different context. Edmund Halley is most famous for the comet. In 1705 he published his calculation that the bright objects observed crossing the sky in 1531 1607 and 1682 were all the same body moving in a regular elliptical orbit around the Sun. He predicted that it would return in 1758. He was correct, though he died in 1742 and did not live to see his prediction confirmed. The comet has carried his name ever since, which is a form of fame that most scientists would find deeply satisfying. What is less commonly mentioned is that Halley was also a practical engineer with a sustained interest in underwater technology, and that in 1691 he designed and tested an improved diving bell that represented the most significant advance in underwater work between ancient Greece and the industrial 19th century. Halley's bell was large enough to contain 5 workers at once. It was constructed from lead-weighted wood, which gave it enough stability to sit on the seafloor without spinning or tilting. The open bottom allowed water to enter partway while trapping a substantial volume of air in the upper portion. This much was familiar from earlier bells. What Halley added was a reliable method for replenishing the air supply inside the bell while it was submerged and working. He solved the problem with weighted barrels sealed at the surface and filled with fresh air. These barrels were sent down by rope, pulled into the bell through the open bottom by the workers inside, and the fresh air was allowed to flow into the bell while the stale, spent air vented out through a small valve fitted at the top of the structure. It was a primitive ventilation system for an underwater workspace, and it worked. Halley himself descended in the bell on multiple occasions. In a paper he presented to the Royal Society in 1716, he described staying at a depth of approximately 10 fathoms, which is close to 18 metres, for over 90 minutes. He reported that the air inside the bell grew warm and somewhat humid from the workers' breathing, and that visibility outside the bell's open bottom varied considerably with the turbidity of the water. He also noted that writing materials performed poorly in the humid, pressurised interior of the bell, which is exactly the kind of observation that a scientist records with complete seriousness, because he knows someone will eventually ask. What Halley described next, however, was something that none of the earlier practical documents about diving bells had mentioned. He wrote about the light. Even through the turbid water of the Thames estuary, where some of his tests were conducted, enough diffuse light filtered down at 10 fathoms to allow work without supplemental illumination during daylight hours. He described looking through the open bottom of the bell at the seafloor below, a dim terrain of sediment and rock and slow-moving creatures, and finding it unexpectedly worth looking at. This is one of the earliest written records we have of a European person describing the underwater world with something approaching aesthetic interest, rather than purely commercial intent. Halley was not there for sponges or salvage. He was an astronomer and mathematician who had lowered himself into the sea because the problem interested him, and he wanted to see what the solution looked like from the inside. His bell was subsequently used for commercial salvage work, including a series of dives on a wreck sitting in around 20 metres of water off the English coast. The bell allowed salvage workers to remain on the wreck long enough to do genuinely productive work, an impossibility for breath-hold divers at that depth. Workers could lean out through the open bottom, attach ropes to cargo, pry apart decking that had warped in the salt water, and retrieve objects that could be brought inside the bell before being hauled to the surface. The work was slow. It was cold in the water that came up through the open bottom of the bell and uncomfortably warm in the trapped air above. The workers had to coordinate their breathing carefully, because 5 people consuming a limited air supply was a different calculation from one person doing the same, and the smell of 5 people sharing a sealed space for 90 minutes is an experience that none of Halley's papers dwell on at length, out of what one imagines was editorial restraint. Halley continued publishing improvements to his design in subsequent years, but it was the workers who used his bell day after day who made the practical refinements. They learned by experience how to distribute themselves inside the bell for best stability. They learned how quickly the air supply depleted when different numbers of men were working, and how to judge by the quality of the air alone when it was time to signal for fresh barrels. They developed a working vocabulary of rope signals sophisticated enough to communicate the basic decisions of an underwater salvage operation without a single spoken word. The workers who operated Halley's bell during the commercial salvage seasons were not, for the most part, named in any of the surviving records. They were craftsmen and labourers hired for the season, chosen for their composure in confined spaces and their willingness to do work that most people would have declined for any wage. The better ones became specialists, moving from one salvage project to the next as the seasons turned, carrying a body of practical knowledge about underwater work that existed entirely in their hands and their judgment, and was never written down in any form that has survived. The physical limitations remained clear, however, regardless of improvements. Workers inside the bell could not leave it and walk freely. They could not reach anything that lay more than an arm's length from the open bottom. The bell's position was determined entirely by the ropes holding it from above, manipulated by workers on the surface who could see nothing of what lay below them, directing a salvage operation from a surface ship by rope signals, in murky water, over a wreck that lay in a position no one above had ever seen directly, required a combination of communication skill and patience that most people who have tried to assemble furniture using unclear instructions will find familiar. The following century brought incremental improvements to bell design. Better air supply systems extended working time, better ballasting improved stability. Lighting solutions were attempted using candles sealed inside small glass containers, which performed adequately until the oxygen inside the container ran out, at which point the candle went out and the workers in the bell began to feel drowsy at roughly the same moment. This coincidence served as a warning system of sorts. By the late 18th century, diving bells were being used not only in salvage but in civil engineering. Harbour foundations, bridge piers, and underwater tunnel work required sustained labour over weeks and months. Workers were descending regularly, spending hours at depth, and returning to the surface repeatedly across long working seasons. The cumulative effects on their bodies were becoming impossible to ignore, though the mechanism behind those effects remained entirely unexplained. The workers reported joint pain that came on hours after ascending, sometimes in the night, in joints that had not been injured during the work. They reported dizziness and a sensation of deep pressure in the limbs. Some reported difficulty breathing. Some did not recover fully. The pattern was consistent enough to be recognised as work-related, but mysterious enough that nobody could explain it or prevent it with any reliability. The answers to those questions belong to the next century, and to a pair of scientists working independently on either side of the problem, one underwater and one in a laboratory, both surrounded by the evidence of what happens to a human body when pressure changes faster than the body can accommodate. If you had walked along the harbour at Portsmouth, England in the 1830s and glanced toward the water at the right moment, you might have seen something that looked, from a distance, like a large copper-headed figure being lowered slowly into the sea. Up close, it resolved into a man wearing an extraordinary outfit. A copper helmet bolted onto a jacket of rubberized canvas, weighted boots on his feet, a long air hose connecting the top of his helmet to a hand-operated pump on the surface above, and an expression on his face that the helmet made it impossible to read. He was a diver. The technology surrounding him was the invention of Augustus Sieber, and it changed the practical limits of underwater work entirely. Sieb was a German-born engineer who had settled in England and built a reputation for solving problems that others had declared insolvable. His first diving helmet design, produced around 1819, was what is now called an open suit. The helmet rested on the diver's shoulders without a sealed connection to the suit below. Air was pumped down from above while exhaled air bubbled out around the bottom edge of the helmet, which worked adequately provided the diver stayed upright. If he leaned forward to pick something up, water entered the helmet immediately, which was the kind of design flaw that revealed itself most forcefully at exactly the worst possible moment. In 1837, Sieb produced a significantly improved version. The new design sealed completely, the helmet bolted to a rubberized canvas suit that enclosed the diver from neck to ankle, keeping water out regardless of how the diver positioned himself. Valves on the helmet allowed exhaled air to escape without permitting water to enter. Air was pumped continuously from the surface by teams of dedicated pump operators, whose primary qualification was the ability to turn a handle steadily and without pause for the full duration of the dive. The Sieb-improved diving apparatus, as it was formally designated, became the standard equipment for serious underwater work throughout the 19th century and remained in widespread use well into the 20th. Divers wearing versions of this suit built the stone foundations of harbour walls, inspected sunken ships, laid sections of telegraph cable along the seafloor, and performed the slow, careful work that kept the maritime infrastructure of the industrialising world functioning below the waterline. The suit was heavy and hot on land, and cold in ways that accumulated slowly once the diver was in the water. The weighted boots alone were heavier than most travelling luggage. Walking in them along the seafloor had a quality that divers described consistently as dreamlike in the wrong direction. a slow and effortful plodding through a world that resisted every step, where turning around required a degree of planning that walking on land never demands. The view from inside the copper helmet was a narrow window onto the world below. The glass viewport was small, and what it revealed was filtered through the quality of the water, which varied enormously by location, season, and weather. In clear tropical waters, a helmet diver could see 30 metres in good conditions. In the harbours of northern England, he might see 1.5 feet, which made detailed work less a matter of observation than of touch, and the memory of diagrams studied on the surface. Experienced helmet divers working in poor visibility described the work as something like trying to assemble a complicated object while wearing thick gloves in the dark, except that the object was bolted to the sea floor and the gloves were rubber and it was also cold. But the diver could now move. He could carry tools. He could work across a broad area and reach things in positions that no fixed bell could ever access. He was tethered to the surface by his air hose, and his range was limited by the hose's length, but within those limits he could go where the job required. This was the liberation that no previous technology had offered. The Heinyo could move freely underwater but had only the air her lungs held. The diving bell had air but could not move. Sieb's suit gave the diver both, and the combination made everything that followed possible. The records of Victorian-era commercial diving are filled with accounts of men performing extraordinary work under conditions that no modern workplace framework would permit. Divers worked for hours at depths of 30 or 40 metres in near-zero visibility, locating and tightening bolts on harbour foundations by touch, recovering cargo from wrecks by feel alone. The work paid well by the standards of the time, which was the primary reason men accepted the hazards, and which also explains why the increasingly consistent pattern of illness that followed certain dives was not taken as seriously as it deserved to be. The illness had several names depending on who was describing it. Caisson disease referred to the pressurised construction chambers called caissons used in bridge building, where workers breathed compressed air the same as deep divers did. Divers' palsy described the particular loss of movement that the worst cases produced. Most commonly it was simply called the bends, because those who suffered it bent forward in pain, clutching joints that felt as though they were being destroyed from the inside without any visible wound to show for it. What was actually happening was this. At depth, under the increased pressure of water above, nitrogen dissolved into the blood remained in solution because the pressure held it there, the same way that a sealed bottle keeps carbonation dissolved in liquid. When a diver ascended quickly, the pressure dropped suddenly, and the nitrogen came out of solution the same way that bubbles appear in a soda bottle the moment the seal is broken. These nitrogen bubbles formed in the blood and tissues. They blocked small blood vessels. They lodged in joints and caused pain intense enough to make a grown man collapse. In severe cases, they caused strokes, paralysis, or death. The first person to understand this mechanism completely and document it with scientific precision was a French physiologist named Paul Bert. His 1878 book on barometric pressure contained the first full scientific account of decompression illness, explaining both the cause and the logical solution. Ascend slowly. Allow the nitrogen to come out of solution gradually, over time, so that it could be expelled through the lungs in the normal way, rather than forming bubbles in the blood. Bert's work was immediately important and, as tends to happen, not immediately applied. The commercial diving industry continued using fast ascent protocols for years after his findings were published, because slow ascent took time and time was money, and the divers who developed the bends were generally the divers, rather than the people making the scheduling decisions. The systematic application of decompression science to actual diving practice came in the early 20th century. The Scottish physiologist John Scott Haldane published precise decompression tables in 1908, specifying safe ascent rates and required stop depths for different combinations of working depth and bottom time. These tables were adopted by the British Royal Navy and gradually spread into commercial diving practice worldwide. Haldane's approach, ascending in stages with pauses at specific depths to allow nitrogen to degas safely, remains the foundation of modern decompression practice. The adoption of decompression stops transformed the commercial diving profession in ways that were both practical and deeply personal to the divers themselves. Men who had learned to expect a certain number of their colleagues to suffer severe episodes after deep dives found that the new protocols reduced that number considerably. Recovery times shortened. The particularly severe cases, the ones that left a man unable to walk or permanently weakened in a limb, became rarer. This was not a dramatic, visible revolution of the kind that historians prefer to write about. It was a quiet, grinding improvement in what it cost a human body to do this kind of work, and the people who benefited from it were not the people writing the papers about it. The knowledge was hard-won. It was paid for in damaged joints, permanent disabilities, and shortened lives. The history of precious science is partly a history of what happens when the need to do a job exceeds the understanding of what that job does to the people performing it. The Victorian era produced many such histories, but this one had a particular character, because the damage was invisible. You could not see nitrogen bubbles forming in blood. You could only feel what they did when they formed, and the feeling came from a world that most people on the surface had never entered and could not imagine. That world was about to become considerably more accessible and considerably more strange than anyone yet knew. By the end of the 19th century, humans could walk the seafloor in a sealed suit, could breathe for hours inside a pressurized chamber, and had begun to understand, slowly and at genuine cost, what depth did to the body's internal chemistry. What they had not yet done was go deep, very deep, down into the places where the light failed entirely and the pressure became something beyond the range of any industrial calculation. The ocean had been approached from the edges. Its shallows had been mapped, its harbours plumbed, its manageable fringes made familiar. But the deep, the true deep, the water below 200 metres where sunlight ceases entirely and the temperatures approach freezing and the pressure begins to compound into something that no mammal was designed to experience, remained entirely unvisited. It was not just unexplored in the way that a forest is unexplored before the first path is cut through it. It was unexplored in the way that the interior of a star is unexplored, a place that the imagination could reach more easily than the body, and that the body had not yet been given the tools to follow. The men who made the first serious attempt on that darkness were an unlikely combination. William Beebe was an American naturalist who had built his scientific reputation studying birds in remote tropical locations. He was charismatic, a gifted writer, and possessed of an enthusiasm for discovery that his scientific colleagues found either inspiring or exhausting depending on their temperament. By the late 1920s, he had become deeply interested in the deep ocean, specifically in the creatures that inhabited water too deep for any diver or bell to reach. Otis Barton was a wealthy engineer with a particular idea, and the personal funds to build it. He had designed a sphere, a hollow steel ball 60 inches in diameter with walls an inch and a half thick, 2 small fused quartz viewing ports set into its surface, and a hatch that sealed from the inside. He called it the bathysphere, from the Greek word for deep. He brought his proposal and his engineering drawings to Beebe, who recognised a workable idea when one arrived already funded, and the partnership formed quickly. On June 6, 1930, off the coast of Bermuda, the bathysphere was lowered by steel cable from the surface ship, and Beebe and Barton descended together into the Atlantic. They had no engine, no ability to steer, no way to navigate or choose their position. They were a steel ball on the end of a cable going straight down. At 200 metres, the colour of the water outside the small viewing ports shifted into a range Beebe struggled to name. He tried deep blue, then blackish blue, then luminous blue, and finally decided that the colour simply did not exist in the vocabulary built for a world that had air in it. The light was present, but barely. It came from no particular direction. It was a brightness that had travelled downward through so much water that it had lost almost everything except its memory of having been light. At 435 metres, a depth no human had ever reached before him, Beebe pressed his face to the fused quartz port and looked into the abyss below. He saw bioluminescent creatures drifting past, small constellations of cold blue-white light moving in the dark at their own unhurried pace. He saw the ghostly outline of a large eel-like creature that he could not identify from any species he knew. He saw things he later described in his journal, and was subsequently unable to match to any organism in the known catalogues of marine life, which generated a debate among marine biologists that was never fully resolved, partly because no camera of that period could function at that depth, and the creatures themselves had no reason to surface and clarify matters. Beebe wrote about the dives in a book titled Half Mile Down, published in 1934. The writing is remarkable by any standard of popular science. He described looking out at the darkness from inside the sphere as the closest sensation he could imagine to existing in the interior of a distant nebula, surrounded by light-producing organisms in a darkness so complete that it had physical weight. He was a scientist who wrote the way a reader hopes scientists will write. That combination is rare. The bathysphere's limitations were real, but did not diminish what it accomplished. It could only descend where the cable allowed. It could not maneuver. In choppy weather, the cable swayed, and the sphere moved in ways that the two men inside found educational in their unpleasantness. The maximum depth Beebe and Barton reached in a 1934 dive was 923 metres, well below a full half-mile, a record that stood for 15 years. But the knowledge that it was possible to sit inside a steel sphere and look out a window at a depth where the pressure was 92 times what it is at the surface, and to come back up and write clearly about what you had seen, shifted something in how the human world understood the ocean. Meanwhile, completely independently and a world away, a different revolution was being assembled. In 1943, a French naval officer named Jacques Cousteau and an engineer named Émile Gagnon completed the working prototype of a device they called the aqualung. The design was, in its essentials, elegant. A compressed air cylinder worn on the diver's back fed air through a demand regulator to a simple rubber mouthpiece. The regulator delivered air only when the diver inhaled, and it matched the pressure of the delivered air to the surrounding water pressure, automatically and continuously. The diver could breathe in and out at any depth without manual adjustment, without thinking about pressure, without doing anything except what breathing already requires. Cousteau tested the device in the Marne River near Paris on a summer morning. He later described the experience of that first dive with the aqualung as unlike anything he had felt before or expected to feel. He had been a breath-hold diver for years, passionate about the underwater world but constrained by the same fundamental limitation that had constrained every diver since the Hinyo. With the aqualung and full cylinders, that limitation simply disappeared. He rolled through the water. He exhaled slowly, watching his bubbles spiral upward through the green river light. He stayed. The aqualung became commercially available in 1946 and transformed diving from an industrial and military profession into something that curious, trained, ordinary people could access. For the first time, the underwater world that had been inhabited only by pearl divers, commercial helmet divers, and the occasional scientist in a steel ball was open to human curiosity for its own sake. Cousteau spent the next 4 decades making it famous. His films and television programs brought underwater footage into living rooms around the world, in colour, with music, narrated in a French accent that somehow made even the most mundane reef fish seem like it had been waiting for its close-up. His research vessel Calypso became one of the most recognised ships in history. He was not always a rigorous scientist in the way that peer-reviewed journals require, but he understood that a world people had never seen needed an introduction, and he provided one that lasted a generation. What he showed was a world of extraordinary complexity and layered beauty, coral reefs that rivaled any terrestrial landscape for visual density and sheer improbability of design, schools of fish moving in synchronized patterns that no individual fish appeared to be directing, sharks passing through blue water with an unhurried posture that communicated quite efficiently a complete indifference to whatever the camera crew thought about the situation. The divers who followed Cousteau into the water with aqualung equipment on their backs reported something that no diver in any previous era had been able to describe, because no previous diver had been free enough to notice it. Submerged and neutrally buoyant, freed from the heavy weight of a helmet suit and the tether of an air hose, a diver could hover in the water column without touching the bottom. The sensation was not quite like floating, and not quite like falling, and not quite like anything else. The diver's own breath controlled position. Inhaling raised the body slightly, exhaling lowered it. The entire experience was governed by respiration, in a way that no other form of movement is, and people who experienced it for the first time consistently reported that the word they reached for first was not adventure or excitement, but quiet. The aqualung also returned something of the freedom of the ancient breath-hold diver to the modern diver, while replacing lung capacity with pressurized tanks. Within the depth limits of recreational compressed air diving, a trained diver could now move freely, weightlessly, quietly, in a world where sound travelled differently and light played by rules you had to learn fresh, because none of it behaved the way it did above the surface, and below those recreational limits the dark was still waiting. Deeper, colder, stranger than anything the aqualung could reach, waiting with the patience of something that has always been there and sees no particular reason to rush. The deepest point in the ocean sits within the Mariana Trench in the western Pacific Ocean. It is called Challenger Deep. It reaches approximately 10,935 metres below the surface, a number that requires a moment to absorb. At that depth, the pressure is around 1,000 times the pressure of the atmosphere at sea level. An unprotected human body placed there would not survive long enough to experience the cold. In January of 1960, a Swiss-designed vessel called the Trieste was lowered toward Challenger Deep carrying 2 occupants. One was Jacques Picard, the son of the physicist Auguste Picard, who had designed the vessel. The other was United States Navy Lieutenant Don Walsh. The descent took nearly 5 hours. The Trieste was not like the bathysphere. It was a true submersible, with a pressurized steel sphere for the crew suspended beneath a massive cylindrical float filled with aviation gasoline. Gasoline was chosen because it is less dense than water and provides buoyancy, and because it compresses negligibly under pressure, unlike a gas-filled float, which would have shrunk as the vessel descended. Iron ballast was held in place by electromagnets. To ascend, the pilots released the ballast, and the gasoline float carried them upward. It was a beautiful piece of engineering in the way that extreme solutions sometimes are, direct and sufficient, with no decorative features whatsoever. Picard and Walsh reached the bottom of Challenger Deep at roughly 1 PM, local ship time. The descent had been so long, and the arrival, when it came, was so without drama, that it was almost understated. The sediment rose gently against the viewport. They were on the bottom. They had reached the lowest point on the surface of the planet. They looked out through the viewport, and they saw a flatfish. A small, pale creature lying on the sediment at the deepest point in the known ocean, apparently unconcerned by the 1,000 atmospheres of pressure, the near-freezing temperature, or the large foreign object that had just settled down beside it. The scientific community later engaged in a sustained debate about whether the creature Picard and Walsh saw was actually a flatfish or a sea cucumber viewed from an unusual angle. Both men maintained for the rest of their long lives that it was a fish, and that it appeared entirely comfortable, which, if true, is one of the more philosophically disorienting facts in all of biology. The significance of that small pale creature cannot be overstated. It meant that the deepest ocean was not a sterile void. It meant that life had not been excluded from even the most extreme conditions the planet offered. It meant that the rules governing where life could exist were not the rules that anyone had been working with. The decades after 1960 brought a growing fleet of research submersibles and remotely operated vehicles capable of exploring the deep ocean with increasing precision. Alvin, built for the United States Navy and operated by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution in Massachusetts, became the most scientifically productive research submarine in history after its commissioning in 1964. Alvin was the vehicle that located a lost hydrogen bomb on the sea floor off the coast of Spain in 1966. It was Alvin that explored the wreck of the RMS Titanic in 1986, providing the first detailed visual record of the ship's condition on the ocean floor. And it was Alvin that, in February of 1977, made the dive that changed what biology understood about life on Earth. The target was a volcanic spreading zone called the Galapagos Rift, a region of the Pacific floor where tectonic plates pull apart and fresh magma wells up through the gap. Geologists aboard Alvin were investigating thermal anomalies, places where the water above the rift was measurably warmer than the surrounding deep ocean. When the submersible descended to the rift and its lights fell on the source of the warmth, nobody aboard was prepared for what those lights revealed. Water was venting from the sea floor at temperatures that later measurements showed exceeded 400 degrees Celsius, held in liquid form only by the extreme pressure of the deep ocean. Around each vent cluster, ecosystems of a density and strangeness that matched anything found in the richest tropical shallows pressed close to the hot water. Tube worms more than 2 meters in length anchored themselves to the basalt rock in dense formations, their crimson plumes waving in the current of superheated water. White crabs picked through the base of the vents. Clams the size of serving platters lay open on the rock. Colourless shrimp moved in slow columns through the chemical-rich water. None of these creatures depended on sunlight. None of them drew their energy, directly or indirectly, from photosynthesis. They depended on chemosynthesis, a process in which certain bacteria harvested energy from the hydrogen sulfide pouring from the vents and used that energy to build organic matter. The bacteria formed the base of an entire food web, the same role that plants and algae play in every ecosystem accessible to sunlight. This was not a footnote to the existing understanding of life on Earth. It was a revision of one of its foundational premises. Until 1977, the working assumption of biology was that all complex life, ultimately, traced its energy supply back to the sun. The hydrothermal vent communities demonstrated that this was not true. Life could sustain itself entirely on chemistry, in total darkness, under crushing pressure, in water hot enough to melt certain metals, without a single photon of sunlight ever reaching it. The implications extended far beyond the Pacific floor. If life could thrive in those conditions on our own ocean floor, then the liquid water oceans believed to exist beneath the frozen surfaces of Jupiter's moon. Europa, or Saturn's moon, Enceladus, could not be dismissed as uninhabitable simply because they received no meaningful sunlight. The definition of where life might be possible, not just on Earth but anywhere in the solar system, expanded in the weeks after the Alvin team surfaced with their photographs and footage. The discoveries continued to accumulate. Cold seeps, where methane and hydrogen sulfide leaked from the seafloor at ambient deep ocean temperatures, supported ecosystems structured similarly to hydrothermal vents. The deep sediment of the abyssal plain, seemingly featureless and uniform in appearance, turned out to contain microbial communities of staggering diversity and density, entire invisible civilizations living in the ooze. The bodies of large whales sinking to the deep floor after death created temporary islands of nutrient richness, whaleful communities that supported specialized organisms for decades before the resource was exhausted. Creatures found in the deep ocean regularly confounded the categories biologists had assembled to describe living things. Fish with transparent heads, the better to detect the faint bioluminescence of prey above them. Shrimp that had evolved eyes sensitive to heat rather than light, allowing them to navigate around the scalding vent water without visual guidance. Octopuses and squid adapted to pressure that would implode the body of any animal whose biology had not solved that problem over millions of years of patient modification. Microbes living inside basalt rock at temperatures and pressures that had previously been considered incompatible with any chemistry that biology required. The deep ocean, it turned out, was not a simplified version of the shallow water world. It was a different world entirely, running on different rules, lit by different light, organised around different sources of energy and different timescales of life and death. Modern research submersibles and remotely operated vehicles have now provided detailed imagery of large sections of the deep-sea floor. Vessels like Japan's Shinkai 6500 can carry scientists to nearly any depth in the ocean. Remotely operated vehicles stream live footage from the abyss to research ships on the surface, allowing real-time observation without placing human life at risk. And yet, the ocean remains less comprehensively explored than the surface of Mars. The area of the sea floor that has been mapped with high resolution is a fraction of its total extent. Thousands of deep ocean species have never been observed. The number of microbial species living within deep-sea sediments is not known even within a rough order of magnitude. The deep currents that circulate through the ocean on timescales of centuries and influence the planet's climate in ways we're only beginning to trace are still being charted. Every expedition into the deep returns with footage of something that was not expected. A new species of fish holding perfectly still in the lights of the submersible as though waiting to be discovered. A geological feature that does not fit the existing models. A microbial community doing something with chemistry that no one had predicted and that requires months of laboratory work to explain. The deep ocean is, in this sense, unlike most places on Earth that humans now visit regularly. It does not become more ordinary with repeated observation. Each visit produces something that has to be thought about from the beginning. This is not the usual experience of a world that has been largely catalogued. The land surface of Earth has been mapped to a resolution of meters. The human genome has been sequenced. The physics governing most of what we can observe has been formally described, and yet 2/3 of the planet's surface remains, in practical terms, unexplored to the depth that the word explored is usually taken to mean. What makes this remarkable, when you consider the full arc of this long story, is how compressed the timeline actually is. The Haino were diving 1500 years ago. Pearl divers harvested the Gulf of Manna in the era of Roman emperors. Halley went down in his bell more than 300 years ago. and yet the majority of what we now know about the actual deep ocean, the roughly 3/4 of Earth's surface lying below 200 metres, has been discovered within the last 50 years. The ocean gave up its surface to human curiosity first, then its shallow zones, then the continental shelves, then the dim twilight layer where photosynthesis fades to nothing, then the midnight zone, then the deepest trenches. Each descent revealed a world more complex, more alive, and more genuinely surprising than the layer above it. The assumptions brought down from the surface dissolved one by one as the lights of submersibles swept across what was actually there. At every depth, without exception, what the divers and scientists and pilots found was life. Adapted, specific, persistent, extraordinary life, distributed through the dark water in forms that no one had thought to predict, because there was no frame of reference for imagining them. The ancient pearl diver pulling his net bag of oysters up from the bottom of the Persian Gulf in the 1st century was working at the very top of this layered world. He could not have known what lay below him. No one could. The depth was a space of pure conjecture, populated by human imagination with monsters and lost ships, and the accumulated fears of every sailor who had ever looked at the horizon and understood how much of the world he could not see. What was actually there was stranger, and, in its way, more extraordinary than any of that. A flatfish on the floor of Challenger Deep. Tube worms waving their red plumes around a superheated vent in the Pacific dark. Small lights drifting through 900 metres of black water at their own quiet rhythm, making the only light that had ever been in that place. The ocean had been full the whole time, full of exactly the kind of life that no one had thought to predict, living by rules no one had written down because no one knew they existed. It waited in the dark as it always had. It simply needed someone patient enough, and curious enough, and sometimes brave enough, to come down and finally look. If the ocean kept its deepest secrets this long, my tired deep-sea dreamers, then sleep is more than allowed to keep yours for one night. There is always more history waiting whenever you are ready to drift back in. In your mind, imagine waking before the alarm on a Tuesday morning in 1952. The bedroom is dark except for a narrow stripe of streetlight pressing through the gap in the curtains. The house makes its early sounds, the furnace ticking on somewhere below, the refrigerator humming its low private hum in the kitchen, the pipes releasing their small protests as the hot water begins to move through them. You have not fully left sleep, but the list is already assembling itself in your mind without any invitation from you. This is where we begin, not with the image, the apron and the gleaming counter and the perfect roast, but with the interior, the quiet machinery of a life organised around a standard that arrived before you did. The 1950s housewife was not a natural phenomenon. She was constructed patiently and deliberately out of conditions that had been building since the early 1940s to understand what those rules asked of her and how thoroughly they shaped daily life. It helps to understand how those conditions came to exist. The Second World War had done something unexpected to American women. The labour shortage created by 16 million men entering military service had opened industrial and clerical positions to women who had previously been discouraged or barred from them. Women had worked in aircraft assembly, munitions manufacturing, shipyards, and government offices. They had managed payroll and run production lines and driven service vehicles. The economy had required their labour, and they had provided it with competence that frequently surprised the men who had doubted it would be there. What followed the war's end in 1945 was a readjustment of enormous social complexity. The returning veterans needed employment, and the Servicemen's Readjustment Act of 1944, commonly called the GI Bill, had made explicit promises about education, housing loans, and job placement. Making good on those promises required space in the economy, and creating that space meant gently, and in some cases firmly, redirecting the women who'd occupied it during the previous 4 years. The framing of this redirection was often warm. The language was about reward and return. The war had been an interruption, and now the interruption was over, and the real life, the life you had been promised, was waiting for you at home. the home was presented as a destination rather than a retreat. It was offered as something won. For some women, this framing felt accurate. For others, the work they had done during the war had clarified something about their own capabilities that they were not entirely willing to set aside. But the public culture of the late 1940s had limited interest in that particular complication. The official story was one of grateful return, and the official story was what circulated. What happened alongside the workforce redirection was a physical transformation of the American landscape that changed the material conditions of women's lives profoundly. The post-war housing shortage was acute and widely acknowledged, and the response to it was one of the more extraordinary feats of rapid construction in American history. Builder William Levitt applied assembly line methods to residential construction on Long Island beginning in 1947, producing modest houses at a price point that placed home ownership within reach of families who had never anticipated owning anything. Other developers followed with their own versions of the approach, and by the early 1950s suburbs were expanding outward from every major American city at a rate that transformed the physical map of the country within a single decade. Veterans purchased these homes on federally backed mortgages with low down payments and favourable interest terms. Young couples moved into nearly identical houses on nearly identical lots, on streets that had been farmland 2 years earlier. The uniformity was a byproduct of efficiency, not ideology, but it shaped the experience of living there in ways that would matter. Into these houses came the women who had become the 1950s housewife as a cultural type. They arrived with different backgrounds and different dispositions toward the role, but they arrived into a set of expectations that were already in place and fully detailed. The role had been assembled in their absence. The magazines that would instruct them had decades of practice. The advertising apparatus that would shape their aspirations had been studying domestic life carefully for years. The grocery store was its own world, and navigating it well was a skill. Supermarkets had expanded rapidly in the post-war years, replacing the smaller neighbourhood shops where a clerk retrieved items from behind a counter, with self-service layouts of considerable size. The weekly shopping trip was a planning exercise that required a working knowledge of prices across dozens of categories, an awareness of seasonal availability, the ability to calculate quantities against the number of people to be fed and the days of the week that needed covering, and enough flexibility to adjust when something on the list had sold out or was priced beyond the week's budget. Women did this without grocery delivery, without smartphone lists, and without the option of returning for a forgotten item in the same afternoon, unless the car was available and the children were manageable, which they were not always. The shopping trip was often the most socially varied part of the week. The supermarket drew from a wider radius than the coffee clatch, and running into a neighbour in the produce aisle offered a different kind of encounter than the kitchen table variety, more spontaneous, less obligated to the rituals of hosting. These conversations were brief and light, exchanges of information about the roast that was on sale, and the quality of the strawberries this week, and the meeting that was happening at the school next Thursday. They were small social interactions that carried their own weight in the daily accounting of connection. What the role required of them was not simple. It was comprehensive in a way that the word housewife now fails to communicate. It asked for their labour and their organisational intelligence and their physical maintenance and their emotional management and their social performance and their creative energy and their flexibility and their patience and their cheerful consistency. It asked for all of these things simultaneously every day without official acknowledgement that this was a significant demand. The houses themselves were small by the standard of what American families would eventually come to expect. The earliest Levittown homes offered under 800 square feet, 2 bedrooms, a single bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen that was efficient in the way that a ship's galley is efficient. Everything within reach, nothing wasted, no room for anything that did not have a specific function. Later developments offered more square footage, 3 bedrooms and a larger kitchen, and sometimes a second bathroom, but the general template was modest. The American suburban house of the early 1950s was a place sized for the life it was supposed to contain rather than for any expansion of that life beyond its original dimensions. The kitchen was the operational centre of the house, and the room where a housewife spent the largest portion of her day. It was designed with that assumption built into the architecture. The appliances were positioned for workflow, the refrigerator accessible from the back door where groceries came in, the stove positioned relative to the sink for the back and forth between preparation and cooking. Manufacturers and designers had been studying how women moved through the kitchen and had applied those observations to the layout of new homes. The kitchen was, in other words, professionally optimised for the work it was built to contain. The woman inside it was the final element of a system designed around her labour without being designed around her. The basement, where the houses had one, held the washing machine and eventually the dryer, and the trip downstairs was as regular as the trip to the kitchen, as embedded in the day's circuit. The laundry moved through its stages with the rhythm of any production process, from hamper to wash to line or dryer to folding table to ironing board to drawer, a cycle that completed itself and then began again before it fully ended. The women who stepped into that role were not simple either. They were people making the choices available to them inside conditions they had not designed. Understanding the conditions is the beginning of understanding what the rules actually cost, and what the women who lived under them actually did. The magazine arrived on Tuesdays. You knew it had come before you went to retrieve it, because the sound it made dropping through the mail slot was specific, heavier than a bill and softer than a catalogue, with a slight flex to it that you had learned to recognise. You were probably in the kitchen when it arrived, or occupied with something that had to be finished before you could allow yourself to sit down. But you made a mental note, and you went to get it eventually, and you carried it to the kitchen table and set it down, next to the salt shaker, while you decided whether you had 5 minutes now, or whether it would have to wait until after lunch. The women's magazines of the 1950s were not casual entertainment. They were operating instructions for a particular and very specifically defined mode of life, updated monthly, distributed nationally, and backed by an editorial apparatus that understood itself as performing a genuine service for its readership. Ladies' Home Journal, Good Housekeeping, McCall's, Red Book, Better Homes and Gardens, and Woman's Day were the central titles, with combined readerships running into the tens of millions. They reached women in farming communities and new suburbs alike. They were passed between neighbours with pages turned back at useful recipes, and borrowed for their patterns, and referenced while things were simmering on the stove. The voice these magazines spoke in was warm, assured, and constitutionally incapable of uncertainty. It did not suggest approaches, it specified them. When it told you how to iron a shirt collar correctly, the word correctly was doing a great deal of work, communicating that there was a right method, and that variations from it were mistakes rather than personal preferences. The confidence was total, and the confidence was the point, because a reader who was already managing considerable complexity in her daily life did not want to be offered competing options. She wanted to be told what to do. Good Housekeeping had maintained its seal of approval since 1909, a guarantee extended to products that the magazine's testing institute had evaluated and found reliable. By the 1950s, this seal had acquired a social weight that its founders would likely have found disproportionate. Women cited it in conversation with each other as though it were a legal certification. The testing was real, conducted with genuine rigour by trained staff in actual laboratories, and the results mattered in practical ways. But the seal had also become symbolic, shorthand for a particular kind of domestic responsibility, the responsibility to choose correctly. The home economics discipline occupied the formal academic corner of this same cultural space. Young women took home economics courses throughout secondary school and sometimes into college, covering food preparation and nutritional calculation, and textile care and household budgeting and child development. The courses were more demanding than their later reputation suggests. Menu planning that balanced nutrition, seasonal availability, family preferences and household income required genuine analytical skill. A student who completed a thorough home economics curriculum in 1950 possessed a practical knowledge of considerable breadth and sophistication. The field had begun in the late 19th century as an argument about the dignity and intellectual seriousness of domestic labour. Its founders believed they were professionalising work that had been undervalued precisely because it was invisible, and they were not wrong about that undervaluation. The early home economists brought scientific methodology to questions of nutrition and household sanitation, and produced improvements in public health that were real and lasting. By the 1950s, though, something in the original argument had narrowed. What had started as a case for the complexity and importance of domestic work had become, in many curricula, a programme for producing women who would perform that work without friction or complaint. The intellectual dimension had contracted, the compliance dimension had expanded. The courses still required skill and produced skilled graduates, but the skill was increasingly framed as a way of fulfilling a role rather than as an expression of individual capability. The beauty pages of the major magazines ran alongside the practical instruction and operated with identical certainty. They specified what shades were appropriate to which skin tones and what silhouettes were flattering on which figure types, and how to maintain the skin through seasonal changes, and how to address the particular problems that appeared in late winter or early summer. The photographs illustrating this advice showed women who looked almost identically precise across all variations of styling and setting, as though the magazines had identified a single correct result and were simply demonstrating it through multiple examples. The advice columns were the most unmediated expression of editorial authority, because they responded to actual questions submitted by actual readers, and therefore had to engage with the specific textures of real domestic life. Women wrote in with problems that were sometimes practical and sometimes social, and sometimes something harder to name. The responses they received were characteristically confident, redirecting the emotional weight of the question toward a practical solution with efficient warmth. Here is the approach. Try this. The internal experience behind the question, whatever loneliness or frustration or confusion had made someone write a letter to a magazine, was acknowledged briefly and then set aside. What the full apparatus of women's magazines, home economics curriculum and domestic advice columns built together was something that functioned like a unified document, a paper gospel with multiple authors and a single overarching argument. The argument was about what a good woman's life looked like. The good woman managed her home with skill and cheerfulness. She looked a certain way. She related to her husband and children in specific sanctioned ways. She found her satisfactions within the boundaries the domestic role provided, and understood that role as the primary and appropriate expression of her adult identity. McCall's magazine introduced a concept it called togetherness in 1954, and the word spread rapidly into the wider culture. The togetherness concept positioned the family as a unit whose members shared their leisure time and domestic activities as a collective, with the husband involved in grilling and the children participating in household projects and the wife at the centre of it all, orchestrating the shared life. It was presented as a progressive vision, a step beyond the older model in which men and women occupied entirely separate spheres even within the home, but critics of the concept, who appeared in letters to editors and in occasional dissenting columns, pointed out that the togetherness model placed the emotional labour of creating and maintaining that shared warmth squarely on the wife. The husband participated in family life when the mood suited him, on weekends and during designated leisure hours. The wife's participation was continuous and structural. She was not a participant in the shared life. She was the medium through which the shared life existed. The distinction was significant, and the magazine's cheerful deployment of the word togetherness did not provide much room for examining it. Reading those magazines now in digitised archives, which several major research libraries have made publicly available, produces a strange doubled sensation. They are genuinely interesting as historical artefacts, windows into a coherent and carefully maintained vision of how life was supposed to be organised. But reading them carefully also surfaces the places where the language works a little harder than it needs to. where the cheerfulness is applied with slightly more pressure than the occasion would seem to require. The confidence is real, but it is the confidence of something that needs to keep saying the same thing because the thing needs to keep being said. By 4 in the afternoon, the kitchen took on a different quality of attention. The morning kitchen had been about speed and sequence, getting the coffee made and the oatmeal on, and the school lunches packed and the children out the door before the bus came. The afternoon kitchen was slower and more deliberate, organised around an event still 2 hours away that was already shaping every decision you were making now. What came out of the refrigerator when the oven went on, what needed to be started immediately and what could wait another 40 minutes. All of it was calculated backward from a single fixed point. The evening meal was the organisational centre of the 1950s domestic day. Every other element of the schedule, the cleaning and the shopping and the laundry and the children's activities, arranged itself around when dinner needed to be on the table and what state the house needed to be in by the time it arrived. The meal was not just food. It was a demonstration of competence and timing and care. Getting it right was satisfying in a way that felt complete in itself. Getting it wrong was a specific and identifiable failure with an audience. The husband's arrival home occupied a place in the domestic literature of this era that was choreographed in detail. A widely circulated piece of advice that appeared in various women's publications during the mid-1950s outlined the proper preparation for homecoming hour with the precision of a stage direction. The wife should refresh her appearance in the hour before his expected return. Change out of whatever the day's work had required. Reapply makeup. Run a comb through the hair. The house should be as orderly as the last 30 minutes allowed, which was a compressed campaign of tidying rather than a calm survey. A pleasant smell should be coming from the kitchen. The children should be managed into something approaching presentability. The husband was described in this advice as a man who had been under significant professional pressure and needed a gentle transition back into domestic life. He needed to decompress. The home was the decompression space, the soft landing after the harder world. The wife's role during this transition was to facilitate his ease, to make the space feel calm and welcoming and uncomplicated. The wife's own day received no equivalent analysis. The assumption behind the advice was clear even when unstated. Her day had been the home, and the home was the restful place. Therefore she had spent the day resting in a productive sense, and was already in the appropriate state. The labour involved in that productive resting, the physical and organisational and emotional effort of running a household with small children, was categorised as background. It did not count as pressure in any official way. It was simply the texture of the day. This logic was so consistently presented from so many directions that it had stopped being legible as logic and had settled into the category of obvious fact. Many women absorbed it completely. Others felt the gap between the official description and their actual experience with a clarity they could not quite make use of, because there was no socially available place to take that observation. The dinner itself was a product of a distinctly American food culture in a specific moment of transformation. The war years had produced innovations in food processing and preservation that were still being worked into everyday cooking, and the large food companies had identified the post-war housewife as both an audience and a market worth developing with considerable attention. Campbell's Soup Company had understood something essential about the 1950s kitchen before most food writers did. The woman cooking dinner every night was not looking for culinary education. She was looking for solutions. The recipes printed on their product labels were solutions, straightforward, reliable, producible on a weeknight with ingredients that lived in the pantry. The green bean casserole, developed in 1955 by home economist Dorcas Riley in Campbell's Test Kitchens, required 1 bowl, 1 baking dish, a can of cream of mushroom soup, a bag of frozen beans, and 40 minutes of largely unattended oven time. It has appeared on an estimated 20 million American Thanksgiving tables in the decades since. It was, measured against the actual problem it addressed, an excellent piece of applied food science. The gelatin mould occupied a special position in the 1950s culinary landscape that no single explanation has ever fully accounted for. Jello products had been popular since the early years of the century, but the 1950s brought the gelatin mould to a kind of cultural peak. Women were suspending olives and shredded carrots and cream cheese and canned mandarin segments in coloured gelatin with a creative commitment that would not have seemed out of place in a professional kitchen competition. The moulds themselves came in elaborate shapes, rings and fish, and domed castles and fluted towers, and they were unmoulded at the table with ceremony and a specific kind of held breath. A clean unmoulding, one that held its architecture without sagging or splitting, was a genuine achievement and a genuine pleasure. General Electric and Westinghouse and their competitors ran refrigerator and range and dishwasher advertisements that positioned their products as tools for domestic liberation. The language was often sincerely generous. The companies were not wrong that better equipment made difficult work more manageable. A reliable oven temperature was a real advantage in a decade when recipe success depended on knowing that the dial's promise was honest. A dishwasher that genuinely cleaned and dried everything in one cycle freed a real block of evening time from a task that had previously been done entirely by hand. What the advertising built around these appliances, though, was not just a practical argument. It was an image of a life that the appliance was the key to entering. The woman in the advertisement was not simply using a refrigerator. She was being the kind of woman who had a refrigerator like this, in a kitchen like this, with a dinner like this ready at 6 o'clock, with children who were clean, and a husband who was appreciative. The appliance opened the door to that image. Whether the life inside the image was what you actually wanted was a question the advertisement had already answered on your behalf. What the advertisements also did not acknowledge was that the freed time did not accumulate into leisure. It was reinvested into higher standards. If the dishwasher handled the plates in 40 minutes instead of 90, the remaining time was absorbed by a more elaborate dessert or a more thorough cleaning of another room or a more carefully composed table setting. The standard of the finished product expanded to fill whatever efficiency the tools created. This was not a conspiracy. It was the natural behaviour of a performance standard with no defined upper limit. The timing of the meal was taken seriously enough to constitute a genuine organisational discipline. The roast needed to be ready at 6:15, not 6:45 and not 5:45, because early meant drow and late meant failure of planning. You learned to work backward through cooking times the way a navigator works backward from an arrival point through distances and speeds. On evenings when everything landed simultaneously, hot and properly seasoned and arranged on the right serving dishes, the satisfaction was complete and exact. On evenings when something burned or the roast needed 20 more minutes, you made rapid, quiet recalculations at the stove, while the children asked questions and the clock continued at its usual pace. The television dinner arrived in 1953, produced by Swanson and sold in a divided aluminum tray, designed to be heated in the oven and eaten while watching television. It was an innovation that the food industry regarded with commercial enthusiasm and that domestic culture received with considerable ambivalence. The television dinner was useful, undeniably. It was also, by the standards the decade had constructed for itself, a mild admission of defeat. The home-cooked meal was not simply food. It was evidence of care and effort and domestic investment. A tray of compartmentalised processed turkey and mashed potato said something about the evening that a properly roasted chicken explicitly did not. The relationship between convenience food and domestic identity was genuinely complicated throughout the decade. Women were told repeatedly by advertisers that convenience products were modern and that modernity was aspirational. They were simultaneously told by the same culture, through slightly different channels, that a real meal was a made meal, and that the woman who made it was the measure of the household. Navigating between these two messages required the kind of quiet social intelligence that no magazine column addressed directly, because addressing it directly would have required acknowledging the contradiction. The dinner table itself was a social institution in miniature. It was where the family assembled with some regularity, separated from the distractions of the yard and the neighbourhood and the individual pursuits of the afternoon. The children had to be at the table at the right time. The conversation was supposed to be pleasant and connecting, a transition from the disparate activities of the day into something collective. The food was the vehicle, but the table was the event, and the woman who had produced the food and set the table and managed the children into seats and maintained the atmosphere of the meal was not a participant in the event so much as its architect and its continuous maintenance crew. What she rarely was during those dinners was someone whose own day was the subject of interest. Her hours, the dozens of decisions and physical acts and organisational calculations and social negotiations that had constituted the previous 10 hours, had no official place in the dinner table conversation. They were the water the fish swam in, invisible by design. What the evening meal required of her was not a report, but a continuation, the ongoing provision of warmth and sustenance and managed calm. She gave the evening its quality, and the evening did not turn around to note the giving. Monday was for laundry, not universally and not with the rigidity of law, but the Monday wash was embedded in American domestic practice so deeply by the 1950s that it organised the shape of the entire week for millions of women. Tuesday was for ironing, because clothes drawn from the line in a still damp state responded better to the iron than either wet or fully dry fabric, and knowing this was the kind of practical knowledge you accumulated through repetition until it became instinct. Wednesday moved toward the heavier cleaning. Thursday addressed the surfaces and details that had accumulated through the week's middle. Friday made everything presentable for the social possibilities of the weekend, because the weekend brought visitors more often than the working days did, and the standard for a visitor's visit was several rungs higher than the standard for an ordinary Tuesday. This schedule was not posted anywhere. It did not need to be. It existed in the shared rhythm of the neighbourhood, absorbed from mothers and reinforced through the gentle social surveillance of proximity. A neighbour whose laundry was still on the line on Tuesday afternoon had, without any explicit conversation, communicated something. The observation happened internally, without malice in most cases, but it happened. The distance between noticing and judging was thinner than anyone would have admitted if asked to characterise it. Cleanliness in the post-war American home carried a moral weight that its practical justifications did not fully account for. A clean house was not simply a sanitary one. It was a testimony. It told anyone who entered that the woman maintaining it cared properly about her family, that she had her priorities correctly ordered, that she respected the people and the space in her charge. The inverse reading was equally available. A house that showed evidence of neglect, surfaces that had not been addressed in visible time, windows that held last week's fingerprints, a bathroom floor with a film of grime at the grout lines, was understood as evidence of something interior. Not just disorder in the house, but disorder of character. This equation was advanced with striking directness by the advertising industry, which had identified the moral dimension of domestic cleanliness long before anyone was studying it academically. Laundry soap campaigns in the 1950s regularly implied that a husband's professional standing was at risk from a wife whose shirt laundering was insufficiently rigorous. One particularly frank line of advertising suggested that the whiteness of a man's collar communicated something about the quality of his household management, which was to say, the quality of his wife. The logic travelled in one direction only. The accountability rested in one place. Floor wax campaigns ran images of gleaming hardwood surfaces alongside text that connected the shine of the floor to the character of the family who lived above it. Textile rinse manufacturers implied that yellowed curtains were a form of public statement about domestic values. None of this was stated in terms that a reasonable person would defend under examination. It did not need to be stated directly. The image communicated the argument, and the argument was absorbed without needing to pass through conscious evaluation. The vacuum cleaner had achieved widespread presence in American middle-class households by the mid-1950s, and it was discussed with a specific enthusiasm that belonged to a category of things that were both practical tools and objects of some social significance. The Hoover and the Electrolux and the various competing models were compared by women with attention to suction power and cord length and the quality and range of attachments. The crevice tool for baseboard corners, the upholstery brush for the davenport, the bare floor head that could transition from rugs to hardwood without adjustment. Women knew their machines with mechanical intimacy, the way a person knows any tool they use every day. Hardwood floors required treatment that extended well beyond vacuuming. Wax was applied on a schedule, either by hand or with a weighted mop, allowed to haze to a dry film, and then buffed to a shine intended to be visible as a reflection when the light crossed the room at the right angle. An electric floor buffer was on the aspirational end of household equipment in the early part of the decade, something to work toward, and in its absence the waxing was done manually, which was physically demanding in a way that did not diminish with repetition. The finished floor, caught in afternoon light coming through a cleaned window, was genuinely beautiful. That beauty was worth acknowledging. The bathroom protocol was thorough and specific. Porcelain surfaces were scoured with abrasive powder until they were bright. The tile was addressed at the grout lines where discoloration accumulated. The mirror was washed and buffed dry until no streaks remained from any angle, because mirror streaks were the kind of detail that visitors registered even when they did not consciously notice them. The chrome on the faucets and towel bars was kept clear of water spots, for the same reason and with the same logic. Whether a careful observer was likely to appear in your bathroom on any particular day was beside the point. The standard existed independent of the audience. The kitchen floor was mopped at minimum twice weekly in households with young children, more often in summer when outdoor traffic brought in quantities of grass and dirt and unidentified sticky matter. The mopping happened at the far end of the day, after the dinner dishes were washed and dried and correctly stacked, and the children were in their rooms. This placed it at a time when backs had already registered the better part of a day's worth of complaint. The work was done regardless. What the cleaning literature of this era asked for, beyond consistency and thoroughness, was the appearance of a particular kind of effortlessness. Not a house that had been cleaned, but a house that seemed to have simply declined to get dirty. The ideal was an environment that testified to domestic competence without displaying the physical evidence of how that competence had been earned. The mop should not be visible in the corner. The smell of cleaning products should have dissipated before anyone arrived. The surfaces should look as though they maintained themselves, as though the occupants of the house moved through it without friction or residue. Achieving this required not occasional thorough cleaning, but constant incremental maintenance. A continuous low-level attention to surfaces that meant you were always partly managing the house, even while doing something else. The thinking about the house never fully stopped, because stopping it for too long meant something would accumulate beyond the point of quick correction. The neighbours remained present as a force in the cleaning calculus, even when they were nowhere nearby. You cleaned for the neighbour who might arrive without announcement at 10:30 in the morning for coffee. You cleaned for the eyes of the woman across the street whose own house was managed with a precision that served as a continuous benchmark. The audience for domestic performance was not imaginary and not paranoid. It was real, diffuse, and never entirely off the premises. The theology of cleanliness did not require explicit enforcement to function. It required only believers who had absorbed the standards so thoroughly that it operated as internal conviction. The mop was a tool and a statement. The floor was the text. The cleaning that no one watched being done was the most faithful kind. Spring cleaning was the annual intensification of all of this, a ritual with deep cultural roots that found in the 1950s a particularly committed expression. It was not merely thorough cleaning, it was transformative cleaning, the kind that moved heavy furniture from its usual positions to address the dust that had accumulated against the baseboards behind it, that washed walls from ceiling to floor to remove the film that gathered invisibly through a winter of closed windows and running furnaces. The curtains came down to be laundered and rehung, the act of taking them down temporarily opening the windows to a quality of light that made you notice everything the covered glass had been dimming. The rugs were carried outside and beaten against a fence or a clothesline, and the dust that rose from them confirmed what the season had required. The spring cleaning took days and sometimes stretched across weeks, worked into the regular schedule around the ongoing obligations that did not pause for seasonal maintenance. When it was finished, the house had a particular quality that ordinary weekly cleaning did not produce: a lightness, a sense that the space had been fully examined and found accountable and restored. Standing in a room that had been addressed from ceiling to baseboard carried a satisfaction that was proportional to the effort, and that settled over you with the specific completeness of a task genuinely done. The assembly began before the house was fully awake. In some households, this meant foundation applied before coffee, lipstick in place before the children came downstairs demanding their breakfast. In others, the sequence was different, but the outcome was roughly the same. By the time the day required active management, the woman managing it was already composed, already presenting the version of herself that the day was going to encounter. The preparation was private in the way that professional preparation is private. You see the performance, not the getting ready for it. The minimum standard for a 1950s woman's appearance existed at a level that modern observers often initially underestimate. Foundation and lipstick were the baseline for leaving the house, not for formal occasions, not for special events, for the grocery store, for church, for a neighbour's kitchen, for anything beyond the interior of your own home. Appearing in any of these contexts without both items in place communicated something that no one would say directly, but that people filed under the category of information about you. The communication was about investment, about whether you were taking the day seriously enough to prepare for it correctly. The lipstick of the early 1950s was predominantly in the warm red family, deep crimsons and cherries that had developed cultural resonance during the war years, when red lips carried specific connotations of morale and purposefulness. As the decade progressed, coral tones appeared alongside the traditional reds, softer and more compatible with the pastel domestic aesthetic that was emerging in interiors and clothing simultaneously. The pinks that would define the later years of the decade began appearing on drugstore racks by the mid-1950s. Choosing correctly was not trivial. The magazines dedicated seasonal columns to the question of shade selection. Foundation had to be matched to skin tone with enough precision that the edge at the jawline was invisible to both casual and careful observers. This required the right product, which required knowing your undertones well enough to navigate a cosmetics counter with some authority. Powder set the foundation in place. The finished surface was meant to appear as exceptionally good natural skin, the kind of clear, even complexion associated with health and ease. That this appearance required a precise sequence of applied products was the craft in it, not a contradiction of it. The girdle was structural rather than comfortable, and the women of the 1950s wore it with the matter-of-fact acceptance of someone who understands that certain tasks require certain tools. It compressed the belly and smoothed the hips into the silhouette that the decade's fashions required. Full-circle skirts, pencil skirts, sheath dresses, all of them depended on a foundation underneath that created the specific proportions the silhouette was built around. The girdle was warm in summer and restrictive when bending toward the lower shelves of the refrigerator, or lifting small children, or reaching under furniture with the vacuum attachment. These inconveniences were managed by people accustomed to managing inconveniences. Department stores stocked foundation garments with the inventory seriousness of essential merchandise. Trained corsetiers, women who had received specific professional preparation for the work, measured customers and made fitting recommendations with the clinical precision of any other specialist. The language around the fitting was practical and direct. You were being equipped correctly for the specific requirements of your particular body. The equipment was a tool. Using the correct tool properly was simply part of doing the job. The hair appointment, weekly or bi-weekly depending on budget and scheduling, was one of the few structured parts of the week that belonged entirely to the woman and not to the household's requirements. The salon experience of this era had a social texture with no exact modern equivalent. Women sat under the dryer hood for 30 or 40 minutes beside other women in various stages of their own appointments, in an enclosed warmth that seemed to loosen the quality of conversation. The talk under the dryers was more candid than the talk at coffee clatches, less guarded than anything said in the presence of husbands or children. Not because what was said was necessarily dramatic, but because the setting was a space without domestic obligation, and the absence of obligation changed the register slightly. At home, between appointments, maintenance involved pin curls set before sleep and held overnight with a silk scarf or a nylon net. The technique required practice before it produced reliable results. The morning unpinning revealed soft waves or structured curls that were then combed and shaped into the smooth, upswept arrangements, or the neat, shorter styles that characterised the decade's preferred silhouettes. This was part of the morning sequence, performed while the coffee percolated and the house began its waking up sounds. The hands were another visible element of the presentation. They appeared throughout the day on counters and table surfaces and in handshakes at the door. Dishwashing without gloves was genuinely damaging to skin over time, and rubber gloves were regularly recommended as protection. Hand cream was the repair. The hands of a woman who maintained her household manually, which was everyone, underwent considerable daily stress, and the effort to keep them presentable against that stress was its own continuous project. The question of weight in the 1950s existed within a specific cultural frame that was neither the angular thinness that later decades would demand nor a simple acceptance of natural variation. The idealised body of the era required curves at specific locations alongside a defined waist and narrow upper torso, a combination that was partly architectural, created by the structural garments underneath, and partly metabolic, managed through the dietary attention that the magazines treated as adjacent to and inseparable from their recipe content. The diet columns and the recipe pages coexisted in the same issues without visible tension. An elaborate layered dessert might appear on the right-hand page while a caloric restriction plan appeared on the left. Both were offered as equally valid parts of the complete domestic project. Neither commented on the other's existence. The sewing machine occupied a specific and significant place in the 1950s household economy. Ready-to-wear clothing existed and was available in department stores, but it was expensive relative to the average household budget, and the patterns sold by Simplicity, Vogue and Butterick made it possible to produce clothing of comparable quality at a fraction of the cost. Women sewed their own skirts and blouses and their children's school clothes, and sometimes their husbands' dress shirts, working from paper patterns pinned to fabric spread across the kitchen table or a dedicated sewing table if the house had room for one. The skill required was real and took years to develop fully. A woman who could cut and assemble a well-fitted garment from a Vogue pattern was doing work that had genuine professional equivalence. But sewing at home also meant maintaining the appearance standard without the excuse of budget limitations. If you could sew your own clothes, there was no acceptable reason for your wardrobe to look inadequate. The accessibility of the skill removed a potential explanation and replaced it with a requirement. What the full range of appearance standards asked for collectively was a sustained maintenance practice presented as a simple baseline. The woman who met it was not described as having worked hard at her presentation. She was described as well-groomed, as put together, as a woman who looked after herself. The labour that produced those descriptions was absorbed into the adjective the same way all domestic labour was absorbed, becoming visible primarily in its absence rather than in its presence. The department store was the arena in which these standards were most fully externalised. Shopping for clothing in the 1950s was not the informal or solitary activity it became in later decades. You dressed to go to the store. The store's saleswomen expected to be dealing with women who had made an effort, and they extended service accordingly. The fitting room was a space of honest assessment, and a skilled saleswoman possessed the particular diplomatic art of telling a customer the truth, in terms that kept the customer from leaving unsatisfied. The social transaction was complex, and the stakes, in terms of what you walked out wearing and therefore what you communicated to everyone who saw you for the next several seasons, were taken with real seriousness. Underneath the whole apparatus was something that many women felt, but few articulated directly. The particular exhaustion of being continuously legible, of existing in a social space where everything about your appearance was available for interpretation, where meeting the standard produced no acknowledgement. while falling short of it produced quiet consequences. Being read so constantly and so thoroughly was a kind of fatigue that had no entry on the day's official list of tasks. It was simply part of being the woman in the house. Dr. Benjamin Spock's book appeared in the spring of 1946, priced at 25 cents in its first paperback edition, a deliberate choice meant to make it available to every household that might need it. The book's full title was The Common Sense Book of Baby and Child Care, and within a few years of its publication it had become one of the most read texts in the country. Estimates of its eventual circulation place it among the best-selling books in American publishing history across any category. The women who bought it and borrowed it and consulted it during the early 1950s were a generation raised under child-rearing philosophies that had emphasised emotional restraint and scheduled routine, frameworks heavily influenced by the behaviourist John Watson, who had formally recommended minimising physical affection with infants on the grounds that warmth produced dependency and dependency produced weakness. Scheduled feedings, minimal holding, a business-like approach to the management of small human beings. Dr. Spock told these women something categorically different. Pick up the baby when it cries. Your instincts are sound. You know more than you think you do. The warmth you feel toward your child is not a risk to their development, but a requirement for it. Be tender. The tenderness is correct. This reorientation was significant and, for many mothers, genuinely liberating. It gave institutional support to what many women had already known privately, that holding a crying baby and comforting a frightened child were natural responses to natural needs, not errors to be corrected by a chart. But the Spock philosophy, generous as it was in its central argument, also extended the scope of what good mothering required in ways that expanded the list, rather than simplifying it. If emotional development was as important as physical health, and if emotional development depended on the consistent warmth and responsiveness of the primary caregiver, then the quality of the mother's ongoing attention was consequential in a way that behavioural metrics had not previously required. A child who struggled socially, or seemed anxious, or had difficulty at school was now subject to questions about the home environment that produced those outcomes. The mother's attentiveness was both the cause and the responsible party. This was not what Dr. Spock intended, and the book is more nuanced in its actual content than the cultural use made of it suggests. But cultural use had its own momentum, travelling through the same magazine apparatus that governed everything else, and arriving compressed and confident in ways that occasionally misrepresented the original argument. Child psychology as a field was gaining visibility and authority throughout the 1950s, and its findings circulated widely through popular publications. The advice was sometimes contradictory, because different practitioners within the field held different views on specific questions. Should a child be allowed to resolve minor frustrations independently, or should the parent intervene quickly? Should early creative exploration take precedence over household rules? Should the dinner table be a space for enforcing complete plate clearing, or for allowing a child to determine their own appetite? Each question carried the implication that a wrong answer could produce lasting consequences, and the right answer was not always clear. The children of the 1950s were expected to be visibly well-mannered, in ways that their parents understood as evidence of competent management at home. A child who greeted adults appropriately, who sat through restaurant meals without persistent disruption, who played without becoming a source of neighbourhood concern, who appeared in public in clean and appropriate clothing, was a child whose mother had organised her days correctly. The child's public behaviour was a form of testimony about the household that produced it. The Parent-Teacher Association, commonly called the PTA, formalised some of this testimony into an organised social obligation. Meetings were held in school evenings throughout the academic year, and attendance communicated investment in your child's education and social standing in the school community simultaneously. The mother who never appeared at PTA meetings was noticed in the way that women of this era were always noticed when they declined to participate in the available structures of neighbourhood and civic life. The PTA was not simply about education, it was about being seen as the right kind of parent in the right kind of community. The school itself was an extension of the home's accountability in ways that the 1950s took seriously. Report cards assessed behaviour and deportment alongside academic performance. A child who was academically capable but socially disruptive was not considered to be doing well by the full measure of the era's standards. The mother was expected to be in communication with teachers and to be responsive when concerns were raised. She was expected to be available in a way that a working parent might not always manage to be, and the expectation of availability was one of the arguments that made paid work feel complicated or inappropriate for mothers of school-age children. The suburb itself was a social ecosystem of remarkable density and complexity, given its physical orderliness. People lived in close proximity on small lots with modest landscaping and significant amounts of shared visibility. Front yards were open to the street. Backyards were separated by low fences easily talked across. The distance between houses was not great, and the windows faced each other. In this arrangement, the lives of neighbours were not private in the way that apartment living in a city can create privacy through anonymity. Everyone could see, if not through walls, then certainly through the patterns of daily life that were visible at the exterior. The coffee clatch, that mid-morning gathering of neighbouring women moving between each other's kitchens on a loose and informal daily schedule, was the central social institution of the post-war suburb, and it was more complicated than its domestic surface suggested. You brought something when you came. Arriving empty-handed to someone's kitchen was an oversight that registered. The something was usually baked, or a jar of something preserved, or a contribution to a shared consumption that acknowledged the hospitality of the kitchen you were entering. The conversation in those kitchens ranged across children and household problems and neighbourhood news and the peripheral observations that proximity generates in abundance. But the conversation operated within understood registers. You could be tired in the acceptable way, the kind of tiredness that communicated busy competence. The week had been full, the children had been demanding, the scheduling had been complicated. These were manageable disclosures. What you did not do, in most social contexts, was describe your exhaustion in terms that pointed towards something the coffee could not address, a dissatisfaction that had no specific object, a restlessness that persisted across otherwise successful weeks, a sense that the hours ahead contained nothing that engaged you as a distinct person, rather than as a function of the household. These were observations that had no socially available destination in 1955. They were not something you said at a neighbour's kitchen table, because there was nowhere for them to go after you said them, and releasing something into a space with no receptacle made both you and your neighbour uncomfortable in ways that served no one. So you maintained the tone. You were pleasant and interested and capable of laughing at the right moments and genuinely invested in the other women's news. And you were sincere in much of this. The warmth in those kitchens was real warmth. The friendship was real friendship. The practical support that moved between neighbouring women, the shared equipment and borrowed ingredients, and watched children and brought food during illnesses, and quiet checking in after difficult weeks, was genuine and substantial, and held many households together through genuinely hard times. The emotional labour involved in maintaining the correct register in these social spaces was real and unrecognised, because the concept of emotional labour as work did not yet have a name or a formal accounting. Managing your own internal state so that it did not overflow into the shared social space. Presenting the version of yourself that was consistently warm and capable and untroubled. Reading the emotional states of the people around you and quietly adjusting to them before any friction developed. This was the invisible work inside the visible work. It was exhausting in the way that invisible work is always exhausting, because it had no beginning and no end and no official place on the list where you could put a line through it. The women in those kitchens were doing it very well for the most part. They had been preparing for it since childhood, absorbing the practice so gradually that it had become indistinguishable from personality. It felt natural because it had been built to feel natural, which is perhaps the most effective kind of standard, and perhaps the most demanding. By 1960, the surface was still largely intact. The magazine showed the same reliable images. The apron, the gleaming counter, the the casserole arriving at the table on time, the husband receiving it with appropriate appreciation, the children seated and reasonably orderly. The advertising copy for floor waxes and laundry products and kitchen appliances used the same vocabulary it had been using for 15 years, the vocabulary of domestic pleasure and modern efficiency, and a woman fully satisfied by the role her daily life occupied. The home economics courses continued. The girdles were still sold and worn. The coffee clatch continued its mid-morning circuit of suburban kitchens. But something had shifted in the quality of the silence that surrounded all of it. The women who had been building this particular version of domestic life for a decade and a half were not 23 anymore. Their oldest children were teenagers now, complicated people with opinions and complications that the parenting manuals had not fully prepared anyone for. The suburb that had felt open with possibility in 1948 had become the specific texture of an ordinary week, known in every corner, defined by routines that had worn themselves into the days until the days, and the routines were indistinguishable. The competence was real and accumulated. The love was genuine. Neither of those things was in question. But competence and love do not by themselves constitute a complete account of what a person needs, and many women were discovering this in the particular privacy of the hours between when the children left for school and when they returned. Betty Friedan published The Feminine Mystique in February 1963, and the book did something that no previous popular publication had quite managed to do. It named a thing that had been present without a name for nearly a decade. Friedan had spent years gathering material from interviews with women who'd graduated from Smith College with her in 1942, and from the wider suburban population she encountered in her research. What she encountered repeatedly was a description of a feeling that the women themselves could not make coherent, because the official story of their lives left no space for it. She called it the problem that has no name. The women she spoke with described a persistent, formless discontent that surfaced despite external circumstances that appeared to fulfill every requirement of a successful life. The house was there, the husband was there, the children were there, the appliances, the neighbourhood, the correctly timed dinner, the properly maintained appearance, all of it was there. Everything that the magazines and the textbooks and the advice columns and the social expectations had specified was in place, and yet something persisted in the early morning hours, a restlessness that was not addressed by the tasks waiting on the counter, an awareness that the day ahead contained no hour in which the self existed as something other than a function of the household. The response to the book divided sharply along lines that were not entirely predictable. Some women found it presumptuous and politically overdetermined, a case built from a specific and limited experience generalised too broadly. Some women who read it described a physical response to certain passages, something loosening or releasing in the chest, the particular relief of encountering a clear statement of something you'd been carrying without language for it. Both responses were honest, and neither was simply wrong. The book was describing something real from a vantage point that did not encompass all of American womanhood. Women who had been excluded from the suburban domestic ideal by race or economics or geography had a different relationship to its critique. The problem Friedan named was genuine. Its universality was more complicated. But the book's reception, measured by copies sold and letters received and conversations it generated in kitchens and at dinner tables, answered a question about whether the appetite for this particular naming was real. The answer was unambiguous. What Friedan's book captured, and what accounts for much of its impact, was not simply the existence of discontent, but the particular quality of a discontent that had been made structurally invisible. Women had been told from so many directions and for so many years that the domestic role was the natural and fulfilling expression of womanhood, that any feeling of insufficiency must originate in the individual woman herself rather than in the conditions of the role. If you were not fulfilled, the problem was yours. You were not trying hard enough, or not thinking about things correctly, or not appreciating what you had. The advice columns had been supplying this analysis for years, dressed in the warm language of practical concern. The problem had been located inside the woman so thoroughly that many women had accepted the location and were quietly examining themselves for the source. Friedan's argument moved the problem. It said the discontent was not a symptom of individual inadequacy, but a reasonable response to a set of conditions that were inadequate to the full range of what a person needed. This was not, in retrospect, a radical claim. It was a description of an obvious thing. But obvious things that have been successfully obscured for long enough require real effort to make visible, and Friedan's book made the effort in a form that reached the audience who most needed it. Other shifts had been working at the structure before Friedan put language to them. Women had been returning to paid employment in gradually increasing numbers throughout the late 1950s, not in the dramatic volumes of the wartime years, but consistently enough to suggest that the post-war domestic settlement had always been less complete than the cultural image implied. Many of these women worked part-time, in positions coded as compatible with primary domestic identity, teaching, nursing, clerical work, retail. They did not describe themselves as career women, because career women were a separate and somewhat suspect category in the decade's social taxonomy. They were simply managing the household budget more successfully than a single income allowed. Television, which had moved from novelty to fixture in American living rooms during the 1950s, was doing something the appliance marketers had not fully calculated. The programs it carried were largely conventional in their domestic arrangements, reinforcing the housewife ideal through situation comedies and afternoon dramas that depicted women in familiar roles. But the television also carried the news, and the news during these years was saturated with disruption. The civil rights movement was pressing a profound contradiction at the centre of American democratic identity into public visibility in ways that required response. The Cold War was generating anxieties about safety and security, and the stability of the wider world that the waxed floors and the precisely timed roasts could not address, and were not designed to. The world outside the kitchen window was moving at a speed that the domestic interior could contain only imperfectly. The Food and Drug Administration approved oral contraceptives for use in 1960. The social effects of this decision unfolded over years rather than months, working gradually through individual decisions and eventually into cultural understanding of what female adulthood could look like across time. Women who could more reliably plan the timing and number of children they would have were women whose futures had somewhat different shapes available to them. The conversation about those shapes took years to develop, but it began immediately in the quiet ways that consequential changes always begin. The rules of the 1950s housewife did not dissolve on any particular day or in any single year. They released gradually and unevenly, some earlier than others, some proving remarkably resistant to the changes happening alongside them. The expectation that women would manage the emotional climate of the household, that they would track everyone's needs and appointments and social obligations and feelings, while their own interior weather went largely unmonitored, proved the most durable of the decade's requirements. It travelled through the 1960s and the decades beyond largely intact, outlasting the girdles and the gelatin moulds by a significant margin, and it is still being examined and negotiated in ways that many contemporary women would recognise without explanation. What the women of the 1950s built in those small houses, with those long days and those demanding and unacknowledged standards, deserves something more specific than nostalgia and something more honest than dismissal. The competence was real. The organisational intelligence required to manage a household, a budget, a social calendar, children, a husband's needs, and a neighbourhood's expectations simultaneously and without official support was considerable. The care embedded in those daily routines, in the timed dinner and the waxed floor and the correct lipstick and the maintained social register, was real care extended toward real people. The critique of the decade's constraints is not a verdict against that care. It is an argument that the people providing the care deserved better conditions for providing it. More acknowledgement, more autonomy, more space to exist as distinct individuals rather than as a function of the household that contained them. The critique says the care was real and so was the cost. That argument took years to develop into something publicly articulable. It was preceded by a long period in which it existed privately, imperfectly, in the small pauses between the things that were supposed to be said. By the early 1960s, more women were picking up the Tuesday magazine from the entry floor, carrying it to the kitchen table, reading the advice, and then setting it down again with a thought that went slightly sideways from the instruction. Not a dramatic thought, not a manifesto, just a small interior divergence, a moment of holding the prescription in your hands and thinking something that was not quite agreement. The knowing preceded the change by about a decade. The change, when it arrived, was uneven and incomplete, and is still being worked out in ways the women of that decade would likely find both gratifying and surprising. But the knowing was real, and it lived in those small silences, in the space between the instruction and the moment of deciding whether to follow it. The women who held those silences were not passive or defeated. They were people in the early stages of reconsidering a frame they had been given rather than chosen, working with the tools and the vocabulary and the time available to them, which was not much of any of those things. The reconsidering was quiet and imprecise, and could not yet articulate what it was moving toward. It could only register the gap between what the frame promised and what living inside it actually felt like, day after Tuesday day, week after careful week. The kitchen light is still on in the house if you look at it a certain way. The smell of something warm still drifts from the open window. The day that house contained was long and specific, and full of labour that was never adequately named. But the night belongs to no one's schedule. It carries no requirements from anyone's list. Whatever remains undone on the counter will still be there in the morning, and the morning is patient, and so are you. The women of the 1950s were more capable and more complicated and more quietly tired than the image of them ever acknowledged. They deserved more room than they were given. Most of them knew it, in the particular way that people know things they have not yet found language for. Sleep well, my tired little Danishes. The wax is dry, the timer has gone off, and the house will still be standing in the morning. Rest now.